On occasion, towards the end of the year, the video game distribution platform Steam will do a year in review, giving you a breakdown of the stats for the games that you've played that year. It showcases things like the amount of achievements that you got, your longest streak of days playing a game, and how many total different games you tried out. An interesting thing to me is that the Steam median for these things is always incredibly low. You're telling me the average PC gamer launched 4 unique games in the whole year? I bet one of them was probably Madden. You see, I bring this up because I've always wanted to play more stuff, but often find myself falling into the trap of buying a game that looks cool, that I hear is good, and throwing it onto the shelf of a backlog that I will eventually get around to beating. Games like Monster Hunter, the Borderlands series, basically any platformer or Metroidvania you can think of, and even some of the greatest games of the modern era in Red Dead 2, God of War, Devil May Cry 5, any Dark Souls game, the Half-Life series, The Witcher 3 is considered by many to be the greatest game ever made, any of the Halo campaigns, you get the picture. There is a lot of gaming culture that I've missed out on via being in my Destiny bubble since I was 13 years old. But now that I've exited that bubble, only to realize that I've trapped myself willingly inside one made out of Final Fantasy XIV, I figured now would be the perfect time to approach a completely unexplored side of my favorite hobby with a refined adult lens on these games. With that in mind, let me walk you through some of the guidelines that I set for myself in this video. I stopped adding games to this Steam collection once the count hit 100, but with some sneaky additions along the way, you'll find the total game count surpasses that. Another guideline I set is if I want to consider myself satisfied or completed with a game, I would either have to put in at least 20 hours of game time, or at least half of the time it needs to get through the main story, which would be measured via this middle score on howlongtobeat.com. Some games will go much shorter, some games will run significantly longer, but this rule is in place to ensure that I at least get a solid taste of whatever game I'm playing, even if at that point I decide it's not for me. I tried to fit in enough games that were in genres that I liked, while also adding in stuff that is in genres I would normally never touch, which should hopefully give me a great spectrum of games to discuss. In addition to what was previously mentioned, some other highlights are the entire Yakuza franchise, Ori 1 and 2, the Middle-earth and Metro game series, a Persona, and a Persona, a whole smattering of roguelikes and roguelites, and even some games that suck ass. Wait, hang on, why isn't the image changing? Where's neon white? If you're just here for the second half of this video title and you're not particularly interested in the whole hero's journey thing that I got lined up for you, first of all, I respect that. Second, let me give you the TLDR. Playing games at the end of the day should be fun. If you can get over the initial hump of actually hitting play on an unplayed game and you try it for maybe 20 minutes and you decide you don't like it, oh well, maybe you're missing out on something great, or maybe you're missing out on something you wouldn't have liked anyways. Games that you want to play, you will naturally seek out and find more of, and trying to put the circle peg into the square hole will only work for so long. Your time is valuable, which is why if you're looking for a list of games that are probably worth trying out, boy, do I have a video for you. But without further ado, grab a snack, maybe a little drink, and enjoy. I completed my backlog of 100 plus games, and here's what I have to say.
Did you take a gray bike from these railings on the night of the 25th? You are going to die!
ULTRAKILL is a game designed by and for people that are too good at video games and need some way to flex on everybody else. Bounce your electric railgun shot off of that coin straight into a group of demons. Parry your shotgun shell, who cares if you get hit, because you eat demon blood to heal, and when this style meter tells me that I'm maxed out, it requires me to get a new change of pants. Pistols, shotguns, pneumatic cannons, railguns, rocket launchers, buzzsaw launchers, machine guns, and there are very few shooters that can make you feel as powerful as this, and coupled with one of the best wave survival modes I played in recent memory, and boss fights that are designed to give me PTSD, this game single-handedly delayed production of this whole video in basically every step of the process. I mean, even as I script this part, I have ULTRAKILL open. Even as I'm, even right now, as I'm doing this voiceover, I have it pulled up trying to get a perfect rank on one of the secret bosses. I'm not fucking joking.
And as I played through the game, I was always excited.
When it comes to games titled Final Fantasy, I'm something of an expert. Growing up, I played half of the first disc of FF9, I got to look at the box art for this game because my brother didn't want me playing his copy, and I'm still struggling with an addiction to this critically acclaimed MMO. Final Fantasy VII Remake is, however, directed by a man I know a great deal about for his work on Kingdom Hearts. This game is definitely limited in comparison to what comes after, and although I originally thought it stupid to make one game into a trilogy, I still respect this game for essentially being a very expensive proof of concept. The combat here is extremely solid, although flying enemies are definitely troublesome, and the story is there. I still think this is an enjoyable, worthwhile experience if you want to play through a variant of the first 5 hours of FF7 that is properly translated and sometimes comprehensible, and especially so if you want to be like me and only want to play the next one because of a song that plays when you escort a dog. I'll have more to say of actual substance on this game when we get to Rebirth, because it's impossible to talk about one without the other.
Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack. What?
Duck-tective will return after these messages.
That duck is a genius.
Surprisingly not the only duck-type game on this backlog, Duck Detective: The Secret Salami is a charming adventure where you use deductive reasoning to find out what the hell is going on at this office space and where the mystery Salami has disappeared to. It won't run you longer than a couple hours, but it's a cute experience for sure. It's a lovely bite-sized piece of gaming to complete in an afternoon or two while you're with some friends. I wouldn't know, I played this in my dingy basement, and the bugs that I live with are too busy grinding Valorant.
Welcome back.
What the fuck? Persona 3 Reload is a remake of Persona 3 FES, which is an enhanced version of Shin Megami Tensei Persona 3, not to be confused with this one for the PSP, and only partially related to the Shin Megami Tensei series overall, granted that they are both made by Atlas and use the same team. Hey, pay attention, this will be on the test. Persona 3 Reload is a great game, actually. So much so that I've already beaten it, far before ever thinking about turning this backlog of mine into a video. It took me around 80 hours, but I wasn't satisfied because every other Persona game that I own on Steam, I also took the time to get every achievement. So, since I needed both another full playthrough and to play through the DLC, I figured it'd be nice to take a look back on it, especially in comparison to what will come after. By far the best part of this game, and annoyingly, the one I can talk about the least, is the story. It's really good, to the point where I don't really want to tell you anything about it. What? But Josh, I want to know what happens. Okay, go through 200 Tartarus floors and find out then, dumbass.
People hate on fucking Persona 3 because of Tartarus, bro. I fucked up.
Turn-based combat here is pretty good, but it doesn't hit as hard as the systems in Persona 5 Royal or Metaphor. The enhanced mechanics like theurgy and shifting are nice as a modern addition to the game, even if it results in a difficulty curve that looks like the audio waves of a death metal album. But seriously, just go play the story of this game if you can spare 2 full work weeks worth of time to make this guy go to school and learn stuff and be cool instead of you.
Voice DXC glitch, that means you can do a combo into another combo with a super, but that combo is not landing any combo, but when he's not done, it's still a combo, you understand? Hell no, what the fuck?
Dark Souls 1 is the best video game ever made. The bosses are designed for you to fat roll around, so I just wear the heaviest armor and first try every single boss in the game, except for the ones that suck. Oh no, hon, don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. The environments are extremely moody and atmospheric, and also they suck too. Actually, maybe this whole game is bad now that I think about it. Coming off of me finally getting around to playing both Bloodborne in 2023 and Elden Ring's DLC in 2024, I was shocked how much of the DNA of what I enjoyed about the boss experience was already cemented so early on in this franchise, so a lot of this experience just felt pretty natural to me. Timing-based dodge systems and weapon usage tied to your stamina, and your fun meter, which dictates how long you're able to play the game for before a gargoyle decides you need to be cut off. Resting at a bonfire that restores your health flask and let you level up are all kind of memed on today if you've been as terminally online as I have, but it's kind of crazy how you can't overstate the level of impact that this game would go on to have across all sorts of genres. I've retroactively gained more appreciation for like 5 separate games that I had played growing up after getting through Dark Souls 1. I think what this game potentially lacks in other areas that later games get right, like combat and progression, it absolutely knocks the rest of the series out of the water in things like level design, and it's a masterclass in how to interconnect your world. Except for this lava area. This area sucks ass and feels like I'm I'm being punished for playing it. Naturally, being so good at video games, I didn't have any boss give me trouble at all. Not once, not even a little bit, and this is a trend that will definitely continue into the rest of the games on this list. Dark Souls is not old enough to be considered the grandfather of most third-person action games, so we'll call it the cool uncle instead. It's a game that I think everyone should play, if for no other reason than I did this boss run back about 15 times, and I think everyone should have the pleasure of experiencing something similar to what I did. Yep. Yep, we're still going. Do you guys remember when YouTube comments would call people out for stretching their videos out to the 10-minute mark? I don't fucking know what else to say about this game than that, dude. Unreal. Dark Souls 2 is the worst video game ever made. The environments feel jumbled together with no sense of cohesion, enemies can spot you from across the map, and when they do, they track you until one of you dies. Having to manually level up the invincibility on my roll made me want to die in real life, but actually this game has infinite healing like Bloodborne, so it's pretty good now that I think about it. There are a substantial amount of hoops that you need to jump through in order to make this experience bearable, buying this weapon being chief among them. Where other Souls games feel unforgiving in the world and atmosphere itself, DS2 instead feels unforgiving because your controller is full of sludge, your character can't sprint for more than 2 seconds without getting winded, or even have enough stamina to do more than 3 shitty dodges in a row, and you'll probably still get hit by something in the middle of them anyways. Levels matter here so much more than in other early games because there's like 4 stats that instantly need fixing no matter what your starting class is. We're also operating on a hybrid healing system where you can technically farm an infinite amount of life stones, but you also have your Estus. To balance this out, they just made your Estus count terrible, so you will eventually have to dip into your lifestone pool. Even though Estus is a better system, it's just objectively worse to try and use it in this game. You're still forced to stop moving to drink, and you get 5x fewer uses of it at the start of the game compared to DS1, whereas life stones can be bought infinitely a little after the first area and allow you to move while using them. However, when you can finally shut all of that out and make it past all of those enemies that won't leave you alone and you could just fight a single big guy in a room, this game actually does give you glimpses of hope for a mixed healing system with faster than average combat and enemies that are okay. And then you die a bunch of times and realize each time they're taking away more of your max health, and when my character becomes more and more undead, I become more and more like the Joker. Here's the secret. This game isn't even hard. The decisions made in this game don't make it harder, they make it more annoying. If enemies don't lose aggro to you, is that harder? I mean, not really, I was planning on killing them anyway. But what it does do is make me kill them 20 times, and that certainly is annoying. World design, healing, weapon and armor management, enemy and boss design, every aspect of this game isn't done differently to make it harder. It's done so to piss you off. If you're wanting to go through the FromSoft catalog, I think this one is like the Shrek 3 of FromSoft games. It's kind of required viewing for real Shrek heads, but even when you do watch it, no one's particularly happy with the journey there, or the outcome really. God, Shrek 3 is a terrible movie.
What? Still here? Hand it over, that thing, your dark soul.
Dark Souls 3 is one of the video games ever made. The combat is there, the exploration is there, the healing flask is on square. You may make the mistake I did and think that this game is a sequel to Dark Souls 2, since 2 comes before 3. You'd be an idiot, dumb, stupid head for thinking that, cause this is a sequel to the first one. There's a lot to love in the third iteration of this series now that we have the big man Miyazaki back at the helm. We're back to the Estus system, and you can drink while moving now. Rolling feels great. These bosses are the perfect mix of fast aggression and vulnerability with their attacks. They still haven't quite figured out big enemies yet, but that's alright, they'll get there. Someday. Weapons are great, characters are great, and this game perfectly understands what made Bloodborne good, what made Dark Souls 2 bad, and how to still iterate on the overall formula enough to be entertaining. Even the areas that would normally be rough to deal with or annoying in other games like this poison swamp, you still get rewarded handsomely for exploring. When it comes to the bosses, they're all unique and pretty cool, with standouts being Abyss Watchers for their weird-ass combos and the gank aspect of the fight, Soul of Cinder for being just like me for real, and Sister Fried, who's just Just the best, just the sweetest, nicest pair of bosses you could ask for. These bosses are the perfect midpoint between bombastic, triple Olympic triathlon levels of combo flexibility and this. This game truly feels like a send-off to the world of Souls, and after all of this, I can finally understand why people thought Dark Souls guy would be revealed for Smash right here. It just makes sense, doesn't it?
So much of this imagery is Dark Souls, though, right? Can I tell you? Can I tell you how much of this imagery is literally Dark Souls?
The only thing that I think this game is actually missing is the world design of Dark Souls 1. There were so many intricate ways to move throughout the map, and even when you were moving from one area to another, you always had a gradual sense of the world changing as you went, as opposed to a new block of game world being made right at this door. The hub world was so much more than an area where you got your upgrades at. It was the central connection to the rest of the game. It's the spot that finding a shortcut to is insanely relieving because you establish that region as a home, a base of operations, a singular, truly safe spot. This is an issue I had in DS2, and I feel very similarly here. The world of this game feels very jumbled together, or at the very least, uniquely made for the player, as opposed to being a world that the player participates in. But man, if this ain't the most enjoyable dessert I've had after the shitty slop meal that DS2 was. Seriously, Shrek 3 is a terrible blemish on the Shrek franchise.
Congratulations! We are going to beat you to death!
Hey, chill!
The first of many roguelikes I'll be discussing, Curse of the Dead Gods is a game about exploring a dark ancient cavern that wants to kill you. Keyword there being dark, as light or lack thereof is a core aspect of exploring this temple. Being in the dark comes with double damage taken, but there are unique effects that can only be applied in darkness. Your goal is to make it as deep into the temple as possible, and each run is made up of randomly generated rooms with rewards and enemies in them. In addition, as you progress deeper into the temple, you'll gradually build up your curse meter to have certain modifiers injected into your run, however positive or negative they may be. This is an unavoidable part of the game, as you'll get cursed just for starting your run and running through doors. Even healing fountains come with the ability to drink from them infinitely, but cost you 10 corruption per use. You can also gain more curse in exchange for items and buffs if you don't have the gold for them. Each room you pick also has a predetermined reward, and enemies can drop items and weapons for you too. But if you don't like any of them, the game will give you the option then and there to turn it into currency or a quick heal or reduce your corruption. In a market that's quickly becoming oversaturated, it's nice to find something that takes such a unique approach to the risk-reward problem of most roguelikes, where you can eventually hit a point where difficulty doesn't matter anymore because the rewards have far outscaled the risk. Curse of the Dead Gods keeps you on your toes constantly, and not since Risk of Rain 2 have I truly felt like I'm not wanted in the place I'm exploring with these enemy designs and aggression. Oh, Dead Cells, what are you doing here? We haven't gotten to your section of the video yet. On top of this, you also have modular level selection, where you can choose how far you'd like your run to go, fighting 1, 2, or 3 bosses, and rotating challenge events for some of the permanent skull currency. There's even synergy potential with the curses you're given. Here's one that makes it so I can't get stamina back for perfect dodging, but I'm invulnerable for longer when I do, coupled with this one that gives me infinite dodges after I get hit, and a permanently dark torch to work with my plus 30% dark damage weapon. If I had to give critique, I'd say a lot of the environments feel pretty samey, even when you look at something like Rebirth Isaac, which predates this game by at least 7 years. There's at least 2 different variants to each floor type with different ways their rooms are laid out and generated depending on the context. But in Dead Gods, you will, multiple times per run, encounter the same exact room. The darkness effect permeating the game probably doesn't help with this feeling, but that's not something I'd want to see removed. The perma-progression I think is too far removed from what you actually do when starting a run, so you can end up constantly running similar weapons unless you grind literal thousands of the skull currency. And the potential build crafting tools at your disposal all operate on chance instead of guaranteed procs. All in all though, a solid experience that differentiates itself from its peers enough to stand on its own. I give it a Risk of Rain Returns out of 10. You dumb fuck, Master Chief, the game's over. Right, we're gonna cover every Halo campaign in this collection rapid fire, and since the Steam time is pretty inaccurate for this one specifically, since it also includes my multiplayer hours, I'll just total all the footage for all the campaigns and throw that final time on screen now. Whoa, wowee, look at those hours. Halo 1 is timeless, and the mission design here is excellent, with decently fair checkpoints except for this level, a magnum pistol that's way too strong, and an assault rifle that's way too weak. I love the assault rifle, man. Why does it suck so much ass? Every enemy and asset and ammo pickup has been very carefully placed to be the perfect balance between realistic environments and exploration rewards, like how you can keep the rocket launcher through this whole level if you're thorough enough with your exploring. Only being able to team up with a single buddy for this in the second game is rough, because when I brought up wanting to play through Halo, I got more DMs than the time I posted my cock in the announcements channel on my Discord server, which you can join in the description if you're looking for more content like this. Don't ever play on remastered graphics for this one, because they just fucked everything up. Certified banger video game. God, I hate having to use health packs. Halo 2 sacrificed the Magnum's God Gun status in order to deliver an 11 out of 10 on all fronts. The environments, these beautifully done cutscenes, dual wielding, and while there's no assault rifle, we do get the battle rifle, so the law of equivalent exchange has been satisfied there. Hijacking vehicles is something that I took for granted with my main Halo games growing up, but going without it for the first time just shows how dynamic one singular button prompt can make the battlefield now. Plus, you can even use the energy swords in this game. That's pretty hype. There is enough variety and encounter variance in just this one mission that you could fill 10 games with. Yet Halo 2 moves at such a fast pace, you don't even have time to realize how fast you're cycling through unique mission elements. Now you're in a ghost, here's a new weapon. Now you're fighting these vehicles, now you gotta deal with the sniper jackal, here's a new weapon. Watch out for the elites, watch out for the brutes, here's a new weapon. This game was a complete watershed moment where I finally realized that nearly everything I've been playing in Destiny for the past 8 years is just a worse variant of this game with a funny color-coordinated loot system on top of it. I wish I knew that earlier. I could have saved myself 3,000 hours and about 7 dumbass tank sections. Next time though, could we just add a few more sniper jackals? Just a couple more, and I'll be fine. I don't think we had enough sniper jackals in this game. Halo 2.5, known colloquially as ODST, is a nice little side game that's so bite-sized that I feel like I got kicked out of a restaurant after eating the first course. I can't imagine paying so much of the time for something that most people would have beaten in an afternoon, though knowing what Bungie would turn into, I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised. We attempted to do this campaign with 4 people, but 2 of them were in the ancient underwater kingdom of the UK, so we stuck with 2 for this one. Although that footage got corrupted, so I don't even know why I'm telling you all this. Go to Halo 3 already. This video fucking sucks. Halo 3, known colloquially as Halo 3, is the conclusion to the trilogy story surrounding Master Chief and the Orbiter. This campaign is a satisfying conclusion, if not a tad annoying one, on Legendary. There aren't a whole lot of new additions outside of deployables and the Mongoose vehicle, but what we do get instead is a concise and well thought out plan to every single level in the game, with interesting story beats throughout and just barely enough length to feel perfectly cooked. Every vehicle and turret and companion and weapon feels so expertly curated to the exact way the developers wanted this experience, and every corner you go down is a new combat puzzle to be approached however you deem fit, which, as Chief so eloquently puts it,
Thought I'd try shooting my way out.
even with the removal of some things like the Brute Plasma Rifle and not removing some dumbass things like this flare, Halo 3 feels perfectly condensed into a perfect dessert to cap off this 3-course meal. With a snack in the middle. Halo 3.5, known colloquially as Halo 0.5, also known as Reach, is the prequel story about how 18 million people died so Master Chief could get on a spaceboat. This campaign does a substantial number of things right for a prequel game, like introducing new weapons that don't show up for the rest of the games that come chronologically after this. To me, this is the ideal Halo gameplay. Each gun feels perfect to fire, having sprint on an armor ability still forces you to make trade-offs, and that's a funny joke to make while the jetpack is on screen, and we finally have the DMR in the game, which is the best gun 343 has ever made. When someone hits me up on the side of the road like they often do, and they say, "Josh, let's play some real Halo," this is the screen you go to, goddammit. And Halo 2, that one's good as well. Halo 4 has funny multiplayer. You can play Griffball. The Saw is good. The campaign is there, I guess. Stupid ball. You have a stopping distance. This is one of 4 games I played back in 2024 with the intent of comparing head-to-head for Game of the Year, the other ones being Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Metaphor ReFantasio, which we'll discuss both of them later, as well as Astrobot, which isn't in this video at all other than now, so I'll use this chance to say if you've ever liked anything from PlayStation, you'll probably like Astrobot. Black Myth Wukong is an impressive game in terms of visuals, gameplay, and sheer quantity of content and the amount of boss fights. If Elden Ring was a boss buffet, this game is like a buffet on a Mr. Beast cruise ship made of gold. Black Myth Wukong hyper-focuses on augmenting one moveset, and that allows the boss design team to know exactly the scope of the toolkit you're working with and build around that. You shift between 3 separate stances that all have a unique heavy attack and different ways to flow in and out of combos. I think even being able to draw comparisons between this game and the culmination of decades of game knowledge that FromSoft drew upon to make Elden Ring is a testament to how well Wukong slots into this already crowded space. It does a substantial amount of things better than its peers, like this upgrade that allows you to continue your light attack combo after dodging. I think that should be a staple in all of From Software's catalog from here on. Also, even on regular enemies that do big or jumping attacks, the camera will zoom out even when you're not locked onto them. Speaking of being locked on, in fights with more than one boss, they will change your lock-on depending on who's the active aggressor in that moment, which is super smart game design. And yet, despite all that, there are still things that this game bafflingly does not learn from its peers, like having an animation whenever you want to pick something up, reusing bad boss fights like this carriage thing. There are some points where there's a clear lack of direction on how to progress through specific fights in the game, and boss runbacks in Souls games are just bad. That's not a feature that we need to implement into other games. We don't need to bring that back. Put a Stake America in every game. They even have these flag things in some of the fights that do the same thing. Just draw me off there. It's an impressive showing, but not quite Game of the Year. Let me transport you to an alternate reality for a moment. The year is 1984, and a company by the name of UFOsoft wants to release 50 games for your Nintendo console. This is the lens you need prior to launching UFO 50, because there are 50 unique, feature-rich, fully complete game experiences here, modeled in the style of a 1980s home console game, while still attempting to stay within the confines of development scope that those older games had. The level of variety that you can find within this one screen is absolute insanity. There's a deck builder where you try to throw the best parties, there's a Western RPG, there's a game about making lines that's some of the hardest shit I've ever played, there's Mortal, which is the greatest game to ever exist, there's Mortal 2, which is... I mean, it's alright. There's not a single game on here that drops the ball. They truly are all quality. Getting to the end of a game or hitting a high score rewards you with a gold status on your game card, but you can also complete the unique requirement for each game to get a cherry. I have a feeling this will be a game I come back to for many years in an attempt to get every single cherry. Before Supergiant would go on to make Hades and Dionysus cock-watching simulator... Sorry, I meant Hades 2. They made a little game called Bastion. Bastion feels like a game completely locked in time, similar to Braid. That's a highbrow joke for the 3 people who've played Braid. Very emblematic of the 2011 era of video games, where people were doing weirdo shit and it was working. You play as the kid, thrust into some bizarro post-apocalyptic type scenario where the islands that make up the levels seemingly come up in front of you as you progress, and your main goal is to reach the end of each island to take their core and power up your hub world. Along the way, you'll deal with squirts, dirtbags, goobers, and ghouls, using multiple different upgradable melee and ranged weapons, along with a unique skill that's either tied to a weapon or just a separate activatable ability. It's not a long game. It's not going to be the most engaging combat you've ever played, as it relies a lot on dropping resources into the arena, and the singular level generation illusion might wear out its luster as you play more and more, but god damn it, like 7 people made this game, and one of them was Darren Korb, who is an absolute legend when it comes to music production. Nothing can take away the level of enjoyment that I have with this game, or the memories that I associate with it, and the team behind it should be proud to have such lovely beginnings that they turned into crazy success.
If this watch breaks, the foreign exchange market will take a 28% hit. I'm a real glutton.
The problem with gambling in real life is that you will eventually run out of money, but Balatro you only buy it once and I think you get infinite money, right? Balatro is a roguelike about making poker hands and using uniquely made jokers to pass a certain scoring threshold, and that's it. This gameplay loop for 200,000 hours is making this number beat this number using standard playing cards, augmenting them using jokers and unique effects, adding and removing playing cards from your deck, and leveling up your scoring multipliers. It's so insanely simple, yet so sneakily addicting with the way cards and jokers interact with each other, that I can't help but start up a new run the second I lose one. And I do lose, often. You only ever need to go up to Ante 8, which is at most 24 rounds of play, but I always choose to go into endless mode after that, because you can go so much further beyond 100,000 points. The different starting decks you can have, the skippable blind buffs, each unique joker and card and consumable that layer on top of whatever the boss blind might be, it's such a unique flavor of madness that I can't help but love. This game also got nominated for Game of the Year, as well as a mobile port, so I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one who has been deeply affected by the loss of productivity this game so strictly applies to your life. Alright, serious, genuine epilepsy warning for this next game, and this is not a bit. You should skip to the next game in the YouTube timeline or on this timestamp on screen now. You have 3 seconds. Alright, now then. Super fucking Hexagon is a game where you are this triangle. I first became aware of this game back in 2015 when I saw this YouTube video about the hardest games of all time, and let me tell you, that list also had Dark Souls 1 on it, which was a choice that was made. It's been an absolute joy losing my mind in this rhythm game? Platformer? Bullet to hell? Oh, psychological horror. As you need to hit specific time thresholds on each level to unlock the harder variant and eventually beat the game. The music and rotating levels almost encourage this trance-like flow state gameplay where you can ideally fully slip into it like Goku. When you can finally piece together how the level flows and how new obstacles get thrown your way, that's when you can truly see some high-ranking times. This is the same developer that made VVVVV and would later go on to make Dicey Dungeons, which are both great games and didn't make it onto this list because I don't hate myself, and I forgot that this one existed until the exact moment that I'm writing this out. Such is life.
Now that's comedy.
When developing Borderlands 1, I imagine the conversation at Gearbox went something along the lines of their development team wanting a complex looter shooter with unique feeling guns, diverse enemies, and cool vehicles, and then they tried to program it, it fucking imploded on itself, and then they shipped it out anyways. And let me tell ya, this slop is delicious. Borderlands is a game I've started maybe 10 times over the past 10 years, each one with the sense that finally, this time would be the one where I see what it's all about. I think this results in a self-fulfilling prophecy where I get bored of doing the opening area because I've done it before and therefore have less interest in playing it, thus making me drop it and not come back until I feel the need to start a new game. This time though was different. I chose to play on the Steam Game of the Year edition, which let me tell you, was an interesting decision on my part. I've never played a game that forcibly tries to provide aim assist from my mouse cursor. Also, what's the point of aim assist anyways when your crosshair doesn't even work? My bullets are like going over here half the time. Despite any issues that are a remnant of the time, like Claptrap never shutting the fuck up, I can kind of see past that and understand the extremely solid foundation that this game lays down. It's weird to say this about a Borderlands game, but this is pretty tame and low stakes all things considered. The weapons never really get crazy, the bosses never really blow me away, the upgrade trees seem pretty one note on paper, and in regards to the character that I leveled up, they were pretty underwhelming. And the general pace of the game, from the traversal to the things that are being told during quests, never seem to matter. Also, how about you design a car that I can move independently from my mouse cursor, John Borderland? You don't have the slidey physics that Halo does to get away with this shit. Despite all of that, there's just something about exploring the world and driving vehicles with shitty controls and shooting guns that don't go where I'm aiming that you really can't capture in games nowadays. It's almost charming in a way. There's not many other games that can match even the base level of absurdity in Borderlands 1, and it's able to keep that train going all the way to the end credits. Looking forward to how the next games improve on this foundation, and hopefully they figure out the aiming part. It's like Skyrim, actually. Check out my new hat.
That's a bucket.
Yeah. Larian Studios is a games company I had not even heard of up until late August of 2023, when I was finally societally pressured into playing Baldur's Gate 3. And that was worth the investment there. But this segment of the video isn't about that fucking game. Who cares? I'm interested in playing as an undead and dying instantly. Another fantastic entry in Larian's CRPG catalog, Divinity Original Sin 2 sees you shooting, casting, bleeding, and water ballooning your way to the true state of divinity that everyone's chasing in this world, where simply casting spells has the chance to draw void creatures to your exact location. Your turn and what you're allowed to do are dictated by these pips, which also allow you to cast higher level spells in Wizard 101. They're very versatile in that regard. They function similarly here, as each action you could take in combat, from attacking to movement, costs a certain number of pips, and spells can go on cooldown, forcing you to weave them carefully. It's a unique system in comparison to the action bonus action system that D&D 5e implements, especially when you take into account the skills you gain upon level up, the source magic abilities you're eventually able to cast, and each stat you invest in for your damage type. Each character being fully voice acted is also very appreciated, and makes departing from the more intimate camera angles that I'm used to a bit easier. The battlefield is still extremely interactive and relies way more on different liquids, either on weapons or on the ground. Even the class that I started with had abilities related to sucking up blood on the ground to either heal or do damage. The depth of this game's combat is quite extensive, but you wouldn't gather that after running through the opening on Tactician, because this game is also hard as hell, to the point where most of the footage you're seeing is from my third playthrough on classic difficulty, where I scrambled to try and get out of Fort Joy by stealing and finessing my way through the place. This game really goes to show that you can make Dragon Age Origins as many times as you want in any fashion you'd like, and I will play it because I'm a droid.
After that heated battle, we are finally ready to crown the winner of tonight's tournament. I present to you...
Not so fast, good captain. I've yet to show my hand.
This motherfucker don't miss.
At the time of scripting this video, Rebirth is exclusively available on the PS5, and thus it breaks the rules of needing to be in this Steam list. To that, I say...
Oh yeah? Well, watch this.
I assume it will be on PC by the time you're watching this, just like every other first-party exclusive Sony tries to hold on to, but currently, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is the game to buy the console for. And also Astrobot, which isn't in this video, but it's really good, but still not in this video, sorry. Final Fantasy VII Remake, to briefly recap, is the first 5 hours of the original PlayStation 1 game, but remade in this modern look. Rebirth is the whole open world part of the game brought up to that standard, and also Kate Sith is there. This game, with the sheer scale and scope of its content, makes the one that came before it look like a beta test. I am staggered by the amount of content in this game and how it feels like it never ends, yet somehow feels like every step you take is still making progress towards the credits. The combat is insanely good, with the addition of new skills and characters and party progression to unlock things like limit and synergy attacks, and there's a huge array of summons and magic and ability materia that you can link to each other, and materia that's combos of other ones and unique weapon skills, and you can play a card game within the game. This game has like 400 separate music tracks, and that alone is one of the most insane things I've ever heard done for a video game, outside of like the developers of Cuphead betting their house on the game being good. There are instances of mini games and areas that don't work as well as I think they should, as well as the platforming in general, with the game being very hopping-esque without a real dedicated jump button. That being said, there's so much good here that I think it's worth the time investment. The boss fights, the objectives out in the world, the side quests. Hell, I could dedicate a video of this length just to talking about the card game that exists within this game. That's the level of depth that we're talking about here. Actually, that sounds like a pretty good idea. What if I just did that right now? So the optimal Queen's Blood starter is not mid-soldier. You actually go Cactuar in the top left corner, depending on whether or not your deck is suited to sacrifice, because then you could just run this crazy guy instead. Personally, I used to run an Ifrit buff deck designed to win by getting 1,000,000 points. But after that, you could essentially... Yeah, this game's pretty good. If there's one thing you gotta know about me, it's that I actually don't like platformers that much. Platformers as a genre, seemingly, are full of my least favorite part of gaming, which is having to waste my time moving in a virtual space. Even games that could slot into that platformer sphere that I do enjoy, like Hollow Knight and Dust, I do so because of combat and the progression affecting the world around you, as well as your character. That said, I went into Ori with an open mind, ready to simply experience what was laid out in front of me. And I actually think I died more in the first hour and a half of this game than I did in all of Hollow Knight. The one word I can assign to this game is fluid. Everything about it from the moment you boot it up is fluid, from the animations to the platforming to the combat. Well, maybe not the combat, actually. There's no confusion about what you need to do or where you need to go once you get past the first 10 minutes. And what you get to experience is a solid platformer with a create-your-own checkpoint system that makes me realize I'm terrible at learning to save my game, so I get caught in loops of dying because I only have 1 HP. I've never encountered a game that has the spell currency be the same as how you save your game, but credit where it's due, it's a unique idea for sure, even if it does result in me having to do one section over and over and over again because I don't have any more save currency or any more spells to deal with these enemies. In terms of how the world is connected, I think it's pretty par for the course, and apparently with the definitive edition, they added these fast travel spots, which help substantially. My main critique is that sometimes this game is fucking stupid. Now, I am fully aware that I'm bad at platformers, obviously, but some of the shit they expect you to do in this game does not make sense to me. Either because it's not visually indicated well enough, the game is unclear about what mechanic you should be using here, or you're just going the entire wrong way and won't know till you pick up the map fragment. All of these issues get exacerbated when you do these dungeons to unlock a new effect in the world, each one ending in an escape sequence that, after the first one, kinda wears out its welcome. My least favorite thing to see in the whole game is this message, while the room looks like this. That said, I think the thing that actually made me change my mind on platformers when going through both this game and Hollow Knight was how much of the game opens up to you after just a couple of major upgrades. You've got like 3 more offshoots you can go down now that you have a double jump, and if you have a double jump and a dash, you can get to nearly every area of the game if you know what you're doing. That feeling of being able to go up to a wall that was impassable before, or break down a piece of the floor that leads to an area you didn't even know about, that's where the dopamine hits my brain for these games. And maybe I should play a Metroid game.
Me too. You're so lucky you don't have big boobs, White. They get it the worst.
Neon White is a game about going as fast as possible even during the cutscenes. On the ground throughout each level are cards, and each card that you can find is either a gun with a unique firing mode or a movement tool. The game is built around this system for everything from its standard levels to the boss fights. The gameplay encourages you to have insane snap reactions, explore the level for shortcuts, and get your time down more and more and more until you get the gold medal. I hear there's apparently 1 medal above this, but I think you're lying, actually. Your base moveset is relatively simple, all things considered, but the environments laid out in front of you are pretty fun to play around in and figure out some wacky shit. This game supposedly has cutscenes in it. I wouldn't know, and if you know what's good for you, you wouldn't want to know either. If you're a freak like me that likes music that goes like this, then you'll love the soundtrack for this game. If you aren't like that, and have somehow managed to make it this far into the video regardless, then hi Dad, nice to see you, thanks for taking a break from Battlefield to watch this, much love. If you're looking for something to fulfill the high-octane movement shooter gameplay, but ULTRAKILL is proving too hard, then this could definitely fill in the gap for you. If you beat any of my times, I will never upload a video again. You can decide whether that one's a warning or a challenge, I guess.
All our food keeps blowing up.
That donkey be damned, he does at least know how to pick 'em. Animal Well is a game where you explore a well populated by animals. Who the fuck wrote this? Walking around this huge map, you're really encouraged to slow down and look at everything, but for me, that usually means staring directly at the map. This game is not meant to be hard, it's not meant to be overly complex or convoluted, it's here to give you a satisfying experience walking through this space and interacting with all of the unique animals around the well. The chinchilla follows you and helps you jump up to places. The iguana eats you. The fish shoots out bubbles. Eventually you get a bubble wand that allows you to gain infinite height. But now there's this fucker hummingbird that keeps popping your bubbles, and it just keeps building and building and building, yet never at a pace that it feels like you're being overloaded with information. It knows exactly what it wants to be, like a slice of carrot cake. The people who take the time to seek this game out and truly attempt to experience what it has to offer will be rewarded with some of the most enjoyable puzzle solving and exploration since Cocoon. And what's fucked up about that is that Cocoon is actually later in this video. We haven't gotten there yet. When it comes to game mechanics that I personally enjoy, the list for me would look something like being able to press buttons in advance to do actions while you're doing something else, also known as action queuing, visible in many games like the hit MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Being able to cancel out of actions with other actions is also a plus. Pressing a button to counter parry, either off of a visual or audio cue, and then getting a big follow-up reward, like in a fighting game, as well as some other games in this list that we'll discuss later. Engaging risk-reward gameplay that permeates throughout all aspects of my game to make it feel like my actions have weight to them, be it in the story or the moment-to-moment stuff. Sekiro Shadows Die Twice is able to satisfy basically all of these for me, so ideally it should be the best game I ever played, right? Yeah, as it turns out, it's pretty fucking good. This guy does not care. Sekiro demonstrates an excellent level of precision with game design, which could sound like a lot of buzzwords just thrown around to increase word count if you haven't played it. This is a Dark Souls fighting game where they trick you into thinking that the enemy health bar is right here, when in reality it's up here. Every single parry, attack, thrust encounter, and Goomba Stomp work towards breaking the posture bar, and when it fully fills and staggers the boss, it grants you a death blow to instantly take out one of their health bars. Your defense becomes your offense if you do it enough, and your offense will have to seamlessly flow into your defense if you want to keep it up. This graph I made lays out the game flow perfectly, where you hit them until you get a reaction, like they dodge away your counterattack, respond accordingly with either a parry, jump, or Makiri counter, then take the momentum from your counter to their counter, and restart the cycle. Repeating this process adds stagger until you either mess up or break their posture. What this results in is an extremely dynamic combat system that makes you pay way more attention to not only what you're doing, but what the individual actions of your enemy are. Take this attack, for example. Depending on what part of the fight you're on, this symbol for an unblockable attack can either mean a sweep or a thrust, and the correct response for each of these is wholly unique from each other. There isn't really a proper dodge angle that covers both of these. This is a true option select 50-50 like in a fighting game.
I'm gonna block this whack ass mix up.
The way this game naturally teaches you these things throughout the other bosses you fought up to this point is exceptional, and shit, man, I just want to keep playing this game. Go try it out. There's a reason it won Game of the Year all those years ago. I finally get it.
What kind of fucking McDonald's has a message? What do I say? I want a burger tomorrow?
A puzzle game about robot girls and shooting homophobes, Signalis is a game wildly out of left field for what I would normally play. Puzzle games for me, I've always had a negative association with after I was traumatized by the I Spy Spooky Mansion PC game. But thankfully, this game is much more like Resident Evil, which isn't a scary franchise at all. The atmosphere in this game is absolutely immaculate, and it's helped quite significantly by the music, which uses a lot of low tones and off-putting notes to really fuck with you, even when doing something as safe as saving your game. 6 inventory slots is the name of the game, even though you thought the name of the game was Signalis. You really gotta be on your toes with this video. I think the original Resident Evil had it perfect with 8 slots on Jill. You still feel limited, but not excessively so like I do here. 6 is a number that makes backtracking more of a requirement and less of a way to reduce inventory stress, especially with the later puzzles that have you basically keep track of a full deck of cards. Fighting every enemy will quickly lead to you being caught with no shotgun ammo staring down a room full of goober monsters, so it's best to survey which rooms actually have meaning to your puzzle solving and which ones exist to dole out free hugs. Even if I find these puzzles to be pretty nonsensical, like why is there a key item in the incinerator? Oh, it's because that's the fire key. I should have guessed that one. That's fair. I still respect the overall mood and atmosphere that these puzzles are presenting to you, and it's not like anything in the Resident Evil franchise makes sense. It's a great game, but one that I personally didn't gel with. I just think this style of horror doesn't do it for me.
Death to Kronos. Death to Kronos. Death to Kronos? Whatever. Death to Kronos.
What is everyone's infatuation with that stone?
Hades 1 was a game that once made me spend 3 days in a row slithering out of bed into my gamer chair, playing it for 12 hours while only occasionally getting up for a can of Mountain Dew, only to slither back into bed to do it again tomorrow. It is one of 14 games that I've gotten every achievement on prior to this backlog experience. So when it comes to the sequel, I have pretty high expectations. I also have high expectations of getting kidney stones again, much like that routine did to me previously. I wanted 3 major things from Hades 2. Enjoyable interactions and writing, even more bombastic improvements to their boon system, and for every single weapon to be fun. I played this section before the full release, but even now in this quote-unquote early access state, it nails all of these for me. Having beaten both routes, I can say that even in areas where it technically comes up short, I still think it nails what it set out to do. Yeah, not every weapon is fun, and maybe that's an unrealistic expectation looking back, but beyond that, the new Gathering and Cauldron incantation systems that feed into perma-progression are always giving you something to work towards. The new areas are pretty cool and all feel wholly distinct from one another. The boons and upgrades you get are always hopeful and pretty run-defining, and Poseidon is there. I've played a lot of roguelikes for this list, but I think of them all, Hades 2 does the best job of making the player feel the most powerful, even if I think the first game has better unique weapon aspects, but we don't have to talk about that. Most upgrades, either for your weapon or yourself, are very smartly designed in terms of effects and percentages, to the point where stacking a lot of them becomes very visually noisy, but extremely satisfying. Between the increasingly complex systems, the new way the heat system works, fun weapons, awesome boss design, and an extremely compelling story hook of a Greek legend where you just have to kill Kronos for eternity, Hades 2 is a near flawless game, just like its predecessor. Although, I say nearly, because I do have one critique. Each run goes pretty long. Up to an hour real time from game start to beating either route feels like a little too much to me. Maybe it's because I want to listen to every bit of dialogue, which ends up adding a substantial amount of time, but it makes doing repeat runs a little harder to justify unless you wake up at 3 in the morning. I guess you could say that time really is the enemy here. This video's never fucking coming out.
I just woke up in a fucking steaming mood, yeah? Because I live in a shithole! It's full of dickheads! I fucking hate it!
Alan Wake 2 is a rhythm game set in the City of Happiness where everyone gets along and hangs out in the sun. I definitely have this game on Steam and therefore qualifies as a game we can talk about. There's no war in Ba Sing Se. The first Alan Wake is a surreal experience analyzing the fractured mind of a writer who hangs out on a creepy lake that steals his wife and traps him in hell. If you think any part of that sentence is fake or doesn't make sense, welcome to Alan Wake 2. A dual narrative story, hence why there's a 2 in the title. Half of the game is played as Detective Saga Anderson, investigating a string of murders in the sleepy town of Silent Hill. Did someone mix these up? The other half is Alan Wake in this dark place, attempting to orient himself with what is going on, survive the dubious shadow creatures, and do this. I've never seen a studio so expertly able to leverage the most ridiculous sequences of a game I've ever played, and then 2 seconds later you're about ready to shit yourself. I started this game off thinking the puzzles were stupid and nothing makes sense about the story, and then I got dropped into a TV show focusing on an Alan Wake fan fiction where I used a full auto shotgun to kill people that were spouting that exact same critique. Then when the episode ended, Doja Cat jumped on the mic, and I thought to myself, this game might actually be the greatest thing ever made. Atmosphere is something that the original Resident Evil absolutely nails, and why today it has so much staying power, even as someone that's only just recently become acquainted with the genre. Here in Alan Wake, they played fucking jump rope with the atmosphere, and it works just as well as Resident Evil, funnily enough. Horror is inherently very goofy. People are getting dismembered, blown up, comically having things dropped on their head. The constant rubber banding between silly goofy time and horror exploration is so seamless pointless that I'm glad there's a game that explores this connection to such an absurd degree. The whole narrative about a writer in a video game on a TV show talking about a book starring the real-life guy who made Max Payne as a fictional detective is just the delicious cherry on top of this absolutely insane experience. Please take drugs before playing this. At your own discretion, of course. I can't be held responsible for you starting to see Shadow Men in real life. Ow, fuck, piece of shit. God damn it, you motherfucker, piece of shit. God damn it, get the fuck out. Anyways, I didn't even break a sweat. Ah, fuck it, god damn it. I fucking hate this piece of shit video game. It wasn't even close, really. Continuing with our theme of 2-type games, Warhammer Space Marine 2 is a game about killing bugs, being bros, pressing the parry button when you hear any noise, and being rewarded with the most fucked up bug dissections that computers can generate. The tech here to generate said swarming bugs was also used in the World War Z game, but me personally, I'm more a fan of a World War ZZZ. It's very much a Pokemon Sleep type game. The act of shooting guns feels extremely powerful, and the game is at its best when you're walking through these extremely cool looking environments that are immediately drowned out in favor of the visual noise of gunfire, the audio design of the shooting and the bugs and the voice acting. It is an excellent symphony of destruction. Within 3 seconds, you'll execute a bug, shoot some traitor guy, parry some worthless minion, and then shoot another bug in the face. There is a story here about the main Marine from the last game, but I didn't play that one, and killing bugs is too much fun to focus on anything else. Every single mission, it seems like this guy tasks me with the most important pivotal battle that will turn the tide of the whole bug war, but also we can only spare 3 men. That's fine by me, but if we had 3 more, I could take down Oryx, who's the biggest bug of them all. I think that would do something. I don't know Warhammer lore, but this just seems like Deep Rock Galactic for 50-year-olds, and I can respect that. Boulder and Pebble or whatever. Alright. Oh god. Okay, this works. Fuck! Dead Cells has gotten 15 gorillion updates since I originally started playing it, and they've all made a substantial difference in pushing this game into the upper echelon of roguelikes. Between the crossover events, the quality of life tooltips that pop up, or the now seemingly endless amount of weapons, when I booted this game back up, I was told that we were on update 35, and that is insane. The puzzle pieces that made an enjoyable, replayable experience are all there, and they always have been to some degree, but the presentation here is absolutely exquisite, and it's been constantly refined as time goes on. The jars hanging out in the spawn room that show your perma upgrades, the different environments, biomes, and music, each door that you open and the ones that you don't are both enticing in their own respects, and the raw design of some of these weapons is just good. Like, of course I want to kick someone into a wall. That sounds awesome. Unique costumes for specific achievements, the ability to unlock something in your run and then instantly start using it, all coupled with a fun and exciting combat and navigation framework. There's a lot to do here, and a decently engaging combat system at base that really explodes with the right gear. It's also really goddamn hard.
You fucked it up.
I don't know what it does. I like how you led this whole segment off with saying you didn't do it right. I didn't even know what we were looking at.
I know. It's fun to... Oh, wait, no, that is just gaslighting, isn't it?
I can't believe we arrived there in real time. Immediately upon launching Borderlands 2, you discover that they have found way more of the color palette available to them and were not subjected to looking at gray rocks and sandy sand. Canonically, I played pre-sequel before this game, but you won't get to hear my thoughts on that one for about 73 entries. Borderlands 2 came out 3 years after the first game, and the level of improvement across the board from the story to the quest design to the weapons is extremely noticeable. Now, instead of making you collect 286 claptrap parts, they make you find Jack Black. Instead of driving one car in the same wasteland for 50 minutes, you have an excellently paced mission cadence with tailored areas for the quest. And instead of accidentally blowing yourself up like this, you very intentionally blow yourself up like this. You build a car that throws infinite acid barrels at people. There's this assault rifle that shoots missiles. The new refined upgrade trees actually give you perks that matter and are cool. The different playable characters are probably cool, but we both played Siren and stunlocked every boss in the game, so I can't really confirm or deny there. After playing through this game, I finally know exactly what didn't stick with me for the first one, and that's the fact that the original Borderlands isn't quite sure what it wants to be yet. It's trying to be a wacky wasteland adventure, but also takes itself way too seriously on multiple occasions for it to truly set. Whereas the whole adventure here is simultaneously extremely loose and upbeat with its tone, despite the actual events happening in the plot, and that's due to pretty great writing for both the suite of side characters and Handsome Jack. Sure, the million billion guns are cool and all, but I do still want actual reason to be shooting all these guys, and punching this dude in the face is a pretty good incentive. They've refined the gunplay so you actually shoot bullets where you're scoped in at, as well as toned up the insanity of these weapons in general. Each sniper or pistol or assault rifle you can find has a different feel to it. Even if two guns look similar, they probably don't fire the same. This is one game that my friends have played to death, and I can definitely see why, especially considering the additional playthroughs you can make on one character, and all of the changes that accompany that. I'm thoroughly satisfied with the amount of Borderlands in this Borderlands 2. It has at least 50% more than the first one. Guy who has only ever played Undertale playing another bullet hell. I'm getting strong Undertale vibes from this one. Zero Ranger is a shoot-'em-up bullet hell game, which, if you're unfamiliar with those genres, don't worry, you'll figure out the gist real quick once you start playing. In classic arcade style, the goal is less about never getting hit and more about being able to make it to the end before you run out of lives, and that is something that has never been a problem for me in any video game before. Zero Ranger stages are comprised of unique segments that you get graded on individually for things like time, amount of times hit, and total destruction. As you go through each segment and transition to the new one, the soundtrack evolves with you, and destroying each enemy on the screen rewards you with the speed up to the next section of the level with enemies. At least, that's just the simulation of the first level. The following level gives you a chance to apply that simulated knowledge across every stage with some additional tricks thrown in. The genre is not fit for everyone because, much like Super Hexagon, the level of focus required is probably too high stress for your average office job worker, but for me, your below average office job worker, this is perfect to spice up my life. If you enjoy high-octane action and testing reflexes in a fast-paced, speed-focused environment with tons of things to shoot and slice, I'll be honest, you'll probably like Neon White more because it's a little more forgiving, but for me, I like this one very much. It's very special to me.
I truly thought I would perish in a cooler way, though. Fighting at least 10 or 12 guys.
I'm not trying to kill you.
Oh.
FromSoft really hit me for a curveball on this one, especially when they renamed their studio to Aggro Crab and didn't call this game Dark Souls 4. The story of Another Crab's Treasure is that the goop from Tears of the Kingdom has gone undersea, so it's up to the tarnished warrior crab of legend to kill God. This is a very similar plot to the movie Finding Nemo, at least I think so, I've never seen it. The combat here is quite unique in a lot of aspects. For one, there's no stamina usage at all. The closest you'll get is a slow fall while you're in the water. Dodging, jumping, and attacking are limited only by the amount of frames it takes for each animation to properly finish before you can commit to another one. For another, your unique abilities, shield health, and type of roll between light, medium, and heavy are all dictated by your shell, which you can equip off the ground. This shell will absorb some damage on hits, all damage on blocks, and allows you to parry, much like my favorite game of all time, Balatro. Of course, you can go without a shell, which is the fastest roll, but also the most damage if you fuck up. I feel like this game is helping to push the genre in a positive direction by seeing where we can take the limiters off. Without PvP invasions to worry about, you could take away seemingly staple aspects like the stamina bar, which I think allows for very engaging combat. Not to say that Dark Souls combat isn't engaging, but that the stamina system makes each move you do more calculated and methodical, at least until you can outlevel the need to pay attention to it. With Sekiro, and now Crab Game, you can afford to be frantic when it comes to fighting these bosses because you have to be. I wouldn't necessarily say that the lack of resource management here is better, it's just a different experience, but it's one that I do enjoy. Adding on to that uniqueness, the levels here are pretty open and cleverly constructed with cigarette butts that act as guardrails along a trail of microplastics to your destination. This entire upper city is constructed out of plastic reusable cups, while the bottom is a cardboard fortress that you walk on CVS receipts to get between buildings that have doors made out of playing cards. There's a ton of NPCs, all with dialogue that's well written and funny. One of the accessibility settings is to give your crab a gun that one-shots anything in the game, so if you're stuck on some dickhead boss that you suck shit at fighting, just shoot him in the goddamn head. I knew this game was like Warhammer. Unfucking real. Tuah. Core Keeper is an underground survival game where you and your friends team up to make music together, fish, hatch eggs, and occasionally work towards fighting big enemies to hopefully find your way out of the two-dimensional space you find yourself in. The difference here in comparison to other survival games is that you're never allowed above ground, and interacting with the different aspects of the game will accordingly level you up with individual perk trees for each skill like mining, running, vitality, farming, what have you. Each skill has a perk tree with stat buffs that are very, whelming. At least initially, it feels dumb to invest skill points for 4% stat increases, but with each tree eventually giving you skills that help in combat, like gardening giving you poison, it can allow for different playstyles in the long run. It's interesting to see how this game takes the survival formula and stands separate from its contemporaries like Terraria or Project Zomboid, because these are all games that have you interacting from a singular, very limited perspective. It's just a matter of how wide we allow you to go. Terraria's width was exactly 1 block deep on the Z-axis and stretched that singular pixel width across its entire world. But here in Core Keeper, we've instead forbidden you from going vertically higher, and you're forced instead to explore this infinitely wide cavern. The last game I played in this sandbox style was the Calamity mod for Terraria, so going from this to this wasn't doing much for me initially. It does eventually get more complex as these sandbox games tend to towards the back end of the story fights, but the steps towards getting there are all too familiar. You go from your copper anvil to the tin to the iron and so on until we get armor or damage number that lets you survive the next boss, and then fuck it, we ball. All the while you're impeded by baffling mechanics like no additional spawns for passive mobs after creating your world, so even if you find a meadow where this mob could spawn, none of them actually did, so you need to find a different version of that biome in this big-ass playspace. If you're allowed to bring in mobs from a different world, then having them spawn in after world creation just seems like something you should also allow. Yes, I'm told that I didn't get wool. How could you piece that one together? Of course, there are a billion more things that can be done in this game sandbox, but I feel like I've gathered the gist of it. You wouldn't fault someone for thinking this is all Minecraft had to offer, even if there is a lot cooking under the surface. I give this game a repairable tool out of a Zelda weapon breaking system.
Wait a damn minute.
Video games very often make me feel very smart or like I'm succeeding at something, albeit something that doesn't matter in the long run. But I know when I drag everyone off the map as a shark.
Oh yeah? What if I eat you? That was insane!
Or kill 11 people back to back to back. Even if I'm not winning, I'm definitely succeeding. Cocoon is a game that conversely makes me feel like an idiot moron, probably because I haven't seen the movie Inception. You could pin that one on my parents personally, but Cocoon is a truly special type of game. Levels within levels within levels that are all beautifully crafted, with a gorgeous soundtrack and insanely detailed sound design. In Cocoon, even opening a door is something that the game treats as a grandiose achievement to be rewarded with spectacle. It's tough to avoid crossing the line between respecting the intelligence of the player and being annoyingly obtuse, but Cocoon does an absolutely masterful job at it. It rewards out-of-the-ball styles of thinking, and the premise itself is so cool that I can't even think of how a game like this would have existed before this day and age. There aren't many games like Cocoon, but none of them have the balls that Cocoon does. Do you get it?
Has that ever happened to you?
I don't know what was going on between my PC and this PC port of Bayonetta, but I was running into all sorts of messed up bugs. Cutscenes that don't load, multiple soft locks, and a pause menu that would never stop loading so I couldn't skip cutscenes for bosses that I died to, all of which yielded little to no results when looking into how to fix it. So, after about 2 hours of playtime and 2 more of troubleshooting, despite having fun with the game, I decided to swap this one out with Expedition 33. Now you may be asking, why not just try emulating the PS3 version, which is an excellent point. Expedition 33 is an RPG I have been aware of ever since I saw this clip inside of an article that said the developers were fans of Kingdom Hearts, Golden Sun, Persona, Final Fantasy VIII, and Tales of Symphonia. That's when I knew we were in good hands. This is a game composed entirely of banger tunes, insane visual landscapes, fucked up parry timings, and learning a lot of keywords. I'm talking you have to use chroma on your pictos so your Lumina points can allow your break effects in Virtuoso stance to deal extra crit damage on your gradient counters, that kind of game. Now, where other games would potentially try to hold you back from reaching fucked up levels of damage, like Persona 5 Royal not having weaknesses on some of the harder fights so you can't baton pass, Expedition 33 instead has to nerf this skill by 40% because players were using it to hit the integer limit on damage. Do you know how hard it is to max out a number counter on your PC? It took 1.5 years for them to do it in Balatro. Nearly every weapon and skill and equipable ability serves some sort of purpose to your build. And of course, the most important of them is the one that lets you gamble. Put this on every character and simulate gambling on every damage instance you do. That's what we've been missing in RPGs, I tell you what. When you're not engaging in battles, you're browsing one of the coolest looking worlds I've seen in any media outside of some of the more abstract stuff in Doctor Strange. There's a certain air of confidence about this game, like it knows every system it has to present here is worth your time to engage with, because it was built that way. There's no scrounging for potions or having to buy a camp to full heal. You could just refill on the go and get those refills back when you hit these flags, which also let you level up and allocate all your stats into luck. Do you see this number? Make this number 100 as soon as possible. You'll have a great time. Packaged within an excellent story with fantastic voice acting and a huge open world that feels like it has more meaningful interactions per square mile compared to something like FF7 Rebirth. And all this for the low price of like $40? That's what we call a Baldur's Gate type deal, in that I would have paid double for this one. Also, I'll bring it up again, this soundtrack is insane. They found this person on SoundCloud and paired them up with John Barry the Light himself. Hey, that reminds me, Devil May Cry 5 is a game that exists. We should run that.
I don't understand a thing in this game, bro. This game has done nothing but just confuse me, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand what's going on.
Devil May Cry 5 is a game about destroying bugs in the most insane, over-the-top combos possible, so really, this game is a lot like Warhammer. Maybe every game is a little bit like Warhammer. Maybe the real Warhammer was the friends we made along the way. The iceberg of depth that exists within this game's combat systems is staggering, and I wish that every enemy had 8 times the health so I could combo them for 8 times as long. Uppercuts, dashes, grapples, executions, combos with weapon swaps mid-combo, and bringing your opponent from the ground to the air and down again, all while holding down your guns to charge up a power revolver shot, doing whatever this shit is. Nothing in this game makes sense, and I love it anyway. You press this button to blow up your arm. Dante does this. It may not look like it because my guy is just standing right here, but I'm actually working very hard on this combo. And the entire time you're being hit with these insane themes that just want you to keep pushing forward and hit higher ranking combos on every boss in the game. When taken as a whole package, there's not a single game that focuses this much on making combat as fun and as deep as possible. I feel like you could give this game to 100 people and they'd all have a different way they enjoy doing combos. Go play this shit. It's so fun and you could beat it in less than a week, or beat it in one degenerate afternoon if you're feeling up for it.
This is all within the theoretical limits.
For my younger viewers in the audience, first off, don't use any of the words you've learned here, except for perjury. Definitely learn that one. That one's important. Second off, you may not remember a time when Valve actually made games in addition to developing Steam. Plus, the Steam branding was green back then.
Brother,
One of these games was Half-Life. This motion sickness-inducing collection of triangles tells the story of Gordon Freeman, who picks up a crowbar and attempts to survive a zombie alien infestation at the local Black Mesa laboratories. If you're anything like my friends the moment I clicked play on this game, you're probably frothing at the mouth and screaming at the screen, asking why I didn't choose to play Black Mesa, the Valve-approved remake of Half-Life 1. I wanted to experience the 1998 version of the game as the thing that put Valve on the map. This one says Half-Life on it, and this one says Half-Life 2 on it, so I'll play this one and then this one. Hope that works for you. If not, well, I can't hear you, so I'm gonna keep going. The Source Engine, or Gold Source as it was at the time, even in a form like this that's almost 30 years old, still feels enjoyable to interact with. Moving, shooting, NPCs, environments, and the destruction that comes from them, all this stuff that Gold Source does is like the epitome of a video game to me, good or bad. And much like Dark Souls 1, I'm impressed to find out how much of the foundation of what I love about other games in this engine was laid right at the start. Valve said they weren't impressed with innovation in the FPS genre at the time and wanted to create something that was more story-driven and less like a shooting gallery. I think they succeeded here. Even all these years later, this game is still just interesting to engage with, which is another reason I chose it over Black Mesa. A lot of subtle design choices go into basically every moment of gameplay. It's fascinating how this game is developed. Check out the documentary for the 25th anniversary if you're interested in game design or theory. Critiquing a game that's literally older than I am does feel a bit strange, but I'm gonna do it anyway. For starters, this game is rather confusing at times, although I'm willing to chalk that up to a byproduct of being a groundbreaking first-person shooter working to weave a narrative into your game alongside new forms of gameplay, and it's nothing you can't get used to. Just takes a bit to rewire your brain to walk around breaking everything when you feel like you're stuck. Also, the guns, while effective, don't really feel like guns. This engine is a modified variant of Quake, so I'd expect the guns to have a little more impact or feel to them, but they just don't feel right when I click. They spout bullets and explosives, and said projectiles hit enemies and do damage, but none of that process feels correct to me here. I mean, not that I've played Quake to really compare, but I hear it's good. Could be personal preference, play it yourself and decide, or, you know, play Black Mesa. I can't convince you otherwise. I'm just pixels on your screen right now. And one day, this video will be one of the only reminders of what little legacy I leave behind on this godforsaken earth. All in all, solid game, solid crowbar, solid Valve.
Yeah.
She's down! Climb on her back! How the fuck are we gonna manage that? Oh, a bit like this. There, that's your
You don't. I just shoot her from the front.
Of course. They literally have yellow paint on the final boss to direct you to where you need to go. I'm gonna lose my fucking marbles. Make no mistake here. I've been accustomed to bad dialogue hot off the heels of 10 years of Destiny playtime.
I didn't even know someone with the Traveler's Gift could die. Until they did.
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
That wizard came from the moon.
Shut the fuck up! Shut up!
But all of that was held up by the gunplay and ability usage within. Borderlands 3 is, unfortunately, very similar.
Hey, Joe! Looks like we interrupted your sad times.
Hey, that was all me. I mean, I know that you thanked me, though, but yeah, it was all me. I'm gonna stick around. The ship is tight.
You haven't used your... You've had an epicenter this whole time?
Oh, why are you judging my fucking inventory? What I am not using? I don't know what's what. Anytime I play a Borderlands game with you and I loot shit, it's all. Anytime you're looking at my screen, you're always like, you've had the Gloop Shitter 5000 in your inventory this whole game, and you haven't thought to equip it once? Didn't you know that gives you 8% more crit chance? Extremely well done gameplay with a drop rate system designed around catering to a single father of 17 who has about 3 microseconds every year to play a video game. Borderlands 3 is home to some of the most atrocious examples of bad writing I've seen in a long time. It's like if Earth Defense Force was trying to be Mad Max and also wanted to talk about pooping and farting every 5 minutes. Thankfully, between all that, there's an excellent curation of guns here that all offer a pretty unique way to play every time you pick up a new gold weapon. The leveling system on each character is also pretty cool, as you now have 4 unique action abilities to choose from as opposed to 1 per character like the last game. And alongside each perk, you can add additional augments for whatever your chosen ability is. All this set to extremely visually impressive cityscapes and jungles and caverns. It's quite a spectacle to run through and shoot stuff. Positives aside though, for what is supposed to be the culmination of the 3 other Borderlandses I've played up to this point, I'm kinda upset how much stuff they really missed the mark on here. Legendaries dropping too often is fine if you're a designer who wants to make a shit ton of crazy stuff, but for a player, it makes anything lower than gold basically not worth picking up, which I assume they knew since they added this auto sell toggle. Plus, with the amount of stuff that drops, I feel like there aren't nearly enough enemies to test all of them on. Which is a shame, but at least it gives you the chance to look at these great environments that clearly have a ton of care put into them. It feels like every aspect of this game is made in a way that thinks you're stupid. The story is dumbed down and uses extremely simplistic language with childish humor. The gameplay objectives are never particularly engaging or memorable outside of one setup for a joke. And when you do get to run the gameplay, they throw a third of the expected enemies at you, shower you in gold loot drops, and there's hardly anything worthwhile off the beaten path. The DLCs remedy this substantially, but for the base game that most people will be buying unless you get the Pandora's box on discount like I did, this is just not a worthwhile experience. I joked before playing this that I would turn the dialogue off and read the whole game through subtitles, but having played it now, I realize I should have downloaded this mod that lets you skip it altogether. The gunplay is solid enough to make it an overall more enjoyable experience than Borderlands 1, but I would rather collect 5,000 claptrap parts than listen to another joke about abs or how good somebody's butt looks. I wasn't sure what people wanted out of Borderlands 4, but if it's not like this, that'd be pretty fine by me. It's not like I'll be buying it anyways, Randy Pitchfork. I could marry a follower? Or ritualistic pit fight or unlock marriage. The pit fight sounds kinda fucking hype. Half roguelike dungeon crawler, half Sims town management, all ritual sacrifice, Cult of the Lamb is about coming back to life as an unholy abomination that's full of evil, malice, hate, and vitriol. Just the most fucked up guy you can imagine. And enlisting a cult to help you dethrone these big boys. The dungeon crawler half is your typical slash down the bad guys, find the currency to buy the big buffs that help you kill progressively bigger guys, and get resources. But the town builder aspect utilizes anyone you rescue from the dungeon to gather resources, hold sermons, and maybe do a little sacrifice. As a treat. Since you're always flipping between these 2 gameplay modes, the rewards that you can get are helping to keep you in the feedback loop. I want to explore the dungeon so I can make my town better so it's easier to explore the dungeon more, and so on. In a similar vein to some of my favorite games of all time, the Dark Cloud series,
Project Dark Cloud should go down without a hitch.
Dark Cloud? Is that what I'm calling my plan? Dark Cloud?
This routine of always getting materials that help you in some aspect of play is extremely nice, and it helps to make time pass by faster than any other roguelike in this video. This is kinda what I expected Animal Crossing to be with the way some of you goobers talk about that franchise. If I had to give critique, I don't entirely vibe with the angles that you play a good majority of this game at. It feels like I'm always in the wrong layer of Photoshop, and I will not elaborate on that further. But there is a sizable amount of content here, and with all the updates we've gotten since launch, not only can you have a friend tag along, but also they officially added in sex to Cult of the Lamb. We've done it! Sex update is real. Apparently, Amogus isn't funny anymore?
I think the people that say that aren't funny anymore.
What the fuck? What? Sir? Ah! Rude as fuck. Ah! That was fucking terrifying. CULTIC is a boomer shooter like ULTRAKILL and Doom, which means that this game is about blowing up the resident cultist population. After you wake up from your grave, you're given a hatchet and allowed to go to town in an insanely unique and artistic worldscape. It's both a blessing and a curse that it's so visually distinct from a lot of other games on this list, but sometimes I just can't tell what I'm looking at. You can throw TNT and shoot it to blow it up. You can throw Molotovs and axes at people. You could shoot a hanging lamp and burn the floor and the lamppost it's on. Or you could just shoot them. No need to get fancy with everything we do here. When I played it, I only had access to the first chapter, but it was very good at bouncing between boomer shooter, kill everybody like you're God, and baby hiding in a cave because he's scared the music turned off modes. I played it on hard, and I spent a lot of time at the max regen threshold because this game is pretty hard. Oh, that's probably why they call it that. I wish there was some form of health gain via aggression system like glory kills or blood from ULTRAKILL. The best we've got is small health kits on kills sometimes. That said, this is the only game I know of that allows you to kill someone with an eyeball besides Tears of the Kingdom, which is a very exclusive club to be a part of. And ammo is on the other end of the spectrum. It's plentiful and varied, so you will always have something to shoot people with. If more content and chapters have been released since I played this, I'd be willing to wager that if they're even close to the level of quality that I played, you'll have a fantastic game on your hands. Either way, this is a fantastically made game if it wasn't obvious from the moment you saw it look like this. All I can ask for is some sort of horde or endless mode, maybe with random amounts of ammo drops between each wave, so you're constantly flipping through whatever weapon has ammo in it. Maybe I'm just addicted to cyber grind. Hey, speaking of cyber-related things.
Time we were on our way, mamita. Holy shit, V. I wasn't sure we'd walk out in one piece.
Thanks, Jack.
Fun fact, on the release week of this game, despite our list of games that we like being so vastly different, my father, my brother, and I were all playing Cyberpunk without having communicated that we would be to each other. We were all, I imagine, equally disappointed with the release variant of Cyberpunk 2077, and I haven't been back to it since. Melee combat was janky, I couldn't retry any stealth sections because the game permanently registered my stealth state as broken even when I reloaded, and enemy detection felt egregiously annoying to deal with. Playing release Cyberpunk was the first time I felt gaslighted by the media I was consuming, like the negative experience I was having was somehow my fault. Actually, that's not true, I also felt that way about the first Venom. So for this playthrough, to truly test how good the game has gotten since, I picked very hard and ran a melee stealth build focused on throwing knife poison kills or pulling out a sword and mantis blades when I got noticed. And after taking the time to play back up to where I had previously stopped and all the way past it, there is a ton of stuff here that I didn't give credit to originally. It's still not perfect, and I don't know if a world of this scale can ever truly be bug-free, but I think I'll have to compare when I get to The Witcher 3. I definitely think they won't be doing this. But my experience with the game was overall pretty satisfying, especially when getting over to the Phantom Liberty stuff. The side missions I did are all pretty good, and the gig jobs that are quicker and give out mainly money are nice and quick for a decent reward. Plus, I'm constantly given dialogue pop-ups that reflect my character build and background. There's so much customizability between all of your weapons and skills and sub-skills and traits and additional perks you unlock via being stealthy or being aggressive. I mean, look at this screen. This is just the cyberware you can install at one vendor. On the story side of things, I've always been a big fan of Keanu since he did this in John Wick, and he does not cheap out on the performance here. He is acting his pussy off. There are so many great characters that form a really compelling story for V, and I enjoy the feeling of going down the rabbit hole of another side story while I was chasing two more. Makes me feel like there's literally something around every corner. Although the world is so vast and full of stuff to do and choices to make, the combat itself feels a bit stiff and inflexible sometimes. I spec'd into poison throwing knives as my main method of range damage, and there were multiple times I felt pigeonholed back into using guns to take some enemy down, which I do consider a design failure to some degree. I think if you're gonna allow all these builds with all these perks, then they should at least be somewhat viable for every major fight in the game, or at the very least Phantom Liberty could have adjusted some of their encounters to be more melee friendly. This could be a byproduct of playing on very hard, or a general skill issue. You can vote on your phones at home. But when it worked and I was effortlessly moving through buildings with these powered up, expensive ass throwing knives, it made me feel very giddy. If Ubisoft Assassin's Creed Revelations Brotherhood flag is a $1 cheeseburger from McDonald's, then this is like getting a free large pretzel bun Baconator at Wendy's with your rewards points. It's the fanciest coat of paint I've ever seen on a slop meal, but after about 30 hours I had that realization where I was like, wait a minute, I'm playing another endless open world game, but this time with John Cyberpunk in my head calling me a fat. Honestly, if it takes that long for me to even begin thinking about the breadth of content in this game, then I say they have succeeded with what they set out to do. And if you're like me and hit this point, there's still like 70 more hours worth of content if you're enjoying yourself. So overall, still better than Grand Theft Auto 2. Is that what you're all waiting to hear? Let's just move on to our second bite of this CDPR burger. Hey, roll that Witcher joint.
Who are you?
The rogue you seek. Vladimir von Everett, brother to Olgierd.
Damn me up.
I cannot even scratch my stones.
If you asked someone like me what the best game on the market was during the era of 2015 to 2018, you'd often hear extensive praise of The Witcher 3. The first real Infinity game, even before the age of Fortnite, this was a game that put CD Projekt Red on the map for a large majority of people, and I can see now it's for good reason. The Witcher 3 takes what I enjoyed about the Mass Effect trilogy and expands upon it to an insane degree. The combat and ways to augment your character are built off of a satisfying and compelling story that always has you making impactful decisions. One thing that absolutely gets my gourd about recent games with impactful decisions like this is that most of the time, they just aren't. Telltale gets a pass because they were the first to introduce me to this idea, and I love them. Please let The Wolf Among Us 2 be good. Look in my eyes, Telltale. If this game sucks, I'll cry real tears and send them to your offices in a jar. The equivalency to draw here is to Skyrim, which has you take the mantle of the most important person in every single questline. You're the Dragonborn, who's the leader of the Thieves Guild and the Brotherhood and the Mages College and the Companion. Thanks to some expertly written dialogue and story quest lines, I feel like I'm fully in the shoes of Geralt, who is a very capable person, but simultaneously has his own ideals and isn't such a broad-sweeping protagonist that he thinks to do it all himself. And everything that he does is a direct result of what I wanted to happen. This is only ever untrue when interacting with cats. They all like me in real life, I promise you that. Far and away, Geralt has to be the most interesting protagonist I've controlled because he is extremely well written, witty, and at times, very funny.
Don't make me beg. More treats.
Show off.
It makes playing as him very fun and immersive. Speaking of fun and immersive, combat. Combat has a lot of inherent depth thanks to your Witcher sign spells being available right out of the gate, giving you shields, mind manipulation, and on-demand access to fire. As long as you change the camera position from the God of War perspective to the Dark Souls one, it actually makes dodging these attacks more manageable. The RPG elements of gear upgrades and management and the different potions and poisons you can make are all super in-depth and let you get weird with it. Proper build crafting and skill point management will eventually let you take on quests that are 10, 12, 15 levels higher than you are, and it's only partially helped by the fact that A, the stamina system is tied to the use of your magic signs instead of some stamina bar, and B, one of these signs will completely block one hit. This means that as long as you have the capability to deal even a little bit of damage and can dodge well enough to pop your barrier in between hits, there really is no level restriction for these quests. If it bleeds, you can kill it. Also, the way this game looks thanks to constant updates and free next-gen patches, do I even need to say it? This is an example that I constantly point towards as positive for the industry whenever an entity like Nintendo charges $70 for the privilege of running Breath of the Wild at 60 FPS. All of this packaged within a map that's bursting with side objectives and contracts and missions that all play out in their own storylines. It's probably the most dense RPG on this list, and we still got 10 Yakuza games to talk about. It's not all sunshine and rainbows though, as this game takes a minute to get going, and I found it to be quite difficult when first starting out, which eventually leveled off and came all the way back around to being too easy, even on the second highest difficulty, fighting monsters 10 levels higher than I am. Cranking it up to the hardest just made enemies take 3 times longer to kill. Could this wacky difficulty scaling be because I didn't know I had healing potions until about 8 hours into the game? The jury is still out on that one, but I will contest that there is a lot to understand about The Witcher 3 very rapidly, and I would expect everyone has some mechanics that slip through their gray matter. Yes, I'm aware of the irony of a guy with 300 hours and whatever the fuck goes on in Deadlock saying there's a lot to understand, but I don't think this slow start detracts much from the game package as a whole. It definitely made me apprehensive about booting it up to get through those early stages though. Maybe by the time this video releases, you could try The Witcher 4 and see if they've given Ciri an even bigger map to fuck around with. The scariest game to ever scare, besides Pajama Sam of course, Dead Space would eventually go on to inspire around 12 billion over-the-shoulder horror games where you explore a derelict spaceship, but none of them do it quite as good as this remake. It's interesting when you do a remake like this because someone like me would have no idea what's been improved over the 2008 variant without looking into it, but someone who's played that one might have an itemized list of things that suck about the game, and you somehow have to make a remaster with both types of schmuck in mind. In terms of what I like about this game, I was aware that the protagonist now has a voice, and he fits the overall theme of the game pretty well. I much prefer this to the silent alternative because I can have my own reactions to this fucked up game separate from what Isaac has going on, and history shows that's how we get the funniest lines in all of video games.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
There's no time. I'm going in. Maybe I can cut it loose.
The Leviathan has a 10-kiloton mass. Do you really need me to tell you this is a bad idea?
Well, I'm all out of good ideas, so guess what's left?
The resource management, ammo conservation, and powers you use intermittently are all done in a way that doesn't make you frustrated, which is a delicate tightrope to walk in this genre. Ammo, for example. If you're on hard difficulty and you're perfect with your unupgraded pistol aim, you can kill these basic enemies in 7 shots, and when you step on their corpse, they'll give you 6 shots back. The math presented to you doesn't work no matter where you slice it, so it's all about proper ammo management alongside clever melee use to get you to the next pre-placed batch of items, at least until you acquire some of the fancier guns that give you an immediate return on investment should you get lucky enough or position properly. On top of ammo, you're also managing your health and time freeze power charges, and you need to treat all of these as expendable. As you get money, you're presented with expensive weapon upgrades, on-demand ammo and health, or upgrade nodes to further yourself and your weapon stats. So the better you play, the less you'll need to buy replenishable resources, and can instead upgrade yourself and your weapons to help further you along. This is definitely way more of a horror action game than I was expecting, which isn't bad at all. It's just that for a setting like this, I was expecting something more like Alien Isolation or RE7 in terms of fear factor. After playing through all of this remake though, I think I prefer the action elements way more than fully leaning into the horror space. It just utilizes horror elements to bolster otherwise weaker aspects of the gameplay. The lack of enemy variety doesn't really matter because they're very creative with placement and timing of them. Beyond a couple obnoxious puzzles, there really isn't much to fault this game for. Oh, except performance. Even now, there's still an insane amount of stutter when you get to a new area of the ship or when you first boot the game, and I hear this is an issue with the console ports too. And I guess some of the side content doesn't make much sense, like what could possibly be waiting behind these executive doors when I have enough ammo in my super pistol to kill any boss in 3 magazines. Except this side quest. I like this side quest. This one's very imperative to the Dead Space lore.
Hey, get out.
Sleep tight, asshole.
The rat is an integral part of my strategy. Fallen Aces is actually my first experience with the immersive sim genre. I originally booted it up expecting a boomer shooter akin to CULTIC, and with similar ways that they handle their art style, it's not unreasonable to assume that. Fallen Aces, however, is a great example of how to design your levels to cater to every type of insane gamer, and I've only played while 1 chapter is available. When your quest step is just to get from point A to point B, you could do it by finding a proverbial key, hitting sick parkour, or swimming across the lake filled with sharks, which I imagine will be a choice in every single level going forward. Distract enemies by hitting a glass bottle and then karate chop them when they turn away, hit them with a roundhouse kick after unloading nails from your nail gun, or sneak by them altogether. There really are a deceptive amount of things you can do cooking under this surface. The atmosphere and art style here help substantially as well, with cutscenes being done in the style of a comic book, and that same general style across the entire game world. It really gives gives you the impression of meticulous attention to detail on the behalf of this development team. I think a lot of my frustrations with this game were off the back of expecting something entirely different, like the 3 weapon slot restriction. Boomer shooter protagonists usually have bottomless pockets and a BFG stored in their ass for emergencies, so Fallen Aces took some time to get used to and had me focus on a more methodical, stealthy playstyle, up until it, stopped being much of either of those. I'll tell you what, it's an interesting enough gameplay style to get me to want to try Deus Ex, so Deus Ex fans, rise up! It's another game that's technically unfinished at the time of me playing it, but even still, I give Fallen Aces an emphatic recommendation if you enjoy being a tough guy who's walking here, hey, forget about it!
I'm curious to see if it triggers any of those Ratatouille moments.
Oh my god! I hate my parents. I want to go outside. Oh my god, Final Fantasy IX is the best game ever made.
Final Fantasy games are all about groups of random thieves, mages, warriors, and horny-ass clerics who happen to end up on a journey to save the world together. And Final Fantasy IX is the epitome of that trope. Starting off as a member of the gang of thieves Tantalus, aiming to kidnap the Princess of Alexandria, things quickly take a turn as the princess desperately requests that we kidnap her, which is very convenient. From there, it's a catapult straight into the adventure to discuss ideas of what it means to be friends with someone, your true role in society, managing the ever-encroaching threat of death, expectations of your daily life, and oh my god, so many random fights. I just want to walk for 2 seconds without being interrupted by a frog. I've got a lot of respect for all the different ways this game sets out to impress you, with excellent character writing for our main cast, a fun and engaging lot of side content, and Chocobo Hot and Cold is there too, and a consistently engaging experience throughout all 4 of its discs. Since this is in an era of Final Fantasy games right before voice acting, your reading words per minute is directly tied to the game's runtime. And it also correlates to large penis size. There is a whole host of insane depth waiting to be uncovered throughout every piece of this game. Just off the top of my head, I know that calling a Moogle in the overworld and specifically saying you don't want to save gives you a unique line. No spot showcases this better than the Festival Monster Hunting minigame. If you want to get a high score on this festival, you had to have rolled a 6% chance at stealing a dagger on the first enemy in the game in order to craft this big boy. I had to lose an hour of progress to get it back, and it saved me a whole 500 gil from having to buy another one, so feels good. All of this is perfectly wrapped up within the tried and true JRPG formula of reviving someone just for them to immediately get targeted before you get to heal them back up to full health. It's magic, really. The worm in my brain has been fed on years of Pokemon and is preconditioned to like turn-based combat, but between the front and back row system, the ability point management, the unique trance effects and commands of each party member, and the timing element to how turns are structured in combat, FF9 actually has elements of so many different games I've enjoyed in the genre over the years, including the dumbass minigames. That's a staple. You gotta have a minigame that controls like dog shit, but also requires you to find a precise 4x4 pixel grid. You hit a certain point on like disc 3 where the game starts to really open up to you and you begin to understand the scope of the side quests and the minigame rabbit holes that scale up your abilities infinitely and leveling up your chocobo and their dig ability. It's all so much deeper than you might initially expect. It's a bit weird to me asking for a dream remaster of a video game, but this one is definitely a game I'd love to see get a similar treatment to FF7. And maybe Chrono Trigger too. You can make a 30 to 50 hour game within just the first disc and a half. That's not a challenge, Nomura. Actually, it is. Go nuts. Playing this game on modern hardware with achievements and gorgeous backgrounds, shout out Mogiri mod, was a very lovely experience except for this achievement which sucks ass, and I even managed to time this playthrough perfectly with the 25th anniversary of the game. So just like with Half-Life, I had a whole host of content to look at once I finished the game. I'm glad I was finally able to put a cap off on this game experience that I've been trying to complete since I was like 12. It's good to know that throughout most of the history of dumb character names for a Final Fantasy game, we'll never be able to top Dagger. Fucking Dagger?
And you keep Clive safe.
Even flow. A full 23 years after the previous entry in our list, Final Fantasy XVI is wanting to tell a substantially more complex story with deeper characters, motivations, plot points, and way fewer random encounters, which is an innovation that's truly 23 years in the making. With way more powerful graphics comes way more powerful gameplay, except Clive, our main character here, doesn't know what it means to take a turn, so he makes the game real-time action instead. The opening hour of this game is insane. You go from fighting a goblin in a town a little ways away to... your entire family getting killed, and now you're a bird who has to fight a fire demon underneath the castle with the best song they made in the past 4 decades blaring in the background. This is like the least surprising thing this game has to offer. A large factor of this game is the story and how compelling it needs to be for everything else to work, which isn't something that occurred to me until a few hours in when I realized how much they were investing on crafting a narrative here. While the big battles between icons are hype and full of aura, I feel as though the ball was dropped with character writing and overall plot elements. Especially after just playing Final Fantasy IX, I feel like that game tackles similar themes and morals more effectively without the need to beat you over the head with them in dialogue. A lot of the problems in this game get solved because Clive is really strong, which in a vacuum is fine. But after the 4th plan he makes is, we're gonna land here, walk inside, and blow it up again, then I start to care less about the individual elements of the story and more about blowing things up. At least Clive gets to yell a lot, so that's good for him, I suppose. Mixing and matching your different icon powers and hitting huge numbers on a staggered boss are tons of fun. The huge scale of the battles they let you do are cinema, and the side quests are in the game. One of them gives you a chocobo apparently, but I don't need that shit. Channeling the abilities of all these huge creatures that represent different elements like wind, lightning, earth, and nukes lets you weave some pretty cool combos together. It's almost as cool as Kingdom Hearts 2. If Clive had access to like 4 other limit breaks, then maybe we could get there.
Kingdom Hearts 2 has screwed us again.
I played this on a pretty beefy PC and still ran into performance issues in some of these larger towns, which from what I hear is also a problem on the console version of the game. It's annoying but not game-breaking until combat starts to look like a middle school PowerPoint presentation. A great time all in all, probably even better with the DLC that lets you eat a big fish icon as well. Bye-bye. Guess what? Bye-bye. The God of War games are the most movie-like on this whole list, and that's extremely rich to hear coming off the heels of 2 Final Fantasies. The journey to climb a mountain with your son and scatter the ashes of your deceased wife is quite compelling, even if I wasn't playing as this fucking tank of a man.
We make a piece of the chisel and be gone before they even notice. Uh-oh. Yeah.
The puzzles slow the game down quite substantially for me because I feel like even at 1440p on an OLED monitor, I'm still having to get up close and start squinting to see where the hell these runes are, just so I could get a chest that has 1/3 of a health upgrade in it. Do you see what I mean about slowing down the pacing? The combat is sick in every sense of the word. And I also quite enjoy the armor and weapon upgrade system, even if it feels like they sometimes just drop these upgrades in your lap, because it makes me feel like I'm not beholden to spamming the same button in the same way, even against different enemies. A lot of the side content is stuff that I actually did want to seek out and do more of because of the excellent performances by Christopher Judge and Sonny Soljic. The lack of enemy variety and overuse of puzzle mechanics start to wear out their welcome towards the middle of the game, and I did find myself choosing to push towards the rest of the main story all in one go. All in all though, an extremely solid showing. Looking forward to what the next game has in store for me.
No, it's not letting you up there because that's a helipad and you have your rotor on the wrong way.
Oh yeah, okay, that's fair. I didn't realize they covered those logistical differences. Because they'll let me up these stickers. Yeah. Excuse me.
Excuse me, can you open the door for me?
Excuse me. Girl Scout cookies. Well. What a video game to not have played up until now, huh? For how many hours I have in Team Fortress 2 and Gary's mod growing up, it's a bit surprising to me that I never got around to getting more than a couple sessions into Half-Life 2. I played this after the 20th anniversary update, which I'm very thankful for. Seeing borderless windowed mode in a Valve game from 2004 is strange, to be sure. Where Half-Life 1 was a set of unrelated levels strung together nearly seamlessly, 2 is an impressive story with a very familiar physics engine to play around with. I don't know how to describe it other than you can tell that Valve is talking to you with the way they place enemies and structures and how you can solve the puzzles. They trust that you are smart enough to piece together their environment design, and it's never too hard or confusing. Playing through this game and seeing each individual set piece that Valve has laid out is super interesting, but beyond being interesting, it's just fun to play through and sometimes makes you want to shit yourself, as any good first-person shooter should do. Thank you, Ravenholm. There's also a whole host of vehicles that are a ton of fun to drive in GM Flatgrass, but are also enjoyable when the levels are tailor-made for the vehicle. Go figure. Half-Life 2 expertly navigates introducing, shipping, and then subsequently flipping different mechanics throughout the entire runtime. This sand level is a great example. It starts off with you being taught stepping on sand draws out antlions, so you can choose to navigate the whole level off physics objects and move from safe zone to safe zone, or not do that. After you work your way a bit further, you're given bug bait to control said antlions and direct them towards your enemies. But now these thumper safety areas from before are deterring your antlion friends from continuing on, so you gotta disable them. All this over the course of one hour-and-a-half segment of gameplay, and the entire game is like this. After so much time in the Source engine, I think I've realized nobody can do it like Valve. Man, I wish they made games still. Hey, who the fuck put that deadlock footage there?
Oh, hello, fellow Express Owl. Do you see this advanced formula on the blackboard? Can you decipher the scientific formula for me? What does it say? I see. The solution is and thank you for agreeing to the terms and conditions on the backside of the blackboard.
What? A Hat in Time is a 3D platformer about collecting hats, dancing, and listening to great tunes. I think it's similar to another platformer I played recently, but I can't quite remember which one. I haven't invested more than a few collective hours into the 3D Mario games, so I had absolutely no expectations going into A Hat in Time based on my lack of platformer knowledge in this new third dimension. I knew I'd like to collect as much stuff as humanly possible, but what I didn't anticipate was a fluid and fantastic feeling platforming experience with double jumps and wall jumps and sliding and doing a double jump into your slide so you can bounce off lava to get where you need to be. This game is a very fun sandbox feel that is accompanied with great level play spaces and fun objectives. There's hats to collect that give you different super abilities like sprinting. You can put badges on your hats for funny effects like drawing in money or hook shots, and of course, there's the emote wheel. I couldn't figure out how to stop randomly sticking my tongue out at NPCs, but it only resulted in my death about 30 times, so all in all, that's fine. It's so addictive to grab everything in this game, from the yarns to make new hats to the actual timepiece objectives that you need to unlock more levels and eventually beat the game. All the levels are fun to navigate and probe for secrets, but at the same time, each objective won't take you an exuberant amount of time. There were multiple instances I would just find myself wandering through a level and then remember, oh, I had an actual objective I was here to do. While I didn't get every timepiece this game has to offer, I do think this is a special treat of a game that I would love to come back and fully complete one of these days. There's a couple extra DLCs that add a couple more levels with a lot to do, so even if you're not a big 3D platformer person like I wasn't, there's still a very enjoyable game to sink your teeth into here. Or your toes, I don't know how you like to eat your food.
People visiting the lava flows have been pretty confused.
That stuff looks delicious!
I want to eat lava! It looks so good!
Get in my mouth, lava!
Hot Lava is a first-person parkour game where the floor is extremely tasty looking, and your goal is to avoid it at all costs, while grabbing crystals that eventually take you to the end of the level. You do this via pogos, trampolines, CSGO surfing platforms, and the holy double jump.
Wow!
The highest compliment I can give this game is that I was under the impression it was made in Source based purely on how it felt to move in the air, strafe, and surf. But no, this was made in Unity. That engine really can do it all. I also originally thought this was made by the same people who did Cluster Truck, but it's Clay? The Don't Starve guys? Honestly, good on them. They kinda nailed it with their first foray into the 3D space. Hitting bunny hops, or B-hops as us gamers refer to them. Thanks for continuing to tune in, Dad. Sorry about making you sit through 2 more Final Fantasies in a row. Combined with the constant momentum gain displayed in the bottom left, and with your Steam friends time displayed right here on every level, it becomes very obvious what the goal of Hot Lava is. Acquire every first place time on every level so you can brag to people who haven't launched the game in 2 years about how you're better than they are, and request fellatio from them in response. I feel like Mirror's Edge prepared me for every single platforming technique this game used. If they added a direct comparison of your Steam friends into Mirror's Edge, then we'd be cooking. Hot Lava gets an emphatic recommendation from me for anyone who enjoys games where you hit the spacebar or try to go fast. With 7 worlds created by the devs and 5 worlds created by fans and curated by Clay, there's a lot of content and a ton of collectibles throughout every level. And the one constant is that the floor consistently looks delicious. How could I not want to put a straw in there?
Those bullets are like super fast.
Katana Zero is a game that knows exactly what you're here for. The very first action they have you do is deflect a bullet back with your samurai sword, which already sets the tone for what's to come flawlessly. As you move from different sections of a level, they throw new enemies, mechanics, throwable objects, and sometimes entirely different gameplay styles at you as you attempt to complete your goal, which is usually killing a guy. The ability to slow down time is a super sick tool to have in your arsenal, but most of the time I found myself trying to go as fast as possible because it feels and looks the coolest. Looking and feeling cool is something you naturally want to do, as restarting each level segment is instant, and pulling off all this insane shit per room makes you feel like a katana god, especially because after completing a segment, they show you how it looked in real time. Well, it's cool until you die to the same guy with a shotgun 14 times, but hey, that's what looping time's all about, right? In case it wasn't clear by the completion time, this is a game you can very easily beat in an afternoon, and I would highly recommend it to anyone who's interested in action games or platformers, or if you like good tunes. I haven't mentioned the story because it's honestly whatever. There's not a whole lot that stand out or particularly special about one smash. Kill the child. It's an emphatic recommendation from me, definitely one of the more memorable game experiences I've had, and yeah, let's not worry about that last part and just move on, eh? Hey, look at that, entry 50. We're around halfway there. Unless I was lying to you. Unless there's actually a billion games that we're looking at. That'd be fucked up. What? Free rent hotel? Listen, sometimes when you get out of a really good relationship, you go out seeking something to temporarily fill the void, and this one managed to sneak its way into my library after I finished Persona 4. I'm kind of an RPG connoisseur, if this video didn't clue you in by now, and if that's a surprise to you now, then you're gonna have to brace yourself for the next 10 entries. Back to Legend of Heroes though, this is a series that I actually knew nothing about beyond some Steam reviews saying this was a comparable rival in quality to Chrono Trigger. So I figured classically what this list needed was another 40-hour JRPG that would take me a full work week to beat. This one, Trails in the Sky, comes box standard with the usual tropes I would expect. A full 6.5 hours before you're allowed to enter Chapter 1, complete with the expository dialogue befitting a high schooler who thinks they know how to actually write real characters, along with the expected gameplay pitfalls of trying to explain what all of these currencies do in relation to the skills that you can actually cast. Alongside that, every enemy's made up of 2 XP, so it'll take 5 years to get a single level. What makes this series unique is that over the course of every game, all the NPCs you've met will have their own life events unfold, and paying attention to them is supposedly very rewarding. I wouldn't know, cause I'll keep it frank with you, I am way too employed to follow up with every NPC over multiple chapters of this long-ass series. Especially when my main character is homophobic. Do you think she'll grow out of that one over 8 games? During battle, it feels like I'm playing Fire Emblem more than any other kind of turn-based game thanks to the grid movement and the ability to cast special moves that steal turns from your opponent. Can you do that in Fire Emblem? I've never actually played one. Playing on hard difficulty was properly hard as expected, but in a way that felt like my damage was toned down and the enemies were toned up, which is always an annoying way of approaching difficulty. If this wasn't the case and I'm just coping, then such is life, I guess. This, combined with the frustrating design of some of these quests, led to some insanely annoying segments of game time. One that stands out is a quest where you head to a town, then investigate north to an abandoned mine, then go back to the town to get the key, and then go back to the mine to fight a boss. Turns out I'm not strong enough to fight that boss, so I go all the way back to the first town to get better gear. This is exactly how I want to spend my finite time on this plane of existence. Thankfully, it's something that becomes less of a problem the farther in the game that you get, thanks to new skills, party members, and gear. When I got my first new party member and the game told me she was level 12 and I was level 7, I wondered who was actually getting to that level at this point in the game. For 2005, Trails in the Sky is essentially what I would expect out of booting up an RPG, and it was definitely insane to compare this to Chrono Trigger. I don't know what that Steam reviewer was thinking. It's a dense game with a lot of obtuse mechanics and a confusing start, which is probably why less than half of all people who own this have even beaten the prologue. Despite that, there's actually a lot to love about this game when it finally gets going. Even though I knew exactly what I was going to get into every time I would launch this, I'd still think to myself, well, yeah, but what if this time is the one where something really cool happens? And then I did that for about 20 hours. So overall, I give it a 1 out of 10. Go play the remake instead. All right, it's time for the Yakuza Lightning Round, baby. There are 10 of these fucking games here, with more that I didn't know existed, and one about being a pirate that released after I finalized this list, so we won't cover that one either. That said, I played through a metric ton of Yakuza content, with an expected aggregate length of 471 hours of video game. Let me tell you all about it.
When he looks at me, and I look at him, and he looks at me, and I look at him, and he looks at me, and I look at him.
Yakuza 0 does a fantastic job of introducing you to the pivotal characters for the rest of the series to come, as well as adequately sets the tonal whiplash you'll experience within 20 minutes of playing a Yakuza game. Come on, there's no shot like any of this is accurate. Now this is what I expect the Japanese Yakuza to do on a daily basis. The amount of side content and rabbit holes you can go down in this game is mind-bogglingly insane. One time I had to go around town buying drinks for a bunch of homeless dudes so they could give me a lead on a real estate business, but I got distracted by this line of people waiting for a video game and had to chase down 3 separate guys to get this kid's game back, and then I got distracted by this high school couple that was having an argument, and then on the way to do that quest I got distracted by this dominatrix who's bad at being a dominatrix. And this is chapter 2, by the way. There's 17. If any of this series looks at all interesting to you, this is the ideal place to start. Combat's kind of clunky, but that's not something that changes much going forward, so you should accept it for what it is and hit some sick breakdance fighting moves on people. So, you can no longer purchase the regular version of Yakuza 0. In the time it took for me to make this, they came out with the Switch 2, made a unique version of the game for the Switch 2, and have since decided that it's the only version you can buy now. When this game was $20, I would tell my friends I would definitely pay full price for a game as packed with content as this one, which I suppose is my fault for allowing the monkey's paw to curl. It's still a great game, I just don't know if the ability to save anywhere on the map is an addition worth the extra cash. Depends on who you ask, I guess.
Let's go gambling! I can't stop winning! I can't stop winning! I can't stop winning! I can't stop winning! I can't stop winning!
Yakuza Kiwami has the same foundations as 0, but with the difference being autosaves that don't work, a fourth attack style that doesn't work yet, a story that kind of works, boss fights that definitely do not work, and the same level of craziness throughout. The heights I was expecting to reach after Yakuza 0 didn't show up nearly as frequently in this game. So many times they want to railroad you into a story that you may not care about and deny all access to the fun things that you want to do until that point. Yakuza 0 lets you loose on the city within the first hour of gameplay. Here, I'm 6 hours in and I still can't go into the club that I just got a quest to go into. The cutscenes and combat animations are still amazing, interesting. There's a ton of unique fun content to do, and I find the Majima Everywhere system to be a neat distraction, but you can never really escape that feeling of longing for what came before. When you walk into Sega's arcade and there's nothing to play but the crane game or the fucking naked lady Pokemon card game I don't want to interact with, when sub-stories end 30 seconds after starting them, you start to feel worse. It's not bad by any means, but I'm used to finer meat, I guess. Whether my issues are a systemic factor of the original Yakuza game that they didn't want to change, or if I'm just weird and nitpicky, I still wanted to just get through this game fast. For my 2 cents, Zero has better side stories, better minigames and more of them, a more annoying upgrade system too, but a better, more consistent experience overall. And you can dance on them.
I don't need you anymore. I don't want to be ignored.
Kiwami 2 has made groundbreaking innovations compared to the Yakuzas that I was just playing, like moving to Dragon Engine, which has the best ragdolls of any engine. Excluding Source, obviously. You can also go through to shops with 0 load times. The graphics in general look way better, even though I don't like what they did to Kiryu's face. The environments have a whole new level of sheen and slickness to them, and in general this allows for snappier gameplay and response times. But all of this slickness does come at a cost. It feels like this game takes place on an ice skating rink. Everywhere you go, you're on ice. The gameplay as well has moved away from the 4 styles on the D-pad type of combat in favor of one style that could do a lot of wacky stuff all the time, which I now come to understand is how the majority of these games actually work. I swear, I feel like I'm having to get a dissertation written on each of these Yakuza games just so I can seamlessly move from one system to the next. I have the knowledge of what came just before and what's in store for me, so wondering how they're gonna change the XP system for the next game isn't really on my list of priorities. For this one though, it's definitely the best of the Kiwamis, but I suspect it'll be the worst of the Dragon Engine games. You'll notice I didn't mention the story, and that's because I'm starting to notice the individual stories for each of these games is like recounting a season of SpongeBob. Yeah, you might have some overall shifts in the grand scheme, but you know what you're gonna get into regardless when you boot up the next season. Kiryu needs to get something done, interlopers think they could beat him up with only 25 guys, then he beats them all up instead, so they bring 30 guys next time, repeat till end credits. Although credit where it's due, Kiryu actually has so many great moments throughout this whole story where it feels like they had the entire writer's room focused on what he should be doing. I wonder if they pulled in extra help from the physics team, because that would explain a lot. This combat is dog shit.
The red velvet. Mom Mary makes all of our desserts.
Wow, that is delicious. Finally, some good fucking food.
Yakuza 4 has 4 times the playable characters, 4 times the number of combos, 4 times less blocking than the previous game, 1 times the map size. It's the same map as the other ones. I feel like I know this single square of Kamurocho better than my own neighborhood at this point. I imagine with time and the inevitable release of Kiwami 3, because holy shit, that game needs a remaster, well, I mean, what can you do about that one? There will eventually be a crowd of people saying this game is now the worst Yakuza. But there's actually a lot to like here, the aforementioned characters being one of the main things. The story here is basically a detective crime anthology plot, with plenty of engaging moments all throughout. There's 4 unique perspectives to approach this one story, which already makes me way more invested than I have been for the past couple Yakuzas. Primarily because the characters you play as are all completely different from one another, have distinct and memorable setup for their backstories, have different level up paths and combo structures, and this story is almost kinda standalone in the grand scheme of the Yakuza games. Honestly, it's probably one of the best jumping in points you're gonna get if for some reason you don't want to play Zero. The sub-stories, while not nearly as prevalent as Zero, are also really good, and this story perfectly sets itself up for great hype moments and aura. What a combo to have. All that and pretty good writing, that's hard to do. No 2 chapters really feel the same throughout this game's entire runtime, and for the unique feel as a whole, I'd say it's worth playing. Bundle this all together with combat that is moved up a couple rungs on the ladder from sucks ass to tolerable, and looking at the whole thing like this makes you remember that these games can be good. Is this fucking Catch Me If You Can from the video game Sonic Riders Zero Gravity? They play that in the convenience stores here. This is like the Mickey Mouse edition of Yakuza 4. I feel like they take the same 3 story beats and run them so far into the ground they come back out the other end of the earth fresh again. Start of every game, Kiryu's like, man, piece of shit Yakuza franchise, I never want to be in a Yakuza game again. Kiryu, we need you to star in a Yakuza game again. That's not to say this game doesn't have memorable moments or relevance to the grand scheme of the overall storyline for the Yakuza 5 people who are still keeping up with this series. But look at this screenshot. Can you, dear viewer, tell me what any of these terms mean in the context of this overarching grand storyline? Maybe I'm the stupid one for trying to keep heads or tails of a storyline like this in a game series where you primarily do shit like this, but I feel like the need to establish so much for the inevitable twist to be satisfying while also needing to change the status quo enough for each game to have a reason to happen are at odds with each other. Speaking of being at odds with parts of the game, holy shit, this combat is whack. Why do they allow you to brawl through dozens or literally hundreds of enemies, sometimes all at once, yet every boss fight turns into a slog because they could break out of your combos or just block every move even with your upgrades? I ask this because after playing through so many hours of Yakuza content, I don't know how you make boss fights in this combat style interesting. You're either mowing down the entire Yakuza force of Japan like they owe you money, or you're in a loop of getting 2 to 3 hits blocked by some guy who's also glowing mad, and then he knocks you on the ground, and that shitty little button prompt shows back up letting you know it's time to mash to get back up. Isn't that exciting? This is also one of the longest main stories of any Yakuza I've played so far, to the point where they split part 3 into 2 halves. Who the fuck does that? The side content here is fine, albeit a bit rehashed at times, and the new additions like the driving minigame are either a relaxing distraction if you're in the city, or annoying as shit with drivers that rubber band directly to you. That said, I did put way more time into this one when compared to 4, and for one of the characters, the random encounters are replaced with dance battles, so overall this is one of the better Yakuzas that I could definitely see myself coming back to just to complete some extra stuff. Trying to be a completionist here would make my head explode. Alright, from this moment on, we're officially on the Dragon Engine, designed specifically for Yakuza games. We got a small taste of this engine back in Kiwami 2, but this was the first game specifically built for this engine. So, with all that hype, is this a satisfying Yakuza game? Kinda. Yakuza 6 attempts to usher in a new era of storytelling into this franchise by having some big story developments throughout its runtime. And while it does deliver on a satisfying payoff to its premise, I think I was wrong when I said Kiwami 2 would be the worst of the Dragon Engine games. It's not that 6 is a bad game per se, but it feels like there's less to do here both in the main story and the side stuff. This is one of the shorter Yakuzas in terms of chapter count, and sometimes you'll finish one in about half an hour. Side stories are there, I guess, but you won't know how best to find them unguided. Unlike Kiwami 2, they don't give you the sub-story finder immediately, which is already like an instant -2 from me. Gotta go backwards down to a Y rating for this one for now. The only Yakuza to get away with that is 0 because there's a sub-story around every corner. You can't walk for more than 2 seconds without finding some wacky shit to engage with. Meanwhile, some of the story objectives in Yakuza 6 have you walking across the entire town, and I come across nothing. I can't say I had a bad time playing this game, and there were moments throughout the main missions that had my tear ducts working overtime, but when I look back on the whole experience, I think about some of the bigger moments of the main story, and nothing else. I don't feel like they made any effort to get me to seek out more optional content, either with an interesting hook for the sub-stories or just some alternate game mode. The stories just go, go, go constantly, which both helps the overall experience by constantly revealing information at a pace that doesn't make you feel overwhelmed like Yakuza 5, but hurts the experience by making the overall package feel kinda empty. At least I can hang my hat on knowing this combat system inside and out, and that should be very nice for the other Yakuzas to follow now that we're on this new engine. Right? What? Go magic essence of orbital laser. Well, that was neat. Time to get back to managing my business. With hindsight, it is very funny that they made an entirely new engine for these Yakuza games, did one new game and one remake, and then decided, you know what, fuck it, these games are actually turn-based now. Ichiban Kasuga is a regular Yakuza grunt thrown in prison to cover the fall for someone else, and upon getting out realizes that maybe his reasons for being thrown in weren't all that noble in the first place. In case our main protagonist didn't clue you in, the wackiness in this specific Yakuza is off the charts. If Yakuza 0 is like a 10 on the silly scale, this is like a fucking 17. Over the course of a single chapter just doing the main story, you'll get hired at a soapland, do detective work on one of the workers to find their father at an old folks home, which is actually a front for a Yakuza pension scheme where they kill old people, so you have to secretly go undercover and pick up a second job at this old folks home and eventually work your way up to the big boss of this family to ask him to kindly stop after using this move where you summon a flock of pigeons on most of the clan members there. This is on the lower end of the spectrum in terms of insanity for this game, unlike the developers who were clearly on the higher end of a different spectrum. We're in a turn-based setting now, specifically because our main character likes Dragon Quest, and everyone just goes along with it, I guess. Canonically, this means he'd love Expedition 33, but we've already talked about that game, I digress. Each sub-story either presents some of the goofiest, most batshit insane scenarios that RPGs can think up, or introduces you to some entirely different game mode you can spend another 20 hours in. Hell, even the main menu has 3 options entirely dedicated to the separate minigame rabbit holes you can access at any time. This is one of the longest Yakuzas I've played, and even going through just the main story, you can feel it. Every time I thought a chapter was about to be over, it continued for another 2.5 hours. And if it was a consistent experience across that entire runtime, then I'd have no problem, it'd be a masterful game. It's not entirely like that, unfortunately. Even if you were to blitz the main story, not only will you be met with some annoying bloat, but also some hard walls where you either need to work about 3 times as hard as the game to win, or go grind out some levels. Now, I played a lot of RPGs, both for this list and outside of it, and out of all of them, I can tell you exactly 2 games that never dip below a certain quality bar throughout their entire runtime. With games as long as this, it's nearly impossible to maintain quality the entire time, but what Like a Dragon lacks in this department, it makes up in the sheer wackiness of the side missions and the amount of them, the main missions with the ambitious, overarching plot full of pitfalls and heroics, and above all else, I'm just glad we're on turn-based combat now. I can't tell you how tired I was getting of the real-time action stuff. It's nice to have something where I could just press the attack buffs and then my big damage buttons. It has lower lows and higher highs, but one thing you can definitely say about this game is that it's got heaps and heaps of personality. Seriously, we need to get Ichiban a copy of Expedition 33. He'd fuck with that game so hard. Serpent hole. What the fuck? Listen, you gotta hit him with the cigarette bomb, and then after that you come in flying on the jet boots. Okay, I guess we're not turn-based anymore. That's fine. I didn't like it anyway. Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name, is about who's this guy again? This is a separate spin-off story to explain what he's been getting up to since the end of Yakuza 6. It's a rather short game with not a whole lot of side content that focuses primarily on the story of Secret Agent Kiryu and his jet boots. This game made me put some respect on the new Dragon engine. I don't think I really appreciated how good these games look up until you see that slick nighttime cityscape with the car reflections and the raindrops in that intro. Since we're back to the action beat-em-up style of gameplay though, you'll be shocked to know that the exact same critiques that I have come back. It's fun to beat people up with your heat actions and knee them in the face, throw drones at them, or hit them with a bicycle, but what isn't fun is being blocked and counterattacked every other punch you throw. How are we still coming up with boss fights designed by the creators of Shenmue 3? I'm not asking for the ability to mow down every single challenging enemy in the game, but surely we can find a middle ground here where fighting these guys doesn't feel so janky. This game also lacks the average absurdity of most Yakuzas, outside of combat where you can chase people down with your jet boots and throw explosive cigarettes to farm aura. I've got the Judgment games lined up after this video is all over and done with, so hopefully they can change my mind on this style of combat. I hear they're pretty good in that regard. The story, on the other hand, is pretty engaging, but it does depend on how active you've been following it up to this point. If you don't care about why Kiryu is faking his death or why people knowing he's alive is a bad thing, then I imagine all this Yakuza's dialogue goes from tense to silly. For all of the chips to be placed into the basket of sequential plot companion and combat complexity is a strange decision, especially coming off the back of what I thought was an engaging and enjoyable formula in the previous Dragon Quest Yakuza game. It could have easily felt like this game exists to justify one major plot point from the last game, and while some may view it that way and not as essential as the other games, I think it perfectly ties the entirety of this fucking goofy-ass Yakuza guy into a complete arc. Oh, dolphin! He's learning how to be a surfer class in combat. Oh my god, I was joking. I can still just be in a suit with a surfboard. Oh, alright, we're back to being turn-based. That was close. To start, it is very annoying to lock New Game Plus behind forking over $20 when Chrono Trigger in 1995 gave it out for free. With recent financial decisions made by Sega in the interim of me playing these games, I can't say I'm very shocked. Gameplay-wise, we're back to the same turn-based wackiness as before, with even more interesting attacks and boss fights that are properly tough the whole way through, and the difficulty feels a lot better integrated into the combat with better skills and more unique attack opportunities. Like this time, you fight 2 excavators, because it's twice the fun. That's not to say this game isn't free of insanely brutal difficulty spikes, especially towards the end of the game, but I stopped caring about hard bosses about 3 Yakuzas ago. On the subject of the main story, Ichiban gets cyber-harassed by a VTubing Twitch streamer, so he has to go to Hawaii to meet his mom and clear his name. This is only like the 4th most insane premise this series has had for a game. I thought this game's story would really blow me away considering how Ichiban finished things off last time, but remember how about 93 seconds ago I said that Gaiden perfectly ties the entirety of Kiryu's arc together in a complete sense? So you'd think that if he were to show up in a game like this, he'd just be a side companion to help Ichiban along, considering he already had 8 other games to grow as a character up to this point. That is not the case. If you were looking forward to enjoying a new fresh story with Kasuga Ichiban helming wacky Hawaii adventures, then you are in for a surprise. Maybe go check out the pirate one, he might be in that game. Kiryu is once again taking the center stage for a large majority of this main scenario quest, and Ichiban just happens to be the guy you start the game as. Your party members ebb and flow, so Kiryu will eventually leave for a while, up until he doesn't, but I kinda disagree with his inclusion in the first place. I thought he had a really nice send-off that was open to interpretation in Gaiden, and his inclusion would have served much better as a one-off appearance to let everyone know he's doing alright. As I did more of his stories though, I definitely started to see the vision a little more, and I get why they felt his inclusion was worth it here, beyond some fan servicey moments. Gripes with the story aside, I don't have much to knock this game for, beyond the tired RPG trope of losing the entire fight when your main protagonist goes down. I wanted more wacky Ichiban adventures, and certainly got that throughout the entire story runtime. There's even a point where they're making a video to go on YouTube, but wait, that's what I'm doing right now. Does that mean that I'm in their video? It's interesting to look back on all these games I've played so far, see their pitfalls and peaks, and try to take a guess at where the series can possibly end up from here. Jump in the box. Yeah!
There's 5 of these? Oh my lord.
We're back in. This is a weird-ass Yakuza game. I don't know where they're taking the franchise with this one. Any game that allows you to play as a cat will automatically get a top-tier score with me. That's unfortunately a bias I have to acknowledge as a top-shelf certified gaming critic. Little Kitty Big City is not without flaws, but realistically, who cares about that? Because you get to pounce on birds and pick up little knickknacks and steal people's phones and sandwiches like a bastard. There are tasks and objectives to be done, and an overall goal of getting back to your house. But if you just want to lounge around and hang out, you can do that too, don't worry. This game can just run like a wallpaper. See, it's taken up about the same power. This game definitely isn't without jank though. From snap connecting to walls, imprecise climbing, whatever this is. There's a hefty number of interactions like this that I think are the result of a sandbox type game like this. The obvious comparison to make here is to Stray, but I didn't play that game and I can't fit it on this list, so, this one's better. Sorry, I do make the rules. This is my video. Dislike if you give a shit, because I know YouTube doesn't. Oh, and before I forget, here's how I feel about every Yakuza game in a tier list format. Bear in mind, even the worst one on this list can still be picked up for 20 bucks and comes with just an absurd level of content no matter how you slice it. Definitely consider picking up either of the games in S tier and then work your way down if you like what you see. Or don't, you know, I play them in reverse order if you want, I don't really give a shit. Looking back on the whole experience of playing each Yakuza, I think my patience started to wear thin as I continued on, and though it was reinvigorated with certain high points, I still wonder if my opinions would have changed had I taken more time to soak in the scenery, as it were. With only so much time in the day, I am unfortunately bound to the 40-hour work week, and can't fully invest time into experiencing all of what these games have to offer. But I'd like to think that the critiques that I have hold water if you boot the games up back to back to back, or if you've spent 10 years in the joint between each installment. Who really knows? Let's move on to some real video games. I'm talking the blood-pumping, non-stop, 1,000 kill a minute carnage fest. Let me see it. When it comes to developing a city, I've always thought I could do it so much better than any of our real-world contract workers. I mean, zoom in on any part of a New York City map that's close to the Empire State Building, and it looks like they draw these roads with crayon. Manor Lords doesn't quite reach that same level, but hey, give it enough time and maybe we can get there. My only prior experience with a game in this city builder genre is Age of Empires 2, and comparatively, this is much more simple, although you may not think so out the gate with all the keywords and tutorials and buildings that you need to get built before people start coming to attack you. The systems here all make sense after you wrap your head around the initial list of objectives. So if they've instead added some form of tutorial checklist to those starting scenarios instead of just these warning icons, then it'll probably make a world of difference in understanding the game loop. You need people to gather resources, cattle to transport the resources to places where other people are refining the resources or building new things, and people to man the stations for entertainment and food for your citizens, all with the ever-encroaching goal of expand as much as humanly possible. Being an American citizen, this is basically second nature to me. In order to expand though, you need to conquer, or get conquered because you didn't build up your army. Whoops. Building an army means you also need to supply them with gear and food, and thus your goal to make the perfect city and expand across the whole region is set in place. At any time, you could also explore your city in a third-person view, which is pretty cool. Each NPC has their own schedule and animations for the job you put them to, which might be the bare minimum to ask if you played other games in this genre, but to me, there was a novelty in watching one of my guys take a bow, shoot a few arrows, grab a deer corpse, and bring it all the way back to camp. One persistent critique I had is that while I feel like this game is easy to understand for me, it might not be the same for everyone else, especially people who are unfamiliar with the specifics of building a city. They have tons of highlighted keywords, but they lack a system like Baldur's Gate 3, where anytime an inspectable keyword pops up in one of these meta menus, you can hover over the keywords for as many times as you need in order to understand a mechanic. You might consider it unfair to compare a game like this to Baldur's Gate, but I'm not saying this game has to be comparable in quality. It's just that this specific mechanic would suit Manor Lords perfectly and help alleviate a lot of the new player stress. Even for someone who's familiar with a decent chunk of mechanics D&D has to offer, being able to look at basically any keyword at any time is pretty helpful at all levels of play. And a similar system here, along with a tutorial list to properly guide the player through each step before letting them loose, would also be welcome additions. Since it is still in early access, I fully anticipate that it's gotten better since I last played it, because this video has taken about 1 billion years to produce. Any bugs I may have encountered have hopefully been patched out by now, otherwise you'll have to deal with half approval from homelessness, despite having around 8 empty housing plots. If this looks like a game you'd enjoy, odds are you probably already own it, because the City Builder fans have exactly 2 games. And if you don't want to play The Sims, then you've probably been playing Age of Empires 2 for 12 years. Now wait just a goddamn minute. No! Motherfucker! I needed that! Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor has an absolutely masterful opening integrated with its tutorial that was so good it immediately made me put down the controller and go watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy for the first time so I could be even more immersed into it. And holy shit, this series is awesome. Aragorn parries a knife and Gandalf fights the Balrog, and this shot is crazy and the world building is amazing and these battles are so insane. Holy shit! With that delay sorted, I can fully enjoy what this game series has in front of me. The coveted Nemesis system makes its first appearance in this game, allowing different orcs to remember you when killing you, and if a regular enemy manages to kill you, they become a captain. This Nemesis system was so innovative that they patented this mechanic and then shut down the studio responsible for it, so that's super cool, WB. Thanks for that. Didn't want to see this in other games anyway. This third-person style of combat gives you the over-the-shoulder angle and focuses way more on counter-attacking and finding opportunities to finish off downed opponents. It starts to get pretty interesting the more upgrades you get, and I initially thought the combat would never get deeper than serviceable, but a lot of the abilities that make this sandbox really pop start to show up in the back half of the main story missions. The Nemesis system is really what injects life into this world, and the further you get into the game, there's also a ton more to work with. You can control high-ranking officers and command them to go fight one another to get promoted and level themselves up, and each captain has their own strengths and weaknesses that evolve as they get more power. The further I got into it, the more I realized it's way more about what this game is versus what it's not. Yeah, it's not like God of War, but God of War doesn't have Draugr that remember me and then we clash and say some shit like Once you actually get some upgrades and can really bounce around between different orcs, then I started to feel some more unique fun moments. This stealth sandbox actually has a lot to work with, between exploding shots and poisoning alcohol, or unleashing beasts and dropping bait that attracts them to a captain who is then forced to run away due to his fear of beasts. I ended up really enjoying my time with this game. I didn't do much side content because I felt like unlocking every upgrade or rune slot on my weapons wasn't necessary, especially because this game lacks a traditional final fight and just kind of gives you a lot of big guys to fight instead, which I suppose makes sense, but it wasn't something I wasn't already doing that made me feel like more upgrades were needed. Looking forward to how Shadow of War improves on this formula, though I wish they just called it like Darker Shadow of Mordor so it's easier to tell which is which.
So you got some kind of disguise lined up, right?
Yep, all set.
Hope so. You'd be a little conspicuous just walking the streets.
Relax, Kev. I'll blend right in.
Yeah. He didn't even wear pants! Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance is a game for people who are emotionally unhinged, Gundam fans, metalheads, and every single overlap in between, although I imagine that Venn diagram is a circle. I had attempted to play this game many years ago, but couldn't figure out how to block, so into the garbage it went after about 2 hours of playtime. But I'm back, and I figured out how to parry stuff. Turns out there's actually a ton of depth to this combat, and great boss fights with insane music. Of all games, I wasn't expecting Revengeance to play like Sekiro, but I'm not complaining. You've got Ninja Run to deflect bullets, Ninja parrying and dodging, Ninja slicing this guy in half so you can grab his spine and crush it like a Capri Sun. You know, like ninjas do. Between the insane action, the blade mode that lets you chop someone into literally hundreds of pieces, and the all-time great music that they play throughout, Revengeance has a lot to love here. And the game is also so short that I ended up beating it in like 2 sessions. Great experience overall, and should you decide to play it, let me tell you something important. Go to your upgrades menu, buy this upgrade, and press your bottom and left face buttons plus a direction to get an invincible dodge roll. You now know how to do this before even starting the game, whereas I learned this during the final battle. You know, learning how to dodge roll may have been useful prior to the final boss fights, but I mean, I'm not complaining about having the knowledge now. We all have our moments.
Right then. Let's get this plan underway.
Ice Lake! Come out!
Hey! Big ugly sandwormy human thing! Even Hulkenberg wouldn't eat you!
Gasp! Rejected by Hulkenberg! The ravenous, all-devouring she-beast of the Knight's Order!
Is this what we've come to?
Calica! The sound of your wings keeps me up at night!
Calica, be nicer to me.
Calica, please be nicer to me!
Hey! I'm your fairy guide, not your fairy
godmother.
The theme of the Game of the Year nominees for 2024 was actually that they would just have absolutely batshit insane music associated with them. Like, yeah, man, a Buddhist monk would be perfect to spit bars for the regular battle theme. The second of our trio of Persona games, Metaphor ReFantasio, has an incredibly stupid name with an incredibly solid gameplay loop, mature and complex story themes and delivery of them, and an absolutely insane soundtrack. Half social life simulator, half dungeon crawler turn-based Pokemon-esque battler, Metaphor is the culmination of years of this formula across other games, and you can feel this inspiration from the character design to the combat to the way they orchestrate some of their music. I'm sure the mic is picking up how loud Babs is meowing right now. Your protagonist is tasked with winning a contest for the royal throne while dealing with the king's murderer and the prince's currently unhelpful corpse-like state of existence. This involves dying to dragons, dying to eggs, dying to fish, dying to teeth, and lots of dying. I really should not have played this game on hard. This game was my first experience with the press turn battle system, where hitting weaknesses, crits, or passing to a teammate gives you more turns of your overall turn economy to work with, which are represented by these crystals. If you plan out the fight well enough, you can essentially double the total amount of actions your party can do, which in practice becomes very fun the further you go. You can also move characters forwards or backwards to increase or decrease physical strength and defense, adding another cool layer to the combat. The way you power up is through your bonds with other people, so naturally that means we gotta go hang out with everyone so they learn how to cast a bigger fireball. This is every social link and character leveling system taken to their extreme, put in a fun dungeon exploring type sandbox that feels super well integrated into the world. The overall engagement system not only lets you grind without really ever getting into a battle in some areas, but also on tougher enemies that you have to engage in a real battle, it feels way more engaging than pressing one button to ambush. Being able to assign different archetypes to different characters gives you a level of customization I was hoping to eventually get in the next Persona game. Plus, your characters are finally able to fend for themselves and don't instantly give up the fight when you die. Good for them, independence is good. Towards the back end of the game, a lot of the dungeons start to feel pretty samey, and it's hard to fully understand how in-depth the archetype system is until about 45 hours in, which, along with some questionable design decisions on the archetypes themselves, do kind of detract from the experience a little. That said, this is Atlus's turn-based combat and social systems taken to their apex, and it's so good and simultaneously so challenging that I'm now here just thinking, now what? Where do you even take these systems from here? I guess we'll find out in 2030 when Persona 6 comes out. And hey, 3 years after that, we're supposed to also get...
We've been trying to contact you regarding your car's extended warranty.
Metro is a game series about the extremely distant and unreachable future of 2033, where a nuclear winter-type apocalypse has given the green light for all manner of messed-up creatures to descend upon the surface. And it's up to me to take back Moscow, baby. I've got enough bullets for every one of these fucked-up dogs. I thought that Enter the Gungeon would be very bullet-centric, but this game is just as much so, because you gotta be using everything in the apocalypse. Bullet lighters, bullet medkits, and gun bullets, which are much more universally applicable. There are a few systems here that don't work for me, like how even the currency is bullets, which can make you unintentionally burn your money when the game swaps your ammo type. Why on earth would I want to shoot my money bullets game? There's also this feeling through the game that you want to pick up new weapons, but also your capacity is limited to 3 while you're also asked to spend money ammo to upgrade the guns that you do have. But undeniably, the feeling of a gritty civilization that's just barely able to shamble along, clinging to life, is perfectly represented in all aspects of the game here, be it intentional or not. Walking through these tunnels that are messing with your mind with the potential of dangerous creatures at every dark turn gives me feelings I haven't had since I booted up BioShock 1 for the first time. It's a story about getting to the end of the road by any means necessary, and you're helped out by a guy who owes another guy a favor because he's friends with another guy who only knows you because you almost died together, and that's why you get any sort of help at all. The fact that you're basically always on a timer when exploring areas with your gas mask on gives you the need to push forward no matter the situation, which helps the linear game design move along at a pace that never feels too slow, but also gives you enough breathing room, no pun intended, to explore a little and get some goodies for doing so. It is scrappy, it's dirty, it's brutal, and I love it. All in all, an extremely impressive showing for a 2014 shooter, and I won't have to wait long to see where the series goes from here.
Must have been the wind.
If I hold very still, then I can be spotted by everyone known to fucking man. Last Light takes place 1 year after the first game, which for those at home currently counting on their fingers, means that it's the year 2034. Despite being on the exact same engine for the second entry in the series, there's a lot of smarter design decisions that make playing through this game a lot more fun. For starters, they now tell you that your money ammo is actually military grade rounds, so I assume they do more damage. Maybe there was a reason for it all this time. We've also got substantially more fun mixing and matching of game systems. In the previous game, it felt to me like there was no rhyme or reason to when you were sent up on the surface, but here it feels like they've methodically placed out stealth-capable sections with bountiful resources straight into the more hellish surface landscape when you're on the clock, and all that ammo is going to be substantially more useful. I also don't quite remember if passive regeneration was a feature of the last game, but if it was, then it's way more noticeable here. We're still not entirely free of confusing progression methods, but with this one I'm way more forgiving because the act of actually playing is substantially more enjoyable. In the age of the internet, it's kind of expected that you'll either suffer for 45 minutes per section that walls you, or if you're like me, you'll wander for about 5 minutes, then tab over to the full game walkthrough you've got on your other monitor. Do I think having to look up where a ladder is detracts enough from the game experience to warrant mentioning? Well, I guess, otherwise I wouldn't be talking about it right now. Far and away, the most enjoyable thing to come out of this experience for me was actually the story. A quick confession, I actually didn't finish the first Metro game, because on the last mission I ran out of gas mask filters and couldn't move forward from the checkpoint that I had. But not only does Last Light do a great job of giving me the lowdown on the tiny plot details I might have missed, but also it's substantially more interesting the entire way through. There's so much intrigue and mystery and funny creatures to be destroyed by my full auto shotgun. The hell is this? It shoots shotgun shells? What? What? Fucking autocannon, apparently. Definitely puts in more work than a shotgun. Who approved this design? Fucking Doom guy? All of this story praise holds up extremely well throughout the whole runtime, up until the game checks to see if you've made every decision it considers correct to trigger the good ending. My understanding is that there's some invisible morality point system based on your actions, and you need to have it essentially maxed out to trigger the good ending, which in a game like this feels a bit disjointed. Thankfully, I thought both endings were still satisfying, and I mean, there's a third game to come after this, so clearly there's only one proper ending. It's where Artyom and all the little creatures get jiggy with it!
This is for the Bright Lord!
You won't get to kill me today! I'll be ready for you next time!
Terrified of boss fear? The hell kind of Looney Tunes-ass army am I running here? Oh, I hate when the guy that I'm betraying gets scared because he's my boss, and I'm scared when my boss gets scared. The fuck are we doing? Shadow of War had some checkboxes that I wanted it to tick off the back of an impressive display in Shadow of Mordor. I expected some smoother edges to traversing the world, more interesting side content, and a longer runtime to justify doing lots of stuff in this game world. And I'd say it hits basically all of these boxes. It's faster both in traversal, thanks to faster animations and more tech like a double jump, and in combat with snappier gameplay. It's got much more interesting side missions, and the orc events get even better, and yeah, it's certainly longer than from the last one by a little bit. To get my main critique out of the way, I'm pretty disappointed with the way this game starts in terms of the story. By the end of the last game, you learn your ghost half is actually the creator of the Ring of Power, and the final line, plus all of the marketing for this game, implies that you'll be creating and using your own Ring of Power. In the first 20 minutes, you craft this ring, walk into one area, and then Shelob takes it from you. You remember Shelob, right? The big spider who poisoned Frodo? She was actually a goth lady with the power to trap your Wraith friend, the guy who's strong enough to prevent you from dying. Awesome. Didn't she get beat by McDonald's Sprite and a couple crackers? When you do eventually get the ring back, this all-powerful upgrade that you've been given is the ability to dominate orcs and add them to your own personal army. Keen-eyed among you may notice that's something you were already able to do in the last game without a ring. So the major selling point from a gameplay perspective for this game is that they've added more depth to the way you can make your own army, allowing you upgrades on your generals and the ability to raid fortresses. While the story in my eyes drops the ball until you get over Act 1, the Nemesis system and the orcs themselves get some nice upgrades, like if you use one specific strategy against a captain too much, then they can adapt to it mid-battle. Captains can also sneak up on you, and in general, have way more interesting strengths and weaknesses to engage with. They could be leveled up in the pit fights once you recruit them. Oh, into the trap? Oh my god, the fucking combo piece. And they can even come back from the dead. Although that last one just proved to be more annoying than anything else and kind of turned me away from trying to engage with my nemesis very frequently. Why would I continue to kill the same guy who has horrendous weaknesses to engage with just so he can give me the same cloak again? While we're on the topic at least, the gearing system gives you some tangible numbers to chase as opposed to some vague conditional bonuses per weapon. And it's paired nicely with the new skill tree, though it was a bit annoying to reacquire abilities from the first game, and being limited to one of 3 selections on each of these aspects is very frustrating game design, though I'd be lying if I said this was the first time. With a worse story, a more interesting but way more annoying nemesis system to engage with, and like double the length, I really started to have my patience tested as this game went on. Definitely a be careful what you wish for type of situation here, because even though I thought a longer runtime would fit this type of game better, there definitely is such a thing as overdoing it. I think there can indeed be too much of a good thing, Jamie. Because I can't tell you how sick it was the first time I pulled up to attack a fortress. I'm like, hell yeah, this is awesome. Like, I got the army pulling up behind me. I got everyone that I recruited over the past little bit. This is truly innovative. I love this. And then 30 minutes later, they zoom out and show that you're gonna have to do that about 4 more times. And I went, I don't know about that one. Every time a captain ignored my last chance mechanic and just instantly killed me for daring to go down near him, every time the exact same orc ambushed me in the middle of some other mission, and every time I got to a new area with a new army and saw the breadth of what I was expected to do just to keep pushing forward, overall, I'd say I'm comparatively pretty disappointed off the back of Shadow of Mordor. I felt like it was substantially less innovative than I initially thought it would be. Even though this is still a better game just on a technical and gameplay level, I was expecting the experience to blow the previous one out of the water, but if you're looking for more of the same, then you'll be pretty satisfied here. They basically took the last mission of the first game and made it a regular mechanic, so what's not to like on that front, honestly? What's next on the list? Entry 69? Oh. No, we're not doing that. We're not playing horny bejeweled. Put the regular video back on. God damn it.
This is why I'm the fucking best in the goddamn game, baby. Blind.
From Software is really starting to piss me off with all these random name changes. Who the fuck is Round 8 Studio? Lies of P is an action game set in a reimagined world of the story of Pinocchio. This game made waves back when it was released for being a pretty refreshing take on the Souls game genre, which is hard to do in a post-Elden Ring world. Bricky has an excellent video covering this game, and in it he talks about how the inescapable parts of making a Souls-like will be that shitheads like me will always compare you to anything FromSoft makes as a glass ceiling that needs to be hit, which is something that I haven't done before and I won't start now. Don't go back to the Black Myth Wukong portion of this video. So, off the back of that thought process, I'll instead discuss why Lies of P works so well on its own 2 feet, because it really does. Immediately, the standout system to me was the customization of your weapon. You're given 3 right out the gate with many more to come, and you can mix and match their handles and their blades. So I started with the quick thrusting rapier sword, which was fun and complemented my initial dodge and hit playstyle. But I didn't like how little damage I was doing, so I put the greatsword blade on it and got longer thrusting motions, but higher damage, which was a perfect fit for me to take out most early bosses in just a few attempts. Thanks to the weapon upgrade system and constant supply of materials, this is a sword I could take all the way to the end of the game if I wanted, and I love that. On the subject of bosses, this game has an impressive display, and the mechanical, janky style of puppet movement and jerky motions is perfect to coincide with delayed attacks. This is not a game that incentivizes you to dodge spam per se, and I actually ended up blocking way more than I dodged, partly because nearly every attack in this game can be blocked, and the blocking system also lets you get health back if you attack quick enough, or you can avoid chip damage entirely with a perfect block. Since this perfect parry also increases the likelihood of the boss being staggered and can even break their weapons if you do it enough, you can end the fight faster if you're diligent enough to learn the timings of each attack instead of just rolling to roll because that's what gives you the immunity frames. This, of course, also comes with the chance that you eat shit way more often because you let go of block too early and now just get to take whatever's coming at you full force. Everything about this game just makes a lot of sense, both in concept and in execution. From the P-Organ system, yes, I know how the phrase P-Organ sounds, the Legion arm and weapon crafting systems, and the overarching system of lying or not lying all push you forward towards a truly special experience once you finally hit the end credits on this game. This is the most fun I've had with the systems in a Souls game, period. Very impressive all around. You can tell because even the boss runbacks aren't that bad. I can't move. Oh my god.
Work his leg.
Alright, well, here, you guys work on that. I'm gonna...
Yeah.
I need a little bit more. Fucker! Oh, how rude of you. Now, as I was, I'm gonna get back to spitting my meat. Ah! I do not like Monster Hunter. The idea of swinging a large heavy weapon that takes an entire Paleolithic era to come in contact with a monster whose skin will immediately make it bounce off and also break never seemed appealing to me. My preferred style of play is as a healer if possible, but if that's not available, I like to be quick and decisive with my offense. I felt for a long time that no matter what sort of monsters would be thrown at me or what weapons I was using, this game series in general would be operating at a speed that I didn't mesh with, which was something I wanted to change as I heard more and more praise later in my life. So I put on my blinders and went in looking for a fresh experience. This is when I actually came to enjoy the insect glaive style of monster hunting, which is fast, airborne, and more focused on gathering buffs by sending a little guy to drink monster blood. Even though this bug drains all of his stamina constantly on the arduous task of floating there and doing fuck all with the buff I so rigorously attempted to get, he's still very useful in tackling the variety of monsters in this game. It probably seems chaotic and annoying from the outset, especially when I show you clips with camera angles like this, but you can really get into the minute details of each monster, their weakness, how each of the unique variants interact with your gear setup, and lots of grinding, so much grinding, holy hell, there is a lot to do in this game that I did not do. The endpoint that I did set for myself was perfect because it allowed me the chance to glimpse into the chasm of what the endgame grind looks like in this game without fully jumping in. And yeah, that hole has teeth. I need to pace myself before going in there. There's an excessive amount of friction between getting to the stuff I would qualify as truly great monster hunting in Iceborne, alleviated a tad by this Defender armor set. But starting out, I was only enjoying myself about 35% of the time. Now that 35% was awesome, but it was surrounded by lots of annoying instances where I'd spend 20 minutes tracking a monster, then 5 minutes going back to base, informing them of the monster, buffing up, then 10 more minutes to track it again, and then we can finally fight it. Here's to hoping the next swing at this series has a bit more of a focus on action, because that's what I'm really after when it comes to these games. What the fuck? Oh. Blow her up, blow her up. Why? Oh, you can just shoot the dynamite. Why didn't I think of that? I bet knowing this, I'm still gonna die to one.
Dear basketball, from the moment I started...
I don't want to make this video anymore, actually. I think YouTube's overrated. I think this video sucks ass. I think everyone who makes video games sucks ass. I'm gonna keep it a stack with you all. I only played this game because the crossover raid series in Final Fantasy XIV was really fun and resulted in by far the best piece of video game music yet created. What I was not expecting was a hard-as-balls, bullet-hell, third-person Gundam May Cry game where you play as 2B, of course. That, of course, stands for the two buns she's got on display. Holy shit, this is a good-ass game, and it's a good-ass game. Nier Automata lets you fully immerse yourself in what it feels like to get killed in one hit by a level 5 moose, and killed in one hit by a big robot, and by this naked guy. Hey, do you think playing these games on hard is starting to become detrimental to completing this video? I think the reason I gravitate towards the hard modes in basically all genres of game is because, with a few exceptions, hard modes force you to engage with every mechanic on offer in order to tip the scales back in your direction. Nier Automata is a perfect example of that. With so much customizability and the types of upgrades on offer here in the chip menu, combined with being able to hold 2 sets of weapons, 2 sets of projectile pods with a special ability each, plus your companion who can fight in one of several predetermined styles, it's a little overwhelming at first. I mean, what other game lets you customize down to being able to remove your health and XP bars, your damage numbers, or get an ending on demand whenever you feel like removing your operating system? I wish I could remove this piece of shit Windows 11 and get a real life ending for that. Or you could die via eating fish and get the fish ending. What other game has the fish ending? You know, Silent Hill has the dog ending, but fish? If you play on hard like me, you'll have to adapt quickly and put together some strong builds to compete against the one-shot potential of most bosses. For whatever reason, this game has a way of making me totally fine with dying in one hit, which is crazy. Long-ass loading screen, long-ass cutscene and warm-up talk before we can start fighting, and then I get sneezed on and die. In any other game, that'd probably turn my 2-monitor setup into a many-monitor setup, but I'm so fine with it here. The game presents a challenge to you out the gate and tells you to either lower the difficulty, leave, or get better. And getting better was very rewarding. I mean, you might be able to distill any game difficulty down to it if you get granular enough, but I don't know what else to tell you. This game just makes it fucking sick. Boss runbacks are only ever good if it's in this game. I'm just the mouthpiece for correct opinions. In case you were wondering, I didn't play on very hard because I enjoyed my occasional dopamine hit of discovering I actually did just barely have enough health to live that one. They already took away my lock-on when playing on hard, so I'm also just playing a third-person shooter in the middle of my action game. What else do I have left to lose? I'm extremely happy that I got around to trying Nier. It's got great combat, and it's such an immersive experience that you can very easily lose 4 hours to dying at the same quest step. I can't recommend it enough. What's that? Story. Thoughts on that? Get fucked. When have I ever covered the story of a video game? Looks like you gotta play this one for yourself. Oh no, how could I do this to you?
If you look at the light bow guns, they have some crazy ones in there, and the heavy bow guns.
Keizu syringe.
I don't like that.
I don't like that. I hate that.
No.
For when you need to shoot 5 evenly spaced dudes. Nice. What? Yeah, we bringing the doggo to fish food today.
We're really stretching the definition of both bow and gun at this point.
If Monster Hunter World is like 35% fighting monsters and 65% other dumb shit, then the ratio here in Monster Hunter Rise is like 90-10. Within 20 minutes of starting the game, I was already hunting my first monster and probably sucking ass at it. But you know what? I was having fun the entire time thanks to a much smaller map, less time tracking the monster and more time fighting it, and all accompanied with great gameplay systems like a grappling hook. I mean, come on, a grappling hook in an environment like this, who wouldn't enjoy that? The gameplay reflects the rapid-fire pacing of everything in comparison to World. I feel like every type of weapon is faster, and because there's so little build-up before fighting each monster, I'm much more inclined to try out an entirely new weapon type. I mean, I'm still gonna use the insect glaive, but at least I'm like thinking about using other stuff, you know? Plus all the regular strengths you'd expect from the series are here, like creature design and food cutscenes. I really didn't expect these to be such a highlight of every bit of Monster Hunter content that I played, but I'm all for it. Add this to every game. We just need high definition cutscenes of characters making food no matter the genre. Baldur's Gate 3 and Dark Souls are two easy examples of games being made infinitely better with good renders of food. With your initial checklist being split between your village quests and the hub quests that you can do with your friends, it made me a tad upset that I was constantly having to bounce back and forth between playing single and multiplayer, so I felt like I was still making progress. It made way more sense to do as many hub quests as possible with my friends and then blitz the village quests once I have a substantially higher power and gear level. This feeling, combined with the occasional rampage quest that I did not like at all, were small blemishes on the overall experience. But undoubtedly, this is the most fun I've had in this sphere of hunting monsters. I won't say that I became a huge die-hard fan of the Monster Hunter games at the end of this whole escapade, but I can finally understand what people get out of playing them. At least, I understand the half that I can discuss without getting this video age restricted. My final realization was that World isn't a bad game in this series, it's just different. I think there are definitely some people who love the chance to study the complexities of each monster and track them across each of these environments, but for me, I prefer to fight the monster, and that's what Rise gives me. Well, to be honest, I prefer not playing a Monster Hunter, cause getting killed in 2 hits makes my blood pressure rise like nothing else, but I imagine that'll be solved with time. Now that I'm over the initial hump in both games, and I can finally start taking on the higher ranked, harder variants of monsters, I'm much more willing to come back to run some whenever my friends are feeling like getting styled on by Fatalis. Oh shit, dude! You hit me for like all my health. What? What'd I even die to? Oh. Oh wait, this must be the immortal enemy. I see. Mortal Sin allows you to spin like the hit tabletop addiction Beyblade, so already you know we're dealing with a developer who knows ball. Or I guess they know circle? Another excellent addition to my roguelike collection, Mortal Sin is visually striking, deeply complex, and I'll be honest, fucking awesome. Not only are there a ton of characters with different weapons and unique skills, but each character has combos that trigger unique effects like armor piercing or instantly executing stronger versions of your charged attacks. These combos are comprised of things you're already doing in combat, like dashing into a kick into using your character-specific skill before attacking. You are rewarded for engaging with every combat mechanic, not only with the utility each of these things provide on their own, but now with a big hit or armor pierce. This is paired excellently with the armor and skills systems, allowing you to gain these crazy bonuses in exchange for some negative modifier to your run, like enemies being able to crit you. You can also find these skills on armor, albeit weaker most of the time to compensate for no downside. What all of this combines into is an explosive first-person roguelike experience that has the exact level of wacky buffs and debuffs I need to be fully engaged. Take the Mage as a perfect example. Not a lot of very complex combos beyond this one evocation spell which resets your time stop ability. This time stop allows you to instantly cast your charged whirlwind. So in theory, you can chain a charge into a kick, then spellcast, which in my case is a fucking buzzsaw lightsaber that spans the length of the corridor, then whirlwind, time stop, and repeat. This insanely busted build, putting out hundreds of damage per second, was enough to get me through the first loop, which in layman's terms is dog shit. Nearly every character is like this, but let's just cut the bullshit, alright? Pick Mage. This is the most busted character by a mile. It's not even close. Just pick up every potion upgrade you see and take everything with the highest mana cost and win every time. This character truly is built differently. The one critique I have is the music, and more specifically, the audio mixing never felt right to me even after tweaking the settings. But it is a lot of noise to be overlaying on top of itself, and I mean, you've seen the length of this video. I probably fucked up my mixing many times, and I'll do it many more. You know, speaking of music though, if you've seen or played Doom and thought to yourself, this game looks like a lot of fun, but I wish that every single action that I did was synced to the music like that Crypt of the Necrodancer game, first of all, that's very weirdly specific, and second off, do I have the game for you? Metal Hellsinger is about a demon by the name of the Unknown who loses her voice and instead has to have it symbiotically repurposed through a hell skull while you work your way to Jane Hell, Princess of Hell. Every action you do, from dashing to shooting, is made better by doing it to the beat, and you can also build up a big combo streak to get a lot of achievements. It probably does something else, but I don't know, it doesn't matter to me. At the end of every level, it presents you with a bunch of statistics statistics to let you know how you did, including total amount of on-beat hits and total time spent at the maximum rank where the song gets vocals. Speaking of the music in this game, of course it's good, dude. Do you even have to ask? Just listen to this game audio. While the act of playing is some of the most fun you can have with a shooter outside of something like ULTRAKILL, this game isn't without flaw. Some of the enemy designs, especially the bosses, lack the creativity I would expect, and fighting the same boss 4 or 5 times in a row, even with different mechanics and attacks, kinda feels bad. What, you couldn't have made one of these guys blue? It would have helped a little bit, I think. The 2 weapon restriction as well initially upset me, especially because on your first time through a level that gives you a new weapon, they'll only allow you to take one in there. One of my favorite parts of the way Doom Eternal adjusted combat was that every weapon had a use against a specific demon type. And while that's not something that I think needs to transfer over 1-to-1, I do wish that there were more incentives to swap weapons outside of the specific fucker shield guy that is a pain to deal with outside of explosive weapons. Even in this instance though, if you didn't grab an explosive weapon prior to entering the level, then you just have to deal with some of the most aggressive bullet patterns while trying to discern which part of this hell barrage coming at you is the arm you need to shoot. All of this while trying to stay on beat and still hit your shots is a little hard to keep track of, but nothing you can't adjust to. I think the reason I'm just a guy who talks about game design instead of a game designer is because I have no idea how you would even solve these problems, or even if they're problems to begin with in the eyes of the developer. Maybe the game was designed around the 2 weapon restriction. Regardless, none of these issues detract enough from the experience to be a factor that ruins the game. Realistically, you could just not play on the harder difficulties to negate this, and the extra horde mode on top of the full game is a very welcome addition. Everyone say thank you ULTRAKILL for your service. I give Metal Hellsinger a big seal of approval for any other autists that obsess over video game music like me. If that does encapsulate you, then you should also go get something to eat today. I know you probably forgot, huh? Fuck. Is that a dragon rocket ship that's also a house? Is that a house that's a present? I don't even know what this is. Omori is, well, you see, it's kind of like, there's like a bunch of white space. God, I thought Nier would be hard to explain the story for. I'm damn near ready to give up on this one. Kill this piece of shit Earth. It turned me into toast. Okay, look at this image. This photograph, if you will. Think about why it might look like that. Alright, that's the plot of Omori. Omori is actually a very progressive RPG. In addition to the witty, funny dialogue and world building, it will also occasionally be looking to scare the shit out of you. This was news to me. I was expecting to file this under quirky Earthbound-like. Perhaps for this reason, the horror elements worked way better for me, and I inherently kind of resonate with the theme of conquering these gargantuan fears manifested. For Omori, it's demons and amalgams, but for me, it's fucking up a plate of eggs. The combat here revolves around this type triangle, but now with the extra level of stat buffs and debuffs for each emotion that you can be in. Angry characters hit harder but have lower defense, happy characters are faster and luckier but less accurate, and sad characters have higher defense but lose some mana with each hit. Mastering this system by inflicting your team and your enemies with these emotions is key to not immediately dying. Or you could just keep swinging despite everyone being pissed off. That's viable too, I bet. Some skills accordingly get buffed by emotions too, like how enemies feel bad when Omori is sad, and thus allow his knife to hit harder. What did Capcom mean by this? When you're out and about in the overworld, there's a whole host of wacky characters to engage with and tons of jokes to keep the overall tone up. I anticipate that there will eventually be a Pluto Ultimate fight then. Then you hit some shit like this, and we're back to wishing I was playing Duck Detective again. Much like Alan Wake, mixing these horror elements with comedy makes both ends hit way harder. Like, I know that this game should be scaring me or making me feel all these complex emotions, but First, I need to buy 99 blocks of tofu for an achievement. Omori is a game I believe fully encapsulates the idea of not needing a ton of fancy bells and whistles to make a compelling game experience. Much like Undertale and probably like Earthbound, but I ain't playing that shit. You can blame Ness and Smash Ultimate for that one. You don't need an extremely robust combat system or super razor-tight storyline or even your own game engine. This game runs off of RPG Maker and Chromium. You know, the open source browser shit that Chrome runs on. I think Omocat did an amazing job with this game and created an experience that was so different and interesting to play through when I think about any other game that could be kind of like this. And it helps that the music is really good. Thank you, Space Boyfriend. Or, sorry, Space Ex-Boyfriend. Or, sorry, Captain Space Boy. Or, sorry, Space Husband. Absolutely fantastic game. Don't play it. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think this one was going to end with a recommendation like all the others? Hell no. Stay far away from this one. And that sums up Ori 2 pretty nicely. Ori and the Will of the Wisps has a lot of things that it improves upon compared to the prior game, between its overworld navigation to the speed at which you get more interesting upgrades and the new story hook, but what I want to dive into specifically is the combat. Ori 1 didn't really have combat. It had a ball that shoots stuff that's kinda close to you, or blows up if you hold it. Within the first half hour, Ori 2 presents you with your own Sword of Light and the ability to spend your main magic resource on healing yourself by standing still. Don't think it, don't say it. There's also different perks that you can equip to alter your movement, or how you collect things, or how you fight. I know what you're thinking, just shut up for now. On top of that, there's way more focus on interesting boss fights with huge creatures of the forest. Okay, fine. Yes, this game bears a striking amount of similarities to one Hollow Knight. This was basically the only thing I had heard about Ori 2 going into it, and as much as I tried to ignore that critique, I couldn't stop seeing the influences as I went. But, come here. You wanna know a secret? Hollow Knight is really fucking fun, so making it more like that is not a bad thing. And if you're going to transform the combat into something other than this, then there's worse homework to copy from. There's still a substantial number of ways Ori 2 distinguishes itself. Moon Studios seemed very keen on getting you up to speed as fast as possible with the way they dole out each mechanic so rapidly. Which, listen, any opportunity I get to explore a game world that looks like this, I'll take. But I did have some gripes that manifested as the game went on. Mainly for how prominently this Owl Coo is featured in the intro and the marketing, I expected more time to play with them. The Feather Glide accomplishes basically the same thing, but having a little bud to play the game with always makes things smoother. Plus, I feel like the exploration and quest systems don't feel very rewarding up until the literal last hour and a half of game time, especially when most of the non-player upgrade materials are just kinda sitting there. Overall, I think the game was an enjoyable ride throughout its very short runtime, at least compared to some of the other behemoth games on this list. It really just reminded me that I need to finish Silksong though. They've got boss fights that don't make me unreasonably angry. Well, they do, but it's for different skill issue related reasons. Naturally, we gotta make the frog up here huge. Yeah, huge frog, achievement get! A unique game about merging the 2D and 3D world of a storybook and artist desk respectively, the Plucky Squire has a lot of creative ideas at play here. From taking the words off different sentences to make new things happen in the story, to the 3D space you can navigate on the desk and turning pages to solve different puzzles, all on top of an interesting narrative about picking your own story and defying fate that feels very similar to some of the Final Fantasies I've played leading up to this point. It's weird to say that this game is similar to this game in like any regard, but yeah, all things considered, they're basically the same. While we're at it, it also shares ties to Five Nights at Freddy's. They both have animals. Kinda. It's not a game that I vibe with very much, as beyond a very interesting premise, I find a lot of the puzzles to be nonsensical, and the help gremlin is only ever like, did you try looking under the page? Oh no, why didn't I think of that? I feel like if you're going to have a game about swapping these words around, then there should be way more funniness, way less excuses about how you can't proceed in the way that you want to, and way less words that don't produce any results. I've never played Scribblenauts, but from what I've seen, I feel like that game has such an insane degree of what it will let you capture with your imagination. And you're telling me 14 years later we don't have the technology to add some construction signs or cones when I spell that this bridge is closed? It might sound like a nitpick, but with stiff combat and a premise that hits its peak within the first 3 chapters, I don't really have much else to get from this game. It's not bad at all, it's extraordinarily well made, but I imagine in the same way some people dislike Cuphead despite all of the effort going into that game, I think I just recognize this one isn't for me. I encourage you to pick this game up, maybe when it's on sale. Now, if you'll allow me, a little sidebar on a subject I feel uniquely suited to discuss. The catastrophic fall of Destiny will be studied for years to come, and as I write this section of the script at the beginning of 2026, I expect Marathon will bomb, Destiny 3 will start production, and end production once Sony gobbles up Pete Davidson or whatever the lead guy's name is. The players that invested thousands of hours and hundreds of dollars to play all this content have and will flock elsewhere, and while some find comfort in the raid strategy and planning of a traditional MMO like Final Fantasy XIV or World of Warcraft, some congregate to Warframe to get back some semblance of that ability spam dopamine rush, and others still choose to desperately cling to what Treyarch is cooking up in each new Call of Duty with the 2 broken chef knives and $5 budget they've been given to make zombies. All of them share one common wish that this game, Destiny, had actually blossomed into something spectacular, something incredible, amazing, worthy of the full 10 years of story it took to tell this saga. Remnant II is not that, but it does allow you to shoot a laser beam from your bow and arrow, so it's nearly there, I think. Remnant 2 takes a lot of the mechanics that make Souls-like games enjoyable, like the stamina-based dodging system and replenishable healing via hitting checkpoints that respawn all your enemies, but in this instance, we're in a third-person shooter perspective while weaving and casting your abilities. In an effort to fix the fractured dimensions and appease this big eyeball, you go around these huge maps with different side areas in an attempt to kill a big god in each area. There's a lot of experimentation in the gameplay between the 2 classes you can have, drawing a single unique ability and 4 passives from each, as well as 4 different armor slots to coincide with the 4 rings you can equip. You have 3 different weapon slots which can each be equipped with a mod and a mutator. Mods are different super effects you can put on your guns, from a healing shot to a projectile barrier and everything in between, while mutators give you different buffs or perks when you hit certain conditions. This means that there are a lot of different ways you can make a character thanks to so many avenues to buff so many different things about the way you fight. But the one area I find this game lacking is actually the guns themselves. They're pretty uncommon because there's about 6 other kinds of item that tend to drop before a gun does. Guns are usually reserved for boss rewards. If I have a full inventory page of rings, but me and my buddy are still using the same gun we got 5 hours ago, then I think the ratio here is off. But it is still just fun at the end of the day to boot up the game and go splunking in some area you haven't been to, and being rewarded with something tangible, even if your build doesn't accommodate it at that moment. After you get bored of exploring these places and have had your fill of bosses, putting together builds that really help in clearing out the game's main story, you can go to the special boss rush modes and see how far you can get. It's a fantastic time, and I really can't wait to see how badly this next year will be for Destiny 2. Oh, as for Remnant, it's fine. Don't expect too much to change, because the studio's next project is Darksiders 4. The aforementioned bow and arrow laser beam should be all you need to determine if this game is for you. Now, if there was ever a Mount Rushmore equivalent of roguelikes, so instead of being racist, they'd be gamers, which is kind of a lateral movement in the grand scheme, the 4 contenders in my eyes would be The Binding of Isaac Rebirth, Hades 1, Slay the Spire, and now as of recording this script, Slay the Spire 2, then Risk of Rain 2. Risk of Rain 2 in particular is quite an achievement when you compare it to the original 2D game. Sure, all of the same pieces are there in the original, but adding an extra dimension to your game isn't something to sneeze at. Risk of Rain 2 perfectly blended speed-incentivized gameplay with high-octane action where you can barely tell what happens on screen. This section of the video is not about Risk of Rain 2, because that game got a new publisher which then dropped a new DLC and completely twisted those 2 elements to the point where I no longer want to play it. Take the face off of that roguelike Mount Rushmore and replace it with Risk of Rain Returns. Made by the original dev team at Hopoo Games, they've taken the lessons learned from the sequel and brought them back into the 2-dimensional space. I'll admit, I thought this game would be dog shit comparatively. I never played the original Risk of Rain, but 2 seemed like lightning in a bottle. I didn't know if it was possible to recapture that level of insanity when you remove that third dimension. Thankfully, not only did they manage to capture that same crazy energy, it's sometimes even more batshit than Risk of Rain 2. The items are the same amount, if not more engaging, when limited to 2 dimensions. Previously, it was difficult to feel the effects of something like a movement speed buff, but here, an extra jump with a 10% bonus to your movement speed is the difference maker in survival, in traversal, and in combat. But sometimes, as is the nature of a roguelike, you get 2 of the same item that just electrifies ropes. I'm sure that'll help me on levels that look like this. There is a lot of characters, each with their own unlockable alternate skills as well. You can get these by completing Providence trials, or by hitting different milestones on each character, hitting a total number of stages, getting a total number of items, or turning enough alien creatures into currency are all paths you can go down if you don't want to do whatever the trial is asking of you. It's good that they give you both routes, because there are some trials and gold medal objectives in here that I'm positive were never playtested. Not like Hoppu gives a shit, they've got a new position on the Deadlock dev team, and thus a golden ticket to Gabe Newell's steam sail-powered mega yacht fleet. All I ask is that you nerf Pocket's ultimate into the fucking ground. Also, allow a multiplayer toggle to prompt you for picking up each item so that my friends stop accidentally taking all the boss rewards, leading to me accidentally abandoning them to fight the entire level. On the subject of levels, they're diverse, sprawling, and sometimes very annoying. Having to spend 2 minutes to walk all the way around just because no rope is allowing me to get up to where I need to be does feel like ass no matter how cool the rest of the game is. But with an expanded roster compared to both games that came before it, the same amazing music made by the same talented guy, and addictive mob grinding gameplay, I'd say I'm extremely pleasantly surprised with how this game was able to make me love going back to 2D. I genuinely didn't think it could work. Overall, I give it a Curse of the Dead Gods out of 10. How the hell do we even pronounce this next one? Alright, Snake Rex is a roguelite about controlling Snake. You know, the one from video games. No, not that one, the original one. Your Snake parts can get additional upgrades that help them shoot better or trigger unique effects like slowing or blowing away people who get too close, and each unit can be upgraded to a higher tier by buying more of that unit, much like an auto-battler. The soundtrack's pretty good too, I suppose? I wish there was more to talk about with this game, but what you see is what you get, and if you don't see much, then, yeah. Oh my Lanta. Have unlocked dragons.
I like how polite they look.
They do look very polite. They're sitting very daintily. The Merchant's Guild stretches far and wide. Songs of Conquest has been covered extensively by other autists on this website who have played Heroes of Might and Magic before. Odds are, if you're even slightly aware of this game's existence prior to me bringing it up, it's because you've already sunk about 500 hours into sending death threats to the dev team. I don't judge. If you're unfamiliar, Songs of Conquest is a turn-based strategy game where you acquire resources, expand your claim on resources, and eventually begin using said resources to bomb everyone else for more resources. Much like real life. You navigate a map and interact with different waymarks on your way to other towns, which you can conquer to help bolster your total income every turn, or give you more troops. I played this right after the Tales of Wonder update, which from my understanding helped to add in this list of pre-drawn scenarios, allowing you to get your bearings on the game. This is integrated seamlessly with the different campaigns and the total runtime of each. At base, there's a lot of developer-curated content for you to sink your teeth into. Much like all town management strategy games, though, you can tweak the individual settings to your liking. Not that much of the game needs tweaking, the base settings are already pretty damn good. Speaking of good, combat. You've got your units all collected in stacks that can be split accordingly, and a main hero with a specific magic tree that allows you to fulfill that magical fantasy girl dream. You can cast spells with essence, which your units generate every turn, and you're only limited by how much you have. Casting 2 chain lightnings back to back is something you can reasonably do, assuming you haven't cast anything else for the rest of the fight and are probably already dead. Buff your units, debuff other units, clear the battlefield in one spell cast, or die in one turn because you're dog shit at positioning. Between all the different factions, there's different unit types and different essence that lets you mix and match for unique effects. There's a lot of different mechanics at play here, from momentum after killing a unit, to the high ground and effective distance of your ranged units, and how all of that interacts with the spells you can cast with enough essence. Going through all of these mechanics would take a video of this length, and I'll be honest, I'm not that smart. Instead, I'll give you my full vote of confidence that each of these systems are not only easy to understand after fiddling with them, but also very fun. There's a couple additional DLCs at the time of writing this that seem to go on sale often, but even without them, this is still a very enjoyable strategy game that only slightly reveals the knowledge gap I have when it comes to crunching numbers. I should probably crawl back to Expedition 33, where the numbers are so big I no longer have to count them.
His name is Mastema.
Archangel Mastema.
Isn't that a diagnosis?
It sounds like it. Also, you see in the bottom right, triangles fast forward, squares auto. R1 is hides the HUD. What could MW possibly fucking stand for?
Main menu.
The last of our trio of Persona likes, Shin Megami Tensei 5 is probably the game that shares the least similarities with Astro Bot on this whole list. The primary difference being that SMT5 is in this video and Astro Bot is not. Although Jack Frost does have like a similar color scheme. As a Persona fan, I was expecting this to just be another version of Persona 5 re-released under my nose, which is why it was disappointing to find out I had put in the wrong disc and was actually playing Metaphor again. Ah well, what's another 90 hours? Christ, this video's never gonna get done. In all seriousness, my expectations here were only slightly tainted by my prior experience with Atlas. And if anything, playing Metaphor prior to this set me up to understand the press turn system perfectly. Though I'm playing this one on normal, I learned my lesson last time. Instead of having a fixed party of teenagers composed of exactly one character trait each, SMT instead has you negotiating with the demons themselves to have them join your party, and then you all get fire breathed on by a big sandworm and die anyway. Maybe I should add this guy to my party instead. There are so many demons in this game, and yet all of them pale in comparison to Jack Frost. What an excellent game. As with most of Atlus's games, this is the newer, definitive version of Shin Megami Tensei 5 known as Vengeance, which adds an entirely alternate story path and numerous quality of life features that I can't imagine playing without. Being able to save anywhere is chief among them. Being able to pick between 2 unique story paths with 6 total endings between them adds a ton of replay value to this game as well. It's a fun experience to start, but definitely starts to slow down towards the middle of the game until you make it out of the desert, where you're high enough level to go take on all the optional stuff you couldn't do before. This, on top of getting access to some great demons and unique skills, finally started to make everything click back into place for me. Roaming these huge maps and finding secrets and items and essences to gain new abilities and resistances is very fun, on top of being pretty well written and surprisingly funny with certain quests and demon negotiations. Plus, for maybe the first time in any game I played from this company, it's properly challenging the whole way through. Maybe Persona 4 was too, but I'm biased as hell on that front, so I digress. Speaking of Persona, one aspect I wasn't prepared to be missing here was the social links and hybrid gameplay style of student and demon crime fighters. You do technically go to the real world on a few occasions, but I wouldn't really compare this to the full schedule system of the Persona games. It wasn't until I experienced the absence of the social half of these games that I realized how much I kinda miss it. And even if the animations and actual battle tech are cool, I would still love to have that other half of the gameplay to break things up. But then again, the Persona games don't have Turbo Granny in them, so you take some good with some bad. All of this presented to you in a story package that makes it very clear from the first hour what this game is about. Amass a demon army, kill Satan, attack and dethrone God. I mean, I'm glad we're not mincing words about it anymore. Also, guys, this music, it's so weird and subdued and unlike anything I've heard from this team before. Most of the area themes when you start out aren't even music, it's just kind of desert sounds. But as you get further into an area, the music changes, which helps every area feel distinct from the last, even on the same map. There's also so many battle themes in this game. Odds are if there's a larger than average enemy or a cutscene plays before your fight, then you are in for an entirely new music experience that I was always excited to hear. From the weird and distorted boss themes, to the angelic choirs harmonizing to accompany the fight against God's strongest soldier.
In the name of our hallowed and mighty Lord, evil, be gone!
To the more subdued, more methodical music tracks representing this figure who challenges you out of nowhere. Where could this possibly be building up to? And then it drops and you're in a surfer action movie.
She was gonna betray us, Arthur. Couldn't you tell? No. Well, I got some Spanish. She was.
So how did you know she was gonna betray us? What'd she say?
It was in her eyes, in the way she was leading us.
But you said you knew Spanish.
Senor, por favor.
Damn, that's good.
Josh, why are you playing Red Dead 2 before the first one? 'Cause I don't give a heckin' darn, if you'll excuse my language. Generally, I find most of Rockstar's game library to be quite droll and hard to get into. My notion about most of their games, and especially this one, was that the entire open world that's presented to you gets condensed into the same shit that I dislike about the first few Assassin's Creed games. Stories that are shot like movies, meant to unfold and unravel in a twist so crazy you couldn't even begin to fathom what the writer's room looked like to make it. I just never really felt the pull like most people did, and I especially didn't feel like putting in the time to complete any of these long-ass campaigns to solidify my feelings on the subject. You can blame Grand Theft Auto 5 in particular for this opinion. So, like I try to do with all games I feel this way towards, I approached Red Dead 2 with an entirely fresh mindset, ready to let the magician go to work without trying to poke holes in his act. And for starters, I don't think there's a game on this list that looks better, besides maybe The Witcher 3. Like, are you seeing this right now? Jesus Christ. I'm not one that cares about graphical fidelity, but like, you have to give credit where it's due. I can't even begin to imagine what the development of this game looked like to get it to look like this. Though, if I had to guess, they probably had a buffet in the office for the art department every single day, whilst the gameplay team is fighting over who gets to have the last pizza slice so they can go back to coding the worst cover mechanics ever. I am so puzzled by the gameplay of Red Dead 2. It feels so immersive and cool as you buy items off the shelves of a store, clean your guns, clean your horses, and have all these shooting sections that are accompanied with bombastic orchestral tunes. The store catalog has in-depth descriptions of each weapon written into the book. There's so much texture and care put in every facet of playing this game. Then the illusion is shattered when NPCs who are letting you go decide they aren't anymore, different interactions have scripting errors that result in the inability for anyone to give a fuck while getting robbed, or you've got Harry Houdini disappearing off the side of the street. And then you have to deal with the dog shit cover mechanics. Did I talk about that already? Some years later, you completed Red Dead Redemption was an achievement I just got. That's Rockstar, that's the name of the first video game. I haven't fucking gotten there yet. What is that deer doing? All this is just jank, and jank is a word I associate with Bethesda, not Rockstar.
Hello there.
So many decisions here are made in pursuit of realism. Oh, we'll go ahead and put your guns on your horse, because that's what Arthur would do. Well, I don't particularly care, to be honest, because the only thing that results in from a gameplay point of view is me lacking my best gun during a firefight. I kept asking myself, if I didn't enjoy the act of playing this game so much, why did I consistently spend 4 or 6 hours at a time playing through it? What is there to actually fully immerse myself in and enjoy about this game? Well, the story is really fucking good.
Leave the kid alone, you goddamn animals!
Who do you think you're talking to?
Nobody. I'm talking to nobody.
What did you say?
What?
I said, what did you say?
Get lost, buddy. Shut up, mister!
Yeah, shut your mouth, mister.
None of these nebulous gameplay issues even matter once you get the ball rolling on the game's story. It has so much emotional impact in the way each of these characters slowly starts to grow on you, or how you grow to hate or distrust them, how it makes each of their problems something that you want to take on as a group. It's insanely compelling. There's so many surprises and well-written moments with actor performances that are truly amazing. Missable cutscenes in camp and the whole host of side quests you can go on are incredible. I'm so glad that I got over my preconceived notions of the story of Rockstar games here, because I now realize the logistics of creating a game like this must be absolutely insane. And to have this game only be written by 3 people is crazy. I'm extremely excited about what the next Red Dead has in store for me. Or, I guess, what the first Red Dead has in store for me. I hope they have guns in the store, that'd be helpful. I hate Psychonauts. I fucking hate Psychonauts. I use the shield move. I fucking hate this. Psychonauts is a platformer about invading the minds of the characters in the game in order to unlock new psychic abilities while analyzing their trauma, which I think was the original draft concept for the video game Astro Bot. I don't know if you've maybe heard of this niche title before, but this will be the last anyone ever speaks of it. It's the type of game where the first NPCs you can interact with have a full 3-minute conversation about what they should call their band, and then you can see them performing about 30 minutes later. I haven't even done any platforming yet and I'm invested. The levels have a lot of depth and fun ways that they lay the obstacles out, but these levels also have an obtuse way that you physically progress, often having you do what I consider to be pretty nonsensical things to move through the level. They're sprawling and confusing until you remember to use the power that they just gave you. Of course they do something like that. It's still a ton of fun to play through despite these grievances with the level design, as I don't think I've played many psychic-themed games. I mean, there was that one guy with a big tail in Smash Ultimate. These psychic powers grant you a bouncy ball to roll around, pyrotechnics, and a gun. You like channel the bullets with your mind or something. Between the creativity of these level layouts, the humor and smart writing for the whole game, there's very little to find fault in Psychonauts, especially when compared to the other games released around 2005. My main complaint isn't even with the game itself, but I think this PC port had some pretty poor audio mixing, and oftentimes I had it cut out during dialogue or just do whatever this is.
Must learn to control them, focus them.
But beyond that, it was an enjoyable experience for nearly the entire game. Fuck this shit-ass bowl level. It'd be really funny if there was a boss fight in this room.
I have to break your neck.
Oh my fucking god. Nine Souls is a 2D Souls-like where you can parry stuff, so it's a 12 out of 10. Are we done with this fucking video yet? Having a parry doesn't inherently make your game good, despite what many people think. And we'll be getting into an example of this here in a little bit. It's just that parrying accentuates combat that is already good, much like how grapple hooks accentuate movement that's already good. Games aren't good because they have a parry or a grapple, they're good because good support systems allow these cool mechanics to come to the forefront. And that's the perfect way to describe Nine Souls. Solid support systems that hold up a pretty fast and intense combat system. It's got sick combo strings for you to time your parries out, a talisman dash that you can detonate, the big sword charge move is fun, and a pretty solid set of upgrades and modulators. I mean this very endearingly if any Nine Souls devs are listening. It feels like playing a Flash game. I feel like this exact type of game with this specific art style would be something I'd boot up on Congregate, if any of you even know what that site is. Shout out Warlord's Call to Arms. However, much like those old school Flash games, Nine Souls is prone to what I call fucked up run around to find the dev intended path sections of game time that I was not a fan of at all. Between this and some of the more head-spinning sections of Psychonauts, I was starting to lose my mind over not seeing the one doorway I needed to go down to proceed with the rest of the game. Not being able to fast travel between checkpoints at the beginning and instead having to go back to the main hub just accentuates the issue. When looking into walkthroughs to get through sections that I found confusing, I encountered a few other comments saying the exact same stuff as I did here, which was refreshing to hear that I wasn't alone. Make no mistake though, Nine Souls is an expertly made game that has so much visual flair with these comic panel cut-ins and these backgrounds, but after being in these areas for multiple hours trying to find the proper path to go, it's kinda hard to care about the level of artistic talent put into the game. You might ask what makes this experience different from Hollow Knight, as with a very similar map, there's a chance that someone gets just as lost in that game. But I feel like Hollow Knight has a very natural sense of letting you know where you can and can't go. A platform that's just barely too high, a narrow vertical shaft that you can't quite get up yet, it all feels like you're adapting to fit the world. Nine Souls has doors. Some of them will be open and some of them won't. Those open doors take you to a transport platform that leads to a separate area where you get one chest with a gift item. Figure it out. Also, we're not giving you double jump till halfway through the game, fuck you. The game goes on sale pretty frequently, and there's also a bundle with the new Mina the Hollower from Yacht Club Games, who did another platformer that we'll discuss later. If it looks interesting to you, I can at least promise you that the combat is fluid and these bosses are fun. That said, I got lost far less in Sekiro, so if you just wanted to boot that up, I wouldn't blame you. Right down Santa Claus Lane. Right down is, are other people allowed to drive down Santa Claus Lane?
Who lives at number 2 Santa Claus Lane?
Mrs. Claus. Sometimes they gotta go to the other house, because they're...
their holiday home.
Their
It's just next door.
Oh, I love that. I love that. They only ever go there on December 26th. Approaching the first Red Dead Redemption in the way that I did proved to be a very good idea, as setting up the storyline of how the Vanderlyn gang fell apart in Red Dead 2 makes the experience here all the more interesting. The only thing more interesting is how this PC remaster manages to avoid having a skip cutscene button, or even a separate audio slider for voice volume. On top of the original Xbox 360 era jank, there's also some dumb design choices, like not being able to start a mission until a certain time of the day. At least they added in Undead Nightmare, thank God for that. We were all asking why we couldn't shoot zombies in this janky-ass sandbox, but on PC. This time with a weapon wheel. Red Dead 1 has a lot of remnants of the console generation it released on, like how the audio sounds like someone ran it through 8 different compression softwares, or how there's only 3 save slots. The shooting is definitely aged, and you're way more reliant on Deadeye than in Red Dead 2. And without the cool zoom effect or even confirmation on your cursor, it's hard to tell when enemies actually die. Though, credit where it's due, cover is actually better in this game, primarily because you can slide into it, and the angles from which you fire at are more intuitive. Plus, the bullet magnetism lets the shots that go way off base still count, which combined with a mouse help to make the shooting feel bearable overall. While I wish more would have been done to bring this PC edition out of the Paleolithic era, I can still appreciate the story here for what it is, which is an interesting send-off to these characters I've grown to appreciate over the last 50 hours or so. When I revisit Red Dead 2, I plan to do so with an entirely new lens now that I've got the full scope of context of how everyone gets to where they're going. God, is this... I would hate for this to be another situation where I play 2 games with the intent of comparing them against each other, and I have to come to the conclusion that they're not... One's not better than the other, they're just different. I love ranking one above the other. I love putting things in tier lists. I hate being nuanced! Hopefully I'll find the storyline that explains whatever the hell is going on in Undead Nightmare. Oh, the rat's driving. Pizza Tower was one of the hardest games to play because every time I booted it up, I had to also get some pizza in front of me, and it's hard to do these precise platforming techniques with hands covered in grease.
Oh, I'm sorry, does this bother you?
I don't really have to explain anything with this game, honestly. You work your way up the tower to fight John Pizza. The level structure of Pizza Tower is what really impressed me the most. As you progress through the first half of the regular levels, you're going fast, but still slowing down on occasion in order to execute jumps, take down enemies, and get score. While you make your way through, you're able to see that there's also pathways that are blocked off. Once you do hit the end, it's now a full force sprint back to the start of the stage before time expires, opening up all those blocked pathways in the process. This allows both types of platform players to be happy with each level. Those that chase scores, as well as the crackheads that just enjoy going fast, can find enjoyment out of nearly every single stage in the game. I noticed I tended to be on the crackhead side of the spectrum. Experts are still working to deduce the reasons as to why, but ULTRAKILL as a root cause seems very likely. This is actually one of the few games on this list that you can beat in an afternoon, but there's also a ton of depth and replayability with different unlockable characters and the fabled P rank. An amazingly done soundtrack with fantastic movement and a parry button, just like my favorite game, Little Kitty Big City. There's so many ways you can describe the experience of playing Pizza Tower, but none of them do the act of playing it justice. Except maybe this clip. Fire every fucking neuron that I've got. Send it. Mullet Mad Jack takes place in this dystopian wasteland where liquid dopamine is fed straight to the brain and corporations have monetized everyone's ability to not live longer than 10 seconds without a hit. You play as a psychotic Reddit moderator who guns down thousands of robots while a live stream turns thumbs up emotes into adrenaline pumped straight into your bloodstream, all as you attempt to save a princess. The game, as you might have guessed, takes place in the year 2026. Mullet Mad Jack is a first-person... Okay. Anyways, it's an anime inspired. It's a boomer shooter where the goal is, it's about going fast. I'm sure Donkey did a bit like this already. I think he made this entire video before, actually.
Yeah, so? Dude, The Simpsons done everything already. Who cares? Yeah, they've been on the air for like 13 years. Of course they've done everything.
Every idea's been done, Butters, even before The Simpsons.
Mullet Mad Jack fits cleanly into the boomer shooter subgenre of just fire every neuron that I have, because the objective is to get to the end of each of these levels as quickly as you can, and with so many robots in the way, a slow reaction time is slow reaction money. With around 80 floors in the main story, an endless mode to fill endless hours, and a boss rush, even though you may have seen everything this game has to offer by the 5-hour mark, that doesn't mean you need to stop having fun. That's what Mullet Mad Jack encapsulates, honestly, is just raw fun, and occasionally, some good advice.
Eat more potatoes. Free games end up costing you more.
That's so true, Mullet Mad Jack. They even had a collab with ULTRAKILL. Holy shit, remember that game from 3 hours ago? Parkour! Mirror's Edge is a parkour game about scaling incredibly high rooftops and trying not to get vertigo, which immediately makes this the hardest game on the whole list for me. You're tasked with finding information by running, climbing, wall running, monkey bar swinging, and occasionally dying on your way to find out what's really going on in this city. For the most part, all of this blends together nicely to create some pretty cool free running sections. This game does have a few clunky moments though, where I feel like they fill up your controller with sludge and then feed whatever inputs you are actually able to get out to a big monster. When you're able to break away from the plot and just focus on free running, it is a damn good time. A few too many indoor sections for my liking, and the combat system feels kinda ham-fisted, but maybe they didn't want people thinking that a game full of rooftop parkour was one note. Despite my gripes, this is an extremely solid parkour game with a lot of heart to it. I didn't get the chance to play Catalyst in this video, but if that fixes any of the issues that I had with this game, feel free to let me know, and I will happily check it out.
Gabriel, you should mend Wade.
I could mend Wade.
You should, no. You should mend Wade.
Should I mend Wade?
Are you asking of Magic 8 Ball? What are we? Our second duck-type game on this backlog, if you don't get mad at me for calling penguins ducks, Penny's Big Breakaway sees a talent competition go horribly wrong, and the entire police force of penguins gets sent to hunt you down. This is the only blue that I back. In order to escape, you use the power of yo-yo swings, zips, rides, climbs, the whole shebang. I mean, look at this footage. Look at that Penny go. She's just chugging along. These levels have so much expressive detail and they're so colorful. Citizens will read out what they want you to do as you breeze past them, and because I've now played every single Final Fantasy game that there is, I have the reading speed to just do their quest objectives without slowing down. There's a whole host of collectibles and aforementioned quests, but the actual goal is to get your combo as high as possible. Unfortunately, I keep falling off the map because right trigger is web swing in Spider-Man, and any Spider-Man adjacent game, I will assume that button is also web swing. I have nothing to fault Penny's Big Penguin Jailbreak for, beyond taking the award for the hardest game crash on this list, as one time while dying via electrocution, my entire PC crashed. I guess both the game and the PC had too much electricity, what can you do there? There's not even a bad level for me to make a cutaway gag to the next game about. How will I be able to segue into Silent Hill 2? The evil torture fucked up room. Oh, that's where the weed is. Now I gotta get in here. I gotta get in the evil fucked up torture room. Do I take the... Hello. Do you see the enemy in this image? Post a comment down below. And let me know what your favorite Silent Hill is. Let me know what's your favorite Silent Hill in the description down below. Silent Hill 2, much like Dark Souls 2, is actually an unrelated game to the rest of the series and just gets in the way of these two being directly related. The difference is, if my first experience with Dark Souls was with 2, I'd probably become the Joker much earlier into my life. Here with Silent Hill, I'm extremely intrigued at what the rest of the series looks like, thanks to an expertly crafted unique story, with fucked up enemies and a sense of always being on edge thanks to the fog, and probably due to being one hit away from death the whole game, but that's neither here nor there. Much like my time with Dead Space, this remake of the original Silent Hill 2 is my first experience with the game, and one I was more than happy to partake in after looking back on the lacking amount of horror games in this backlog. Big ups to Omori for the surprise boost to our numbers there. Silent Hill 2 has pretty decent combat to coincide with a spectacular story, with amazing cinematography of all things, and a hook that makes you want to delve deeper and deeper and put your hand into more and more holes. Why would you dive into this toilet, James? I don't care what kind of clock hand it gives you to solve this puzzle, just Google the word sepsis. Even though this game also leans a bit more towards the action side of action horror, it also dips way further into the horror side than I was ready for. This staircase in particular was very memorable, as in it'll be very easy to describe this to my therapist. I'm glad I waited this long to play such a legendary game, not only because of a pretty stellar remake by Bloober Team, but also since I can now relate to the experience of needing to wander through an ethereal void plane. All guys have to go through that at some point or another. FromSoft sold their firstborn to the devil at Disney to make our last Souls-like happen with Jedi Fallen Order, a prequel to the best PC release since Crysis 3. Developed by the team behind Titanfall, my initial expectations were that this would probably be the least complete Souls-like on our list. The combat is stiff and uninteresting, the platforming is super janky, the story is the most interesting part of the game because it's finally some original Star Wars content, but it also feels weird to even have cutscenes of this length in a game of this genre. Souls games to me are way more about the atmosphere and oppressive feeling of the world, and I don't feel like these goober-ass enemies are cutting it. But after jotting down all of what I just said 2 hours into the game, I had to stop and think for a moment. Do I really feel this way? Am I just being overly harsh on a game from a development team that I do like via a property that I no longer care for? Is comparing these games really fair? I had a feeling I was coming in with preconceived notions, and shooting straight to the hardest of the areas I had available probably didn't help. So after a few months away, I got back on course and attempted to do the same thing here that I did with Red Dead 2. Yeah, combat is still pretty jank, and the animations of my enemies when winding up or getting staggered never really felt right. Yeah, sometimes the platforming and puzzles can be obnoxious, and yeah, these enemies leave a lot to be desired. All that said, I think I actually kind of like this game. Thanks to the novelty of your Jedi powers, the parry button existing at all, some genuinely good boss fights, and the story, which I already expected would be good, ended up being very surprisingly well written and engaging throughout the entire time I played. Beyond what I mentioned already, the only other critique I had was sometimes you press the heal button and your quirky robot decides he doesn't want to heal you. It's so funny, it didn't get me killed ever. Aha, so funny.
Hey, stop staring. Haven't you guys ever seen a dragon before? You're a dragon? You got a problem with that pussy?
Spyro is the undisputed king of purple dragons that are accompanied by a bug, but my custom character from Baldur's Gate is a close second. My experience with Spyro prior to this comes from the Legend of Spyro games on the GBA, which were Metroidvanias. Funny how we've come full circle there. The Spyro games in this Reignited trilogy are 3D platformers, much like the game Astrobot, which I don't know if I brought up yet, is not in this video. Gems, dragons, eggs, the charred corpses of my supposed oppositional forces. Damn, that's kind of bars. Someone feel free to take that one. Your story and goal of Spyro is laid out within the first 30 seconds of booting up the first game. This guy is turning dragons to stone, so go free them and pick up treasure along the way. Sometimes we swap out the dragons depending on the game, but the general collect everything mantra remains consistent. There are the levels where you just explore a sprawling map and collect stuff. There's the levels where you're granted full flight control and given a timer to clear out every obstacle. There's levels where you chase a guy, and each of these levels are enjoyable to collect things in. While certain games in this trilogy appeal to the way I collect things more than others, all 3 games on offer here are worthwhile and enjoyable throughout my entire runtime. What the fuck? Spyro tank. Spyro flying saucer. This is a good ass game. I'm dead. This game sucks actually. The art style of this game appeals to me substantially more than any modern day realistic, we killed 40,000 processing units to render this on Unreal 5 type graphics, because it's colorful and vibrant with constant motion and a feeling of uniqueness that permeates the whole game trilogy. Each enemy is so expressive, so emotive, even when getting killed so insanely hard, Spyro included. Spyro himself is a character that you can gather every bit of his personality by looking at one still frame. He's smaller than most dragons, but you can tell he's substantially more confident than most too. He's cocky, but with a sense that he can back it up. And that mohawk? Too cool.
I'd be crying if I looked like that too, bro. That's fucked up what they be doing to y'all.
This is a fantastic collection of games for when you don't know what to play, because it's very easy and enjoyable to boot up a level, find some gems, talk to some dragons that say some shit like, Spyro, the X button lets you glide. Give me a reason why my wife left. And Spyro responds with, I am wanted for war crimes in 17 countries. Boo-hoo. One Step from Eden is a tile-based card battler where you move along this grid and have access to unique abilities that can affect your opponents and their board based on what you have in your card deck and your position relative to the enemy. If you've ever played Mega Man Battle Network, you're a fucking nerd, but also you'd probably really enjoy this game. It's got all sorts of unique and fun effects you'll gather over the course of your run, like granting a buff if you can land on a specific spot, granting you bonuses for standing in one spot, breaking the ground, creating obstacles, firing lasers, hitting some sick dance moves for shield rewards, and handling potions.
I'm telling you, I need your strongest version.
Between the different elemental keywords and all the buffs and debuffs you can apply to yourself, your enemies, and the battlefield, it's a pretty insane time when you get to some of these later levels and have some of the stronger cards being buffed by all your artifacts. You can even play as different characters, and those characters show up in your run as bosses using the same kind of cards you could have picked up over the course of your run. Credit where it's due, this game has great elements all around, and although it takes a little getting used to, the grid battling format is a lot of fun and has way more potential for creativity than I would have initially expected. I gravitated towards one character primarily because fighting her as a boss was miserable, but you can throw that onto the pile of various skill issues I've accumulated over the course of this video. Could we please get a new Battle Network game? It's been 84 years, Capcom.
I heard someone gasp. Did they not like the way I said it?
No, not you.
No. I said I was at Josh.
I'm getting fucked here.
Yeah. You should see what Josh is doing right now. It's fucked up.
Oh, fuck! Dude, fuck! It's a good ass game. If Mario has earned the title of Mr. Video Games, then I wholeheartedly believe the position of Mr. Indie Games should go to Shovel Knight. I feel like I've played every goddamn game this guy is in beside the one he actually comes from. Rivals of Aether, Move or Die, Brawlhalla, Smash Bros. For Honor, there was even an arcade cabinet in Katana Zero. With all the different media appearances that this guy has made his mark on, it paints the picture of a very solid game experience to have come from. Or maybe everyone gets offers like these for their characters, but Yacht Club are the only ones who follow up, unlike pussy-ass Disney. So after all that build-up, I was attempting to keep my expectations in check going into this game, but then the first level starts and that music hits, and you're hitting people with the DuckTales hop, and the controls feel so good, and there's so many secrets and little baubles to collect that you fully submit to the experience and your brain almost autonomously starts having fun. It's magic in a way this game is able to so seamlessly introduce you to the game world and then slowly turn the heat up until levels start to become a true test of platforming prowess. If Pizza Tower is a 2D platformer for people who are in the middle of a 6-day cocaine bender, Shovel Knight is for people who just got done hotboxing their car. It's the Goldilocks of the genre, where every aspect from the collectibles to the combat to the goofy-ass story of realizing you're playing a character called Shovel Knight, all combined with the 3 additional campaigns with 3 more characters they've released over the years, is insanely polished and consistent from the moment you hit play to the moment you're done with any of the campaigns. Fantastic work, Shovel Knight. Shovel? I hardly know her. Alright, that's 2 strikes. If I get a third one wrong, the other family can steal the whole video and go to Fast Money.
Hello, my friend. As you can see, we're busy with giving the weapons some proper care after the desert.
Yeah, I hate sand, I must say. It's rough and coarse and gets everywhere. Irritates me to no end.
Here everything is soft and smooth.
The last in our trio of Metro games I'll be covering today, Exodus takes place in the year 2036 and has 5 times the download size compared to both previous games combined, which were basically the only things I knew about it going in. After sitting on it for a bit, I really quite enjoyed my time with Metro Last Light, and was thinking about how much nicer a game like this could work if it was twice as long with the same setting. This is a similar mindset to my initial run of Shadow of War, so I was bracing myself for a similar experience of realizing that request would lead to a substantially denser game that I may not want to fully work through here. What helps to avoid that trap is the constant pace at which the story progresses, thanks in part to the train that you're on for most of the game, even if it does result in what I consider to be forced story events to keep things moving. Hey, the leader's daughter decided she would go out by herself and not tell anyone or be accompanied by anyone in this realm of zombies and bloodthirsty nuke dogs. Could you go get her so we could start moving the train again? You definitely lose some of that razor-tight mission design that I felt was really solid in the previous entries, most likely a result of the entire setting having such a dramatic shift. Cramped hallways and corridors are swapped for sprawling surface areas with clean air that doesn't warrant a gas mask most of the time. In place of all of this, we have crafting, which I am very rarely a fan of, giving me 15 billion of another resource instead of just scattering the things I need throughout the game. Oh, hello, kitten. Is nice if you want some player agency on what guns to use, but to me it makes the game feel needlessly bloated. I don't know if I necessarily dislike it more than having an entirely separate shootable currency, but stopping to craft stuff every 10 minutes did put a damper on things, especially when all of the interact prompts have been changed to hold instead of press, which sounds like a crazy nitpick, but if you played on both then you know how frustrating it is to interact with stuff, have that moment where you process everything that you've just did, and then hold the interact button. What I ended up appreciating over the course of this game, though, was how much freedom they allow with each of these mission objectives. Due to the nature of needing to go away from the train, your quests very often revolve around going to a specific place for parts, or maps, or people, but they don't really care how you get there. Walking around an abandoned building looking for a single entrance window and strategically using my silent pneumatic steel ball launcher, deftly weaving in the darkness up to a lever to release a bunch of slaves, and then Indiana Jones style zipline down while blasting my AK, all feel like great moments that I curated as a player, which is awesome. On top of some absolutely stunning views and great weather effects, engaging combat sandboxes with fair enemy placement and health, plus what I feel is a very satisfying payoff to this whole trilogy and an ending that felt satisfying without me feeling like I needed to fulfill 18 invisible criteria, Exodus is a great cap off to this series that I wouldn't have tried if not for this video. What an amazing way to end this trilogy, and I'm a little relieved that they had the balls to end it here and not release another game a few years after in the middle of me working on this video, because that would be fucked up.
The last round we're going to use is a 12 gauge
confetti round.
Enter the Gungeon knows exactly what it wants to be, and executes that premise with insane precision. It's simple in concept, a roguelike that throws as many gun-type weapons at you as possible, but it's all of the finer details where this game really shines, like what happens if you pick up something that isn't a gun? The tone here is immaculate. Everything is guns, and every new gun you pick up is interesting in one way or another to your run, even if you're not using it. Each of the random rooms feels so dynamic and interactive. You can knock tables over and roll explosive barrels to shoot, hide behind big pillars, except for when the tank shows up, he destroys those. The level of secrets and depth, both literally and figuratively, to this gun-themed dungeon is kinda staggering. That's one thing that all of these roguelikes I've covered so far have done exceptionally well, is have an insanely deep amount of content cooking underneath what may seem like a pretty mid-surface. Between the crazy over-the-top weapons and bullet hell boss fights mixed with the health and blank system and the different playable characters with unique active items and the synergies you could build off of from there, this game has way more brewing than what you might originally take it for. It's also insanely easy to just boot up and play. There's a quick start button during the logo roll that just instantly gets you in a run as a random character. On top of that, it's difficult, but in a way that every death you're just upset at yourself for not weaving through these patterns properly, up until they stop being fair. Actually, we'll go back to the council on this one for review. I thought with over 700 hours in Binding of Isaac, I would be pretty decent at bullet hells, but maybe I need to stick with Deadlock as the game I'm good at.
Hey, why does this Deadlock footage look different compared to the start of the video?
It's a solid game to just boot up whenever you want to scratch that dungeon shoot 'em up itch. Plus, in this game, you get to punch out style fist fight a rat and get his cheese keys for rat items to fight a boss called the Dragon. Balatro could never. Oh yeah, Vegeta special training.
If I can push myself just a little bit more.
Have you met 21 yet?
Be able to turn into a Super Saiyan.
Do I have the ability to?
You're hard at work as always, Vegeta.
It might be. She's in Capsule Corp.
To the training room. Would you like to see what
I've been to Capsule Corp very frequently and I haven't seen her.
Go on then. Show me what you
Okay.
I knew you'd be interested.
It might be at the start of the Android saga because she is an Android, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh my fucking god. Now, to get my main critique out of the way instantly, I think there's only so many ways you can tell this exact same story of Dragon Ball. At this point in time, I'm sure even my mother is aware of who Goku is.
What's up, kiddo?
Hey mom, I'm recording for the video right now. I wanted to call and ask you a question if you have a moment.
Of course.
Do you know who Goku is?
It sounds familiar.
If you had to take your best guess.
If I had to take my best guess, I'm saying Dragon Ball Z.
That is 1,000% correct, and entirely proves my point. Thank you for your time.
Only reason I know that is because of osmosis and all of the years that Dragon Ball Z was playing in our house, and that's probably the only reason why that was in my brain.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
All right, have a good morning. I love you.
You too, love you, bye.
So there you go. And on top of a story that nearly everyone knows the gist of at this point, there have been a lot of Dragon Ball games, so there's a lot to live up to out the gate with Kakarot. Dragon Ball Z Budokai, Budokai 3, Attack of the Saiyans, Budokai Tenkaichi, Xenoverse, Xenoverse 2, Dragon Ball Z for the Xbox 360 Kinect. This is the best one, obviously. And these are just the ones that I've played. All these in one way or another retell this exact same storyline with a couple more funny details here and there. So what most people come to these games for, the gameplay and the act of hitting people, has to feel pretty damn good to make me sit through this story for what will now be the 77th time. Especially in an era of Dragon Ball releases that range from divisive to I am going to eat your credit card now. Thankfully, this game alleviated my fears and had a ton of new and fun content to dig through, including tons of homages to the entire series, OG Dragon Ball included. It felt fresh and fun through the whole runtime, once I turned it down to normal, of course. I had so much faith in this game to be good that I started it on hard. I don't know why. I should have learned my lesson with the previous Yakuzas.
How can I?
The new stuff combined with some of the fancy animations on the bigger story moments are really enjoyable to play through and gives me a new appreciation for how tight the narrative is for this series. It might be weird to say the show about people yelling has tight writing, but what I mean is that there's a ton of narrative cohesion and build-up that pays off very satisfyingly. Satisfyingly? Is that a word? I've written too much shit for this video. There's a reason this is one of the most popular animated shows ever, and while part of it is certainly the fighting, Kakarot here made me put some respect back on this story. On an unrelated note, I had some weird technical problems with this game as well. Between cutscenes that had no sound effects, losing my save due to some weird interaction with family sharing in the Steam cloud, and this weird bug where every instance of super armor on an enemy was the most annoying shit in the world to deal with. That last one might be an actual mechanic, but anyways. On top of the base game, there's also about 15 million DLCs covering different story arcs and series, so if this is the Dragon Ball game that you've fallen in love with the most, it's probably because you aren't good enough at fighters, but I digress. Overall, I'm super happy with this experience, and it reminds me of the fun I had trying to do everything in Budokai 3 growing up. Maybe this will be a game I come back to 100%, because I really enjoyed myself.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
The first Ace Attorney trilogy follows Phoenix Wright as he uses the most batshit insane logic of all time to find the truth in wacky court cases that only sometimes involve murder. It says here, script writer's note, this is a Joker's joke because every single case in every Ace Attorney game I've played to this point involves murder. Why did I write script writer's note? I'm the one who wrote this. Presenting evidence, finding contradictions in witness testimony, and fully unraveling what really happened, you know, Mr. Blue in the ballroom with the tiara type beat, make up the majority of Ace Attorney games, and it's a formula that I came to really enjoy when I bought it on a whim. With this Apollo Justice trilogy, we've just swapped out the main guy for a little bit and have a semi-jarring jump to full 3D models of characters. But Phoenix assures us that this is quite based, so I'm inclined to believe him. Investigating the city, talking with scientists and police officers, presenting evidence to get contradictions, and a little bit of psychoanalysis just for fun are a few of the mechanics you'll be interacting with over the 50+ hours worth of investigations and cases in this trilogy. It certainly doesn't feel like a visual novel, even though I think it has a longer script than Final Fantasy XVI, which is certainly its own type of accomplishment. With the addition of features like autoplay and seamless transitions between chapters and games, this PC version of the Apollo Justice trilogy is another fun venture into the Ace Attorney universe. After having not played an Ace Attorney game for years at this point, I forgot how funny they can be too.
But why is he handcuffed?
He's in jail for murder. Like, he is a convicted felon. But he's also the prosecutor for this case, because I guess there's no one else to do it.
I see.
You need to have a very high IQ to understand the depths of Mr. Hat's character. Some of the puzzles and conclusions that you'll need to draw are nonsensical, but who cares, man? Have you seen the scope of the characters that we're working with here? Absurdist cases with wacky conclusions and so many twists and turns and reveals, all of them in pursuit of the ultimate goal. Learning how to point like Phoenix Wright.
Did you kill Joe Nolan?
What? Shit, I meant the truth. That's what we're here for, the truth. Before the dev team responsible for Penny's Big Breakaway got the chance to draft up that game, a good chunk of them were modders and level creators for classic Sonic the Hedgehog games. Instead of being fucking pussies and shutting down the development like another company I know of, Sega brought these modders on board and put them in charge of Sonic Mania, an entire game dedicated to the things that made classic Sonic games an absolute joy to play, with the secondary award for the most total crashes. I just go change any video setting and boop, there it goes. Much like Penny's Big Breakaway, the goal is to get as many rings as possible, which thankfully you don't have to worry about losing them because the levels are very expertly designed to facilitate going fast with quick reactions. You know, as long as you aren't over 100 rings, then you need to turn the game off. The level of creativity in this game is batshit insane. Levels like Studiopolis Zone are not only a blast to run through with so many wacky gimmicks, but they cap off the level that has the best stage theme with bosses that have the best boss music in the game. All around, the music in this game is great. They even make Green Hill Zone sound like you got invincibility. How did they make you sound invincible? It's like the Mario Starman theme. And you're telling me Sega let this talent go because... Between this and Penny's Penguin game, I have to say this dev team has some sick talent that knows how to make going fast feel fun. It's unfortunate that both of these games get shit on by Shadow Generations, but what can you do? Damn, we're at 100 games and still not done with this video? This guy really needs to work on his brevity.
Thanks. Now get out of my sight.
Okay.
He's got the package? Cool.
Oh.
Now kill him. Guy's an asshole.
Okay.
Awesome. Now you just have to put the
Fuck!
posters up
Fuck!
all around the ship.
They're all over the
Douglas men
place.
will try to kill you the entire time, but...
Oh my god. I shouldn't have shotgun blasted him. When booting up the pre-sequel of Borderlands and picking Claptrap as my character, the game assured me that I was making a terrible decision. After playing him for exactly 2 seconds, I learned that was a lie, and also that there was a lot more fun to be had in this game than in Borderlands 1, which I chronologically played right before this. Setting up the origins for Handsome Jack, as well as just being a consistently more fun and rewarding experience to play, makes pre-sequel stand out, as it also comes packaged with the second best DLC to come with any of these games. The skill trees offer considerably more substantial bonuses and shift the gameplay pretty uniquely. The guns are all tons of fun to use, and picking up something new matters more than just looking at the damage stat. There's way more fun in the writing and the set pieces, and it makes for an enjoyable experience throughout. Fun is a great word to describe this game. It's just a fun time. I don't really have much else to say other than that. Beyond this one shitty ass loot room, there are no real low points to this game. If Borderlands 1 is an incomplete puzzle that I can see what's attempting to be made, but it's frustrating to be missing pieces, pre-sequel is a nice afternoon puzzle with the family that isn't too mind-blowing of an image, but you still feel accomplished for having done. I could do without the narration setting for the whole story set pieces, but it's a necessary evil I'm willing to put up with for the sake of being a pre-sequel. And when you can randomly expel a ton of grenades that will do friendly fire, how could I not enjoy my time here? Now, out of all of the games that I've played throughout every single Souls-like or action game or platforming challenge thrown my way, none of them have given me actual physical pain like Celeste has. I seriously cannot play this game for more than an hour or so at a time because my hands start to hurt from the level of input required, and also because I press that shit hard, which as we all know as gamers makes you go further. The level of pinpoint precision required for some of this stuff genuinely makes me feel like the time I put into getting over it was just a warm-up for this. I die nearly 2,000 times in my pursuit to get to the top of this mountain, which if you do the math against my total playtime, means I died about once every 12 seconds. Thankfully, a fifth of said deaths were all in one level, so it's fine. It's like Animal Well mixed with the constant feeling of inadequacy I get watching other long-form content on this site. I should probably explain what the game is, huh? The goal of Celeste is to get to the top of this mountain, and the only ability you have is this one dash. This is because, innately, all trans people get a double jump, and I refuse to hold on to this information any longer. They're trying to silence me.
Sorry about that. As mentioned prior, Celeste's goal is to get to the top of the mountain, and along the way, you'll interact with all manner of obstacles and oddities to help or hinder you on your way up. Be it multiple kinds of moving platforms, your very own evil doppelganger, wind, or most heinous of all, a singular gap that it's just barely too wide for you to reach in one jump. This is very similar in my experience when mountain climbing, because I cannot double jump despite what you might have heard on the internet. What's really impressive is the level the game is able to take this singular mechanic to. Here's a gem that gives you another dash, here's a platform that moves to give you momentum, and it builds like this throughout the entire game. It's a lovely adventure that will push you to the brink of insanity, much like what our host thinks is going to happen every time he opens up a new game. And now, back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Whoa. Oh. Strange dream. What's next? Where were we? Oh, hell yeah. From the moment you get to the first controllable screen in God of War Ragnarok, you realize that you're in for an insane experience, and the story absolutely does not let up throughout the entire runtime. To come off the back of the 2018 God of War was already going to be a difficult task. I think that game has a really solid foundation with some pretty forgettable reused boss fights, so it was hard to imagine the ways with which to improve outside of that. Not only are the boss fights insane, they give you 27 different enemy types to fight along with different shields and different armor perks, and now this is starting to feel way more like we're on the RPG side of action RPG. The combo system, regardless of who you're playing as, feels so visceral and hefty. Each of your hits, even on the difficulty I was playing on, feels like they're making a dent in these enemies, which is exactly what you want to happen. The puzzles no longer slow the game down because basically every puzzle mechanic is also a combat mechanic and can change up how you take down certain groups of enemies, especially with the revamped combos and runic attacks and accessory slots. There are a lot of options in combat, but none of them ever feel like they're overpowering any of the other ones, which is quite a feat. In fact, swapping between your axe, your blades, and the new spear weapon is not only a great way to do tons of damage with your different runic attacks, but it's also the most fun. On the subject of impressive feats, the storytelling in this game is off the charts. Characters will be able to say mountains of dialogue with just their face after a tense scene. You have returning characters like Kratos and Boy of War absolutely killing it, and new faces like Odin and Thor who just steal the show with such a commanding presence every time they're on screen. The single, unbroken long takes of every one of these cutscenes is a masterpiece, and the way they pulled some of this shit off is still insane to me. Every ounce of this game and the story is airtight and compelling and engaging as shit. The gameplay is snappy, plus they even added in an extra roguelike mode to run for extra story, all for free. That's gotta count for something. It's one of those games that validates the existence of the previous entry. As long as it paved the way for this game, I'm fine with any of the shortcomings from the 2018 one, honestly. This is a fantastic single-player experience that manages to split the difference between amazing story and badass gameplay perfectly down the middle. And that's it. God of War Ragnarok is the final entry to round off this list. It has had a large amount of success with a really good PC port, which is what I played it on. This game is truly a masterful note to end on, with its superb design elements and great content, and the story is, this is God of War, right? Wait, which game is this? Game of the fucking year for life, bitch. You really thought this would go to anything other than Astro Bot? Holy shit, this game is good. If you enjoy anything made by Sony, you'll like this game. If you like platformers or puzzles or environment design or music, hell, if you like playing with things, you will love Astro Bot. The controller itself is part of the game, and the veil between game and life is so close that I can almost reach my hand through the screen and punch his stupid little head.
Oh, fuck.
The controls are tuned to perfection. The levels are all amazing. The secrets hidden within are even better. They added free speedrun-based levels and a Christmas level with the Spider-Mans. They added this guy from Dark Cloud 2. And if you know me, that's a big one. Astro Bot is the quintessential game to own the console for, and I hope it never comes to PC. Fuck you, Valve heads. This whole video was a sting operation. If you want to play a game about rescuing a PS5 spaceship by flying a PS5 controller around various PlayStation-themed planets, then just get a goddamn PlayStation, you son of a bitch. Although PS5 doesn't have deadlock, so who's to say, really? Holy fuck, this video's finally done. Wait, actually, what if I recorded it from down here? That'd be funny. Hello, and welcome to the end of the video. So, just before we get into all the nitpicky bullshit outro stuff that I've got lined up, if you're just here for the answer to the question, how long does it take to complete a backlog of around 110 games while also working a full-time job and managing burnout and expectations of the ever-increasing scope of turning it all into a video? As it turns out, about 3.5 years, but if you want a more specific, like, total hour count, that grand total comes out to 2,031.1 total hours. And also upwards of like 8 terabytes worth of footage, assets, music, and voiceover stored all on this hard drive that I've got off screen. I'll put a picture of it on screen now. An entire terabyte of that storage was dedicated to just Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, by the way. So this backlog of mine has been built up since like 2023, and the idea of making it into a video was a joke. I started production on this whole thing back in March of 2024. This script that I've been written for this whole thing has gone through 2 computers, 3 rooms across 2 houses, plus like a full deletion of everything I'd originally written. And if there are weird inconsistencies in the way that I sound, or it maybe doesn't seem like I did all of this in one take, that's because I didn't. That'd be fucking insane. I made individual projects for each game, and then, you know, whenever I would think of something to script, I would just tab out and script it, and then kind of put all of that into a seamless video, go back and tweak things when I got into the editing room if I felt it needed it. I think this entire video is a good encapsulation of how I feel about gaming as a whole over these past few years. You know, some of the stuff has aged pretty nicely, like my entire segment on Destiny 2, but others are going to be a little bit harder to defend, like how Sony is doing stuff. Also, as is the nature of me playing a lot of things that are in early access, all of the things that I cover in that vein could be better or worse now that the videos come out. I recorded all my ULTRAKILL footage before they had this huge graphical update that makes the game look way better in my eyes. I finished the Hades 2 section of the video literally hours before they came out with their Unseen update. And I played even more since they came out in full release. I love the game. I finished CULTIC right before Chapter 2, Lies of P DLC, Shadow dropped after I beat the base game, Legend of Heroes, which was an RPG from 2005, got a remake 3 days after I decided I wanted to start playing it. Sometimes my luck is just like abysmal dog shit. There's also, the funny thing is, there's no end to the backlog. That's the real Joker's trick. I've actually put together another list of games while I've been working on this video, but this one I can like play at my own pace and I don't have to worry about, you know, making a video about it before GTA 6 comes out. An important thing that I wanted to stress is that video games are toys. You can very easily get judged for doing things, you know, quote unquote, the wrong way. I'm even guilty of having that same mindset. And some people are gonna be pretty disappointed that I didn't like a game that they like, or maybe they think if I did it a different way, I'd enjoy it more. But honestly, who cares? You know, what you do in your single player or even your co-op multiplayer games, that's up to you. Use whatever you want to make it more fun. When I was going through Borderlands 1, I was not enjoying myself too much for like the first chunk of the game. And then I hit a wall where it was either get more XP and do a bunch of fetch quests or push through underleveled. So I did a XP exploit to gain a ton of levels that I thought would put me back in line with having fun. And then the rest of my experience was way better. Oh, what will my friends think? And people online might make fun of me. Dude, who cares? It's a toy. No one's gonna care as long as you're having fun. Hell, if they're good friends, they'll save edit their Borderlands 2 file and give you access to all the coolest shit while you burn through the DLCs. This video, working on it, genuinely transformed how I feel about this. I've done like a complete 180 here. Do not listen to the opinions of 14-year-olds online about how you have to play games the right way. They don't even know the right way to do arithmetic yet. Also, this might be due to the fact that I have so much time invested in video games throughout my life, but I found it very easy to just pick up a game after I dropped it for an extensive amount of time. I was playing The Witcher 3 for about 2 hours, dropped it to go beat FF7 Rebirth and Yakuza 0. Then a month later, I boot it back up, and within 3 seconds, I'm like, okay, reoriented, ready to go. I have a note here that just says that one Sakurai quote at the end of the Sora presentation, which...
本当に終わるんだな。仕事を重ねていれば、いつかは達成できるということでしょうね。
Yeah. Sorry, it's so goddamn hot here. The things I do for you. I didn't exclusively limit myself to the games on this list while making this video because I think subjecting myself to a shit ton of games that I've never played without ever being able to go back to vibing with some friends might have been too much of a shock to the system. Hell, I even managed to fit in an entire Baldur's Gate playthrough and like 600 Kaizo Ironmon attempts. There's a distinctly lower amount of multiplayer capable games on here than others because I would just go play them instead of adding it onto this metaphorical backlog. This was my first time editing on DaVinci Resolve. I showcased it as often as I could. Every editing software sucks, but I like DaVinci because when it crashes, I lose the least amount of progress. There was a point when I was editing the Hades 2 part of the video, I found a thread asking about not being able to see the audio waveforms. And that thread had been going for like 4 years. Every single comment is same. I hope someone responds to it. And I get all the way down to the bottom and it's a comment exactly like that from 3 hours ago. Not sponsored, but if you're interested, this entire video was done in DaVinci Resolve and I have a personal license to 4K video downloader. Every single asset that I used will be linked in a playlist in the description in the order that I used it in, and I'll do the same for the music as well in a separate playlist. Also, not a single bit of generative AI was used throughout the making of this whole video, except one time I wanted to make a joke about counting a lot of fingers for the metro section, and I'm like, AI is only good at generating fingers right now. It couldn't even do that. This technology is so fucking stupid. Big shout outs to Foco as well for the inspiration with his video about achievement collecting. It's the lone seed sprout that eventually brought this whole thing to life. I'm not unemployed, cool enough to get every achievement in all of these games, but if you're looking for a deeper dive on even more games that I didn't cover here and some of them that I did, his video will also be in the description down below. I think there's a natural desire to compare what you play to the recent stuff, and it's extremely interesting to me having gone through all these games. You know, obviously within the same game series it makes sense, like I naturally enjoy some stuff in Yakuza 0 more than I would in Kiwami, but your brain does try to naturally associate your experience with what came before. You know, yeah, Songs of Conquest does this part better than Manor Lords, and Hollow Knight does this thing better than Shovel Knight, and they both do this thing better than Ori. It's tough to say whether that's something that should be leaned into or pushed away, and you might find in this video I kind of snap between talking about games standalone versus the comparisons that I feel are relevant to be made. This is one area I'm really curious to hear your feedback on. Maybe it's just a symptom of having played too much stuff. Let me know, and also watch Nakey Jakey's video on the subject. Shout out Bakey Crakey. Also, I wanted to say, now more than ever, companies are trying to give you less and charge you more for it, and the only people that come out on top in this situation are the CEOs and the higher up management. I've been talking about how the development time for this video makes this period of my life the year, or I guess now years, of the backlog, but I encourage you all to have your own playthrough of games that you wanted to try previously, and make every year the year of the backlog until corporations like Microsoft get their shit together. They decapitate you and throw you into the cultic corpse pit with Tango's decaying essence if it meant 6 more people would buy a Rogue Ally X. They don't give a shit about you! Go play Hollow Knight on the Steam Deck! Treat yourself! Genuinely, I think there's so much value in taking the time to boot up a game that you've never touched, and if somehow nothing in this video I've talked about is interesting enough for you to play, then I'm sure there's something still yet to be launched in your library. There's an ocean of good games out there, like, there's Raise a Peter in Roblox. I hear that one's pretty good. I mean, Lust Goddess is a game I'm tangentially aware of. Did we talk about Astrobot yet? If you're paralyzed by choice, there's websites that will check your Steam library for unplayed games and just give you a random one to try out. You have options. Lastly, what's next? Fuck if I know. Making music, maybe? Jakey proved he could do it. Shout out Romcom. Please, Jakey, do another merch drop of Romcom. If I have to buy a hoodie for like $400 off of an eBay scalper, I'll do it. I won't be happy about it. Could also go into making games, as I now have like a 4-hour-long video I can reference back to covering what game mechanics I do and don't like in specific genres, and the creator of Gmod did just release, what was that, S&Box, so who knows. More videos eventually, for sure, but nowhere near as big as this. Don't expect a major shift to big boy content creator who streams daily just because I dropped this behemoth, though I am going to go live later this week to put all of these games that I talked about into a tier list, and I'll upload a condensed version of that, which will be the pinned comment when it comes out. This video's only enhanced my love of games and made me want to play even more stuff that I wouldn't have tried prior, like the Uncharted games. I want to experience every Final Fantasy between 6 and 10 after I loved 9, Okami, Metroid Prime Remastered, and of course I didn't think it could happen, but Silksong managed to come out before this video released, so gotta work my way through that. Above all else, I hope this video inspired you to maybe try out some new stuff that you wouldn't have otherwise. Because I know it inspired these motherfuckers. Yep, that's right, this whole video was a double sting operation. Valve heads, they're off the hook for now, because I've been watching all my best friends play and try out new shit that I know that they wouldn't have tried, specifically because I've been working on this video. And I get to sit here and call, as we all watch this video, with the most smug look on my face, get socially engineered, you fucking dweebs. We all know I'm gonna need something new to talk about anyways. For those of you not in my immediate group of friends or family, or God forbid if you're a coworker who's found this video of mine, I greatly appreciate you sticking all the way to the end. I hope this maybe inspired you to play something new or work on some big project of yours that you never thought would see the light of day. Thank you very much for watching, and as always, have yourselves a damn good one.